Hello friends. This is Quest Fiction. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto is brought into the world of One Piece and fell in love with Nico Robin? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video. Leaf Village 6 years after the Kyuubi attack, 9 at night. Get the little demon, he went this way, shouted a villager chasing after a young boy with blonde spiky hair as bright and gold as the very sun and blue eyes that would make the various oceans of the Grand Line jealous. He was clothed in what looked to be some beat-up black shorts and a black t-shirt with an orange swirl in the middle. Shit. Naruto thought as he ran through the village using his parkour skills he had developed from running from the villagers. Though to him it was running as fast as he could, unaware he was actually channeling chakra into his body, forcing it to move faster. He eventually got to a strange place he'd never seen before. He looked to his right and saw a strange stone with names on it. He was about to read some of them but heard villagers coming closer and closer. When they saw him, he started to take off. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" said the little boy before he was stopped by a bat to the side of his head, cracking his skull courtesy from a villager that had snuck up behind him. "Aw, got the little shit," shouted another man as the villagers began surrounding the boy. "Why?" The little boy barely croaked out before black consumed his vision as he fell unconscious. That didn't mean the villagers stopped. Oh no, that was just the begging. After about an hour viciously beating the boy, the crowd began to disperse, except for about 3 men that were not quite done with the boy. "So what do you think we ought to do with this little shit?" said one of the villagers, looking at the body of the boy thinking he was dead. "Hell, we can't leave it here. If Sarutobi found his body, he would stop at nothing to find us. The old monkey is a demon lover after all," said another man as the others nodded, knowing it to be the truth. He looked at the river close by and an idea struck him like the bat he used to hit the boy over the head with. "Let's toss his little ass in the river and let him be washed away." "Perfect, come on," said the other as they grabbed his body, tossing his body in and watching it flow downstream. They didn't notice the body turn over and the boy take in some light breaths. Half an hour later, in the forest of death, a hand grasped the side of the bank and slowly pulled himself up as he flipped onto his back in pain, taking in painful breaths, letting him know his ribs were at least cracked if not broken. Why does it always happen today?" the boy said, and began to slowly sniffle and cry while he was laying down in the dirt. That abruptly stopped as he heard a voice in his head. "Enough crying, boy," said a phantom voice. What? Who's there?" The boy struggled, turning his head looking for the voice. "Close your eyes and focus on my voice, boy," said the phantom voice. Naruto did as instructed and soon found himself inside a sewer with water to his knees. He looked around, then saw giant bars. Straining his eyes, he then saw 2 giant orbs of red with a black slit in the middle. Then it hit him. Holy shitballs. Are those eyes? He shouted in his head. "An. Or would that be his inner head of his head? It reminds me of Inception." What are you?" he asked, shocked to his core at the massive eyes he was looking at. Then the beast came out of the shadows and showed his full size. About the size of a mountain, maybe a bit bigger. "I am the Kyuubi, and due to that little Sharingan bastard, your father was forced to seal me inside you," said the mountain of a fox. Wait, you said my father sealed you? But I thought you were supposed to be dead?" Naruto said in shock. "Do I look dead to you?" "No, obviously not, but I am not here to tell you such irrelevant things. I am here to give you a chance at a new life, a new begging, if you will. I will send you to a place where no one will hate you because of me, and the glares and beating will stop for the most part, one I'm sure," said Kyuubi, shocking the boy with hope-filled eyes now. "What do I have to do? Please, I'll do anything," said the little ray of sunshine with hope-filled eyes. "Rip off the seal, my boy, and I will do this for you. I give you my word as a demon fox," said the beast. As Naruto ran up to the seal being lifted up by water to the seal and began tearing it off until it was completely gone as the bars disintegrated and the fox walked up towering of Naruto. Then he felt the presence of 2 people behind him and a warm embrace from behind. "Minato, Kushina, good to see you both again, old friends," said Kyuubi as Naruto turned around in the people's grasp to see his father, the 4th Hokage, and a beautiful red-haired woman he could only assume to be his mother. "T2-san, K-Ka-san?" Naruto stuttered out as he was held in a vice-like grip and he heard the beautiful voice of his mother. "That's right, Naru-kun. said Kushina as she looked Naruto over and smiled. You're such a cutie pie, just like your dad was when he was your age, said Kushina with blushing Minato to the side, doing his happy dance in his head. What happened? How come you two left me? Naruto said, a bit teary-eyed. Minato and Kushina both looked at Naruto, heartbroken as Minato then looked Naruto in the eyes. Naruto, you must understand there were forces at work that we could not predict. There was man the night of your birth that attacked and was able to stay a step ahead of in every move I made. In the end I almost lost to him, but I was able to kill him with my Rasengan. Okay, full-blown Rasengan to your back would not only snap your spine like a twig but would turn your insides into mush, especially by its creator, and a pissed off one at that. But the damage was already done and Kyuubi was in a state of panic, so I had to use the Reaper Death Seal to seal him inside of you. When I tried, he attacked in panic of being sealed, and who could really blame someone for not wanting to be sealed up again? But he ended up hitting me and Kushina-chan with one of his claws, piercing us. Please Naruto, don't blame Kyuubi. Naruto then nodded his head to everyone's surprise. It's okay, I understand. He then smiled at the Kyuubi. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but neither of your wishes were completed. If anything, the exact opposite happened, said the Kyuubi as he showed the two all the memories of their son, which brought them to tears, constantly apologizing to the little blonde boy. I am so sorry, my son, said Minato as he was shaking with anger as he held onto his wife and son in a vice-like grip with tears forming in his eyes. It's all right too, San. Now I know why you sealed him inside me, Naruto said, looking at the Kyuubi. And I know you had a good reason to, and plus he's a really guy or a fox. Definitely one of the nicer people I've met, and he's going to send me to a place where I can have a fresh start. Now that caught Minato and Kushina's as they looked at the Kyuubi with a look that said, explain or you'll be the no-tailed fox. Kyuubi's sweat dropped a bit at the look he was getting. Whoa, calm down you two. You both saw the life he lived here. I'm going to send him to another world where no one will know of me and he will be free to choose his own path. Naruto already agreed with me and I'll be there to watch for him, so you won't have to worry about him too much, the Kyuubi said, hoping not to be on the receiving end of these two. Alright Kyuubi, as long as Naruto wants this, right Naruto, said Kushina as she looked to see him nodding happily. Well then, before we go Naruto, since we don't have that much time, we are going to impart some knowledge on you with some of our skills. Okay? Said Minato as Naruto nodded, a bit sad at hearing they would have to go. Kushina and Minato both put a hand of theirs on a shoulder of Naruto as they channeled some of their knowledge into Naruto. Kushina channeled her knowledge and skills of her swordsmanship into Naruto, along with some things to know about the sea and a couple of water just in case he needed it. Since she was from a place surrounded by water, she had learned a bit as a little girl. She also gave Naruto a quick how on being a gentleman to the ladies. Minato put some of his training methods for chakra control and wind elemental training, since he could tell Naruto would at least have that element. He also imparted some sealing knowledge, just enough to make some storage seals and maybe some explaining on explosive seals. What, that's a lot of stuff I just learned, Naruto said as he looked up to his smiling parents, as they leaned down and kissed both his cheeks and hugged him. Naru-chan, remember, find a girl like your Ka-san, said Kushina as Minato spoke up. And become strong man like your old man was, and no matter what path you choose, we will always support you no matter what. We believe in you and above all else. Then they both looked at him and said in unison, we love you with all our hearts, as the slowly started to fade away. I love you to Ka-san Tousan, and it'll make you proud and show this new world what Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze can do, Naruto yelled with tears streaming in his eyes, as he watched them slowly disappear. Thank you Q. Kurama. My name is Kurama. I only give my name to those I trust, boy, and with what I have seen you go through and to still be loyal to the one that caused it, you truly are Kushina's child, said Kurama as he grinned a bit, seeing the $1 million smile on Naruto. Does that mean we're friends? Yay kid, I guess it does. Now get some rest, cause after tomorrow we're blowing this ramen stand, said Kurama with grin of his own. Next night, Forest of Death. Naruto now had on a black hoodie with a red swirl on its back and a red stripe going down each sleeve. He had on black and white camouflage khaki pants with black ninja sandals. His hoodie was off, showing his excited face as he was ready to leave to this new world, as he picked up his black backpack, like Ace's, just black, where he had a couple of scrolls with food and clothes sealed inside, Also a couple wind jutsu scrolls he had stolen since that was what his dad showed him in his memories. "Alright kid, keep a good grip on that bag cause we're outta here," Kurama yelled as Naruto was consumed in a bright light that lit up the whole forest. As he smiled, Naruto could see light flashing past him as he then began to feel like he was falling faster and faster. He tightened his grip on his bag as he saw a brighter light at the end of the tunnel of lights coming towards him. East Blue 3 p.m. And just like that, Naruto was falling from the sky and all he saw was blue, all ocean everywhere. Naruto was screaming like he was a banshee as he plummeted towards the ocean. He then saw what looked to be a black thing. "Naruto, try and aim your body towards that thing. I think that's a ship and you need to get on unless you want to drown in this ocean. Hurry," said Kurama with a sense of urgency. Naruto then did as he was told and tried to move his body where he was going towards the ship. Though he missed by a sum, he still go in the general vicinity of the ship. Naruto slammed into the sea, creating a giant splash. As he went deeper into the sea, he smacked a weird scaled object. As he looked at what he hit, his eyes widened the size of dinner plates as he saw a giant sea monster. It must have been the size of the whole Hokage building and then some. He was without a shadow of a doubt scared shitless. "Holy shit," he yelled as bubbles came from his mouth. He kicked off the creature, going to the top of the water as fast as he possibly could. Eventually he finally broke the surface, taking a deep breath as he looked around as saw the giant creature also breach the surface, towering over him. Holy shit, I'm gonna die," he said as the creature let out a mighty roar and was coming down to devour the boy. Just then the creature's head got impacted by big black flying ball and exploded on impact, knocking said creature back into the ocean. "Oh, kid, grab the rope." Naruto turned to see a rope fly right in front of his face as he grabbed the rope with both hands while hanging onto his backpack. He felt the rope tug and pull as he was being pulled closer to the ship. As he began to get pulled up onto the ship, he grabbed onto the railing and fell over the side onto the ship deck. Naruto fell onto his hands and knees, breathing hard as let go of his bag. What was that thing? That kid was a sea king and pretty small one though. Naruto looked up to the voice to see sandals, some brown pants with a weird yellow design on them, then a red sash around his waist, holding a sword on his right side. This followed by a white button-up shirt with some buttons undone from the top, a black long-sleeve trench coat that the guy didn't have his arm in, he just let it hang off him like a cape. It covered his left side so you couldn't see his left arm. And then finally Naruto looked up to see the man with red hair and 3 slash marks going across his face. He looked around, seeing a man with black hair, a black v-neck t-shirt with a yellow sash around his waist, holding a weird-looking thing on his right side. He had white pants and black boots. He then saw a rather round man with round glasses eating a piece of meat he had. The man had a green and white striped shirt with matching bandana on his head with white pants and red shoes. Then he saw a dirty blonde curly-headed man with dreads, and, not sure what to call his hairstyle, just look him up if you want to get a better idea, and bandana wrapped around his forehead with the name Usopp on it. He had on a blue button-up shirt that had a few buttons undone from the top and gray pants and brown shoes. Naruto noted he was kind of funny looking too. Thanks for saving me back there, I really appreciate it. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, by the way," Naruto said, getting up and putting his hand out to shake Shanks's hand. Shanks accepted and shook his hand, looking at the little kid with interest and started giggling like a little kid. "Fishcake? Your name is Fishcake, Hahahah." Shanks started bursting out laughing as Naruto grew a tick mark. "Oh, it means maelstrom, you bum," Naruto yelled in frustration. "Hey kid, don't blow a gasket, I was messing with ye. The name is Shanks, by the way, and these are my crewmates," he said, gesturing to the crew around him. Then pointed to the man with a black ponytail. "That's Ben Beckman, my first mate. Right now you're on the red-haired pirate ship Mr. Maelstrom," Shanks said mockingly, bringing another tick onto Naruto's head. "But what I want to know is what a kid like you is doing out in the middle of the East Blue," Shanks said, getting a little more serious, which put Naruto on guard. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you, and some of it's kind of personal. I don't want everyone to know about my past," Naruto said, and got an amused grin from Shanks and his crew. "Well then, how about you just talk to me? Ben, Rue and Usopp all personally vouch for each one of them." "Not that I wouldn't for my whole crew, but it's somewhere to start with," Shanks suggested. Naruto looked at them all a little skeptically. "Oi Kurama, should I trust these guys?" Naruto though in his head. "Yeah kid, I can sense evil or foul intent. This man has neither of those, and I can honestly say this man holds the same aura as your mother. You can trust him," said Kurama as Naruto nodded internally. He then looked up to Shanks and nodded. "Alright kid, come on to my captain's quarters, we can talk in private there," Shanks said as he led the bunch into his quarters and offered Naruto a seat, where he accepted and looked as the group sat around the room ready to listen to his story. Naruto told them about his past in the village and being kicked out of the orphanage, only almost get beaten to death on his 5th and 6th birthday, not to mention the other times he was beaten or mistreated. It was safe to say the men were pissed, no beyond pissed. If they had it their way they would go and raze the Leaf Village to the ground. The aura coming from the men in the room were downright deadly. He then went on to tell them about the fox in his gut and how he got to meet his parents at least one time. He said he wanted to get strong so he could protect himself and his precious people. He went on to say he wanted to make a name for himself and that he would stop and nothing until the world knew who he was and respected him. He also told Shanks what his mom told him about finding a girl, which really lightened the mood and got the man giggling like school again. Hee, mama's boy," Shanks said, only to get a grin from Naruto as he yelled. "And proud of it, my Ka-san was awesome. Her nickname was the Red Death and feared by all the nations in my world." Suddenly Shanks felt a shiver go down his spine as for some reason the image of Kushina cracking her knuckles evilly popped into his head. Naruto, why, your mom didn't happen to have long red hair, did she?" As Shanks prayed, the kid said no, but to his unfortunate surprise, Naruto nodded yes. "Yay. How did you know?" Naruto asked curiously. "I think she just threatened me." Naruto was rolling on the floor laughing, saying that sounded like her. Kurama was also rolling on the ground in his mind as he laughed and the red-headed monster situation. Naruto then got up, wiping away some stray tears from laughter as he got a bit more serious and looked at the 4 men in front of him. "Please, I need all the help I can get, and I know you 4 are especially strong. The Kyuubi told me he can feel the strength coming off of you guys." That got the 4 men's attention as they all looked at each other with a puzzled look. They all exchanged looks for a couple of minutes till they all nodded at each other. Shanks then smiled him. "All right kid, well train you." Naruto was about to jump for joy, but Shanks cut him off. "But I want you train in all the things your parents gave you before you begin learning from us, got it?" He was soon impacted on his chest by crying little blonde boy. Thank you. Naruto kept repeating as he smiled as Shanks smiled at him and patted his head a couple times. "No problem kid, just know we're gonna work you into the ground and back to one of the best pirates in the world." Naruto then had a confused look on his face. What's a pirate, Shanks?" Shanks' sweat dropped at that, then began to explain what being a pirate was all about. He then went on to tell him of the Navy and world government and how there were good and bad people in each of them. He also told Naruto if after he trained and wanted to be a marine they would still gladly help him. He simply said to hell with the world government and their sense of absolute justice, and what kind of asshole goes around saying that all the time. Somewhere in the Navy HQ, AACHOOO, Akainu sneezed. "Oh, Akainu, not catching COOLLLDDDD, I hope. Maybe you've been spending too much time with Aokiji," said Barcelino. "Shut Kizaru," Akainu said, annoyed. Back with the red-haired pirates on an abandoned island about 5 years later. Naruto had done just as Shanks said and worked endlessly on the lessons his parents had laid out for him. He was at least Chunin, if not special Junin, in terms of ninja raw strength. His chakra control was getting better and he was working on water walking, as he could walk or run with the ship for a couple of days before he had to get back on the ship due to exhaustion. His seal work was just where it was going to be forever, where his dad stopped the instructions. He could make explosive tags and storage seals pretty easily, although he wanted to be able to do it a bit faster, to the point where he could find a way to slap an explosive seal on someone like his father did with his Hiroshin seal. He had gotten down his elemental manipulation to the point where he could cut a boulder in half pretty easily, now just had to cut a waterfall in half. Which would have to wait till the next island they were on, cause this one did not have a waterfall unfortunately. He had already learned to do a few, just you like the wind blade, vacuum bullet, great breakthrough. He had even gone as far as to make his own technique. He called it impact. He used his wind chakra to build up pressure in his hand or feet and create a vicious impact. He could already break wood, but his goal was to dent or break steel. Now he was just working on his stealth by playing pranks on his surrogate father Shanks, much to Shanks's irritation. "Oi Naruto, where are you, you little punk? Why is my shirt kill me neon orange? Shanks stomped around the island looking for the little ninja pirate, but much to his dismay, he could not find him. Hee, I know how to get you, you little bugger. Shanks thought to himself, "Ah, fine, then I'm just gonna have the ramen roux made for you." Suddenly a golden mop of hair was in front of him. "Roux made me ramen?" Naruto asked, happy as could be, only to be put in a headlock, only it was Shanks' legs around his neck. If you've seen it, think of what Deidara did to Toby, but noogied instead of choked. Damn right he did, but first you're gonna get a super noogie of doom from me. Naruto began to struggle, but it was no use as Shanks noogied until there was a slight bald spot on the top of his head. Shanks got up and patted himself off with his hand as he looked in the boy rubbing his head and smiled. "Come on Squirt, let's go get some ramen." He patted the boy's head as he walked with him. "Oi Shanks, I was wondering, since most of the stuff my parents have taught me, could you help me with my swordsmanship?" Naruto asked nervously as Shanks raised an eyebrow at this, not knowing the boy wanted him to teach him swordsmanship since his mother in all aspect could probably beat Hawkeye in purely swordsman-like duel. "Well, I thought you want to learn from your mom, Scro." "I have learned from her," Naruto interrupted, looking at him a bit saddened by what he figured out. "But what I realized is that her style, it flows so smoothly and needs you to be completely flexible and as fluent as the sea. While I can do it for the most part, it just doesn't feel right to me, you know what I mean. I just hope she's not upset with for not using her style." Naruto said, a bit downtrodden at the fact he didn't want to use his Ka-san's style. He then felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to Shanks with a grin on his face. "Hey kid, if there is one thing about moms that I know, they will always be proud of their son. So I know she not upset, in fact I think she would be proud to know that can realize a style isn't right for you even if it is hers." Shanks then smiled as they got back to camp to see everyone partying. "Hey Mr. Maelstrom. Welcome back, the ramen is still warm buddy." Naruto quickly dove in face first, taking on the 20 bowls of ramen with gusto. Little did he realize that the captain had the crew spike the ramen, so by the time he was ready to stand up and go to bed, well, he couldn't really stand. 3 months later, different abandoned island, with a waterfall. Naruto had taken to Shanks's training like a champ. He had even taken to wearing a red sash around his waist as he had a small saber like Shanks' sword, except the handle was red. This sword was only temporary as he would grow out of it, and he was having another one made by a master swordsman due to favor from Shanks. He was having the blade made from the strongest steel with sea stone also made in the blade. He kept smiling as he had taken his hoodie, shirt and sash off as he was standing on the rocks behind the waterfall to stand on, so it was like double the training. Now he was attempting to cut the waterfall in half for what seemed like the 1000th time. "I'll get it this time, I have to, we've already been on this island for far too long, I can't risk being a burden to the crew, I could never forgive myself," Naruto thought to himself. And with a mighty roar and all of his power channeled his wind chakra into the blade as he severed the waterfall. Yes, ye. His cheering was abruptly stopped as he saw what looked like an opening where the water met the waterfall. As water began to flow from the waterfall, it was obscured from view once more. Not that it stopped him from jumping into the river that the waterfall was flowing into. Naruto began swimming into the waterfall as he pulled himself into the opening. He began walking into the darkness as he could barely see anything. "Oi Kurama, I could use some help here. Fine, be careful though, I sense something strange in here," said Kurama. "Well, that can't be too good, I hope nothing tries to eat me," Naruto thought as his eyes glowed red with black slits in the middle as he was able to see perfectly now. He back going deeper until he found a black tree and odd-looking fruit. It was black and had swirls going all around it with top like a pineapple-like top. "Gee, this must be a devil fruit, should I eat it? I say take it back to Shanks and see what he says about, I'm sure he'll let you keep it if you want," said Kurama as Naruto nodded, then grabbed the fruit and used a wind blade on one of his figures to cut the fruit off the tree. Then he ran out of the cave, diving into the lake, swimming back to shore. He then dried off and put all his clothes back on and began running to red-haired pirate's camp. Once he got to the camp, he was a bit out of breath as his training had also taken a toll on him as he looked for Shanks and saw him sitting under a large umbrella. "Oi Shanks, I did it, I cut the waterfall in half." Shanks looked up to see Naruto right hand behind his back, making him wonder what was behind, but left it alone for the moment. "It's about damn time you beat that stupid waterfall, kid. I was wondering if we should build a town to stay here. Shanks joked and began to laugh as Naruto pouted a bit at the jab, but he knew Shanks was only joking, somewhat at least. "Oh, if it like that, I guess I won't tell you of the awesome treasure I found behind the waterfall," Naruto said with a slight grin as Shanks stopped laughing. What treasure are you talking about, Naruto?" Shanks asked, a bit curious as everyone else who could see behind the kid's back was in awe at what they saw, and Naruto brought his hand around to show it to Shanks the fruit as his eye widened. I know that fruit," Shanks said with his eyes wide as saucers of sake that Whitebeard used to drink. "Oh, could you please tell me which one this is if you don't mind?" Naruto asked curiously. If Shanks' reaction was anything to go by, this fruit was gonna be something else. Indeed, Kurama added mentally, also curious to see what would have a man like Shanks looking like he just saw a ghost. Shanks got up and slowly looked over the fruit. That's the Zatai Yami no Mian. Absolute darkness fruit. I know it doesn't really go with how most fruit are named, but oh well, it gives the user absolute control over darkness. This fruit makes Gecko Maria's cage no Mi look like child's play. Naruto was wide-eyed at this as he looked at the fruit, then felt a hand on his left shoulder as he looked to see Shanks with a deathly serious look on his face. Naruto, either eat that fruit or destroy it. That fruit has too much power to just let sit around even in the safest safe in the world. If used right, I have no doubt the user of that will have the potential become someone as feared as Whitebeard, if not Galdi Roger himself. Naruto then understood the severity of the situation. If this fruit got into the wrong hands, it could mean some very dark things are soon to follow. Naruto thought to himself as he began thinking on if he should eat it or destroy it. Eat it, Naruto. With that power you will be able to do things you could never imagine. It's not like you need to swim, you can literally use chakra to climb out of water instead of swimming. Kurama said as Naruto nodded his head and made his decision. He swallowed the damn thing whole. Bah, that tasted like shit. Oi, someone get me some ramen, Naruto shouted as everyone stared at him in awe that he had just devoured the devil fruit. "And Naruto, how do you feel?" Shanks asked, a bit worried. I feel fine," Naruto said as he felt no different from before until he tried using his power as his whole right arm changed black with an almost purplish tint to it. "Whoa, now that's cool." He then pulled his arm back and punched forward as his arm extended to the forest where it hit a tree and broke the bark on it. As he brought it back, not as powerful as I'd like that impact to be, but I wonder," he said cryptically as he shot his arm forward, turning his fist into a spike and pierced the tree through, and soon an axe blade shot out of each side of the tree, causing it fall to the ground. Naruto then brought his axe arm back. Think of how Sandman does his arms, but instead of sand it's darkness. "Well, that's interesting," Naruto said as he looked at his dark arm and turned it into a dark hand, wiggled his fingers in front of his face. "That's very interesting," the blonde finished. "Kudos to whoever can tell me what that's from." "Okay Naruto, that's crazy, but now we've got one more thing to train you in. Since you're done with your wind chakra training, we're gonna take you to a group of people who are great and specialize with Logia-type devil fruits. Come to think about, they are good with just about everything," Shanks said as some people started to go white as they realized who Shanks was talking about. "See, Captain P, please tell me you're not talking the strongest man in the world." Shanks looked at the random crewmate with a curious look. "Oh, how did you know I was talking about old man Whitebeard?" Shanks got up close to whisper to him. "You didn't eat devil fruit that allowed you to read mind, did you?" Everyone face faulted at this as thinking about their captain's brilliance. "Oi, load up boys, we are leaving." Shanks started giving orders to everyone to gather all the supplies so they could begin to set sail. Once back on the ship, Naruto was sitting on one of the railings watching the sea go by as he just practiced making different parts of his body into dark material and manipulating it into different shapes. "Oi Naruto." He felt a hand on his right shoulder as he looked to his left to see Usopp. "Hey Usopp, what's up?" he asked politely. "Oh, not much, but it's time for you to train," Usopp said, a bit excited as he laughed, and Naruto jumped from the rail excited about what he was going to learn. "Oh, are you finally gonna teach me how to shoot a gun?" Usopp laughed and patted the kid on the head. "That's right Naruto, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be able to hit a bull's eye from 100 yards with your eyes closed," Usopp said confidently. "Alright Naruto, the number one rule is never draw your gun unless you're ready to use it, because if you're not, I promise your enemy will be. Number 2, which is more of lesson than a rule. Once you shoot you can't take it back. Once that bullet leaves the barrel you can't take it back no matter how much you want to got it. Usopp said seriously as Naruto nodded, understanding the point he was trying to get across. Next, never point a gun at a comrade. That it possibly one of worst things possible. It can break trust and friendships, not to mention if the gun goes off you could end up killing a friend, Usopp said. He looked at Naruto as the boy was contemplating what he was saying. Now here's a follow me. He brought him up to a part of the deck that was made into a shooting range for Naruto. There was about 12 different flintlock pistols in front of Naruto as he picked up the first pistol. Now Naruto, I want you to aim down the barrel through the sights. Then take a deep breath, let it out and fire. Naruto did as instructed as he missed by an inch. Damn. Hua, don't get too upset, it was a pretty close shot. You might be able to challenge my son someday, Usopp said with a grin as Naruto's eyes widened. After all, Usopp never stopped talking about his son Usopp and a boy made of rubber named Luffy, so that was indeed the compliment. Really, you think so? He asked Usopp. Kid, I'm positive. Usopp smiled and had Naruto get back to practicing his shot, getting better each and every time he pulled the trigger. After a couple hours of constant practice, Shanks came up to him too and had small box in his hands. Oi Naruto, give it a rest for a little while, would you? Were running out of crap for you to shoot, Shanks said with a laugh. Okay, sure. What's up with the box, Shanks? Naruto asked as Shanks smiled and put it on the table in front of Naruto. Find out yourself, kid, Shanks said with some amusement. Naruto quickly opened the box to find the outfit inside of it. The outfit consisted of purple long-sleeved cotton shirt with 3 buttons from the middle of the chest up. The buttons were gray. Also changed were the black and white camo pants. Now they were completely white and came down to his new black steel-toed boots. A sash in not too dark shade of purple that would hold his sword for him. A couple of weeks later, Whitebeard territory. Now Naruto, try not say anything foolish, as Whitebeard holds no love for people who simply waste his time, but he dislikes cowards even more, yeah, get me? So there's no worries since I know you're not a coward, are you? Shanks asked a bit. He laughed as the kid shouted, damn right. Naruto was walking right next to Shanks's right side wearing his new outfit. Ben Beckman was to Shanks' left, followed by Lucky Roo, who was next. Ben Usopp was standing next to Naruto as he had taken to the little ball of dark energy since he reminded him somewhat of his own son. It was a bit odd to see Shanks almost dragging along a giant gourd filled with sake. It was about the size he was, if not bigger. Shanks had said it was something to help get in the old man's favor. Then they came to a large clearing. It looked to be a giant courtyard easily the size of 2 football fields in length and width, made of green cracked up stone, showing the age of them must have been somewhat ancient. There was a small abandoned village behind made of green stone houses. You could tell they were abandoned by the moss growing on the houses as well as the overall dirty and beat up look of the place. But at the end the courtyard there he was along with his crew. Fire Fist Ace, Marco the Phoenix, Diamond Man Jozu, Thatch, one his top division commanders, and finally the big man himself. The strongest man in the world and leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate aka Whitebeard. Oi kid, be careful around that man, his aura of power is ridicules. I've never felt anything like this come from any human before. This man is easily as no, he's definitely stronger than the first Hokage or Madara. Tread very carefully around this man. Oi Whitebeard, Shanks yelled as everyone from the Whitebeard crew stopped to look at him. Seeing another one of the 4 emperors of the sea isn't something you see every day. Shanks and the others began to walk closer to Whitebeard's crew, stopping only about 50 yards away. Red-haired Shanks, huh? What do you want, brat? I haven't seen you since the last time I locked horns with Roger himself, said Whitebeard as almost everyone from Whitebeard's crew eyes widened at that. Haha, yay, well, I brought you some sake from my hometown island, why don't we have a drink? He then had Naruto roll up his sleeve and touch a seal as a giant sake saucer appeared out of nowhere, shocking everyone on the Whitebeard crew. Even Whitebeard himself raised an eyebrow at this. Naruto then handed Shanks the saucer as Shanks began to pour some, filling the saucer up and tossing the gourd to Whitebeard. The giant man began chugging the sake down till he stopped, saying it wasn't too bad. So brat, I assume you didn't come all the out here just to have a drink with me, am right? Yes, I have proposition for you. Shanks smiled and let the statement hang in the air. I want you train one of younger boys. I have no knowledge of how Logia fruit really work, and I know that you and your crew have quite the amount of devil fruit users. If you do help him, I'll owe you a favor as well as become an ally of the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks stated with a serious tone, shocking everyone, even his own crew who weren't privy to these terms. This all diffidently caught Whitebeard's attention, as having one of the 4 emperors of the sea as an ally could be very beneficial in a tight spot. As well as favor from one of the mightiest pirates in the world was an offer easily refused. It all depend, brat. Who's the kid you want us to train, and what power does he need to control? With that, Shanks turned to his right, seeing a stoic and calm Naruto as he gestured him to step forward and plead his case to the strongest man in the world. Oi, Kurama let off some energy to let these guys know we're the real deal here. Naruto asked Kurama. Coming right up, kid, the giant fox inside his stomach replied. Naruto was then surrounded by a barely seeable dark purple aura as he looked at Whitebeard in the eyes. My name is Naruto Uzu. He was then cut off as the giant's laughter filled the air. Garararara, your name is Fishcake. What kind of name is that? Garararara. Naruto quickly grew a tick mark as his aura became a bit darker as he looked at the giant, laughing until he snapped. Oi, it means maelstrom, old man. And what kind of name is Whitebeard when you don't even have damn beard? You should be called Whitemustache if anything. Naruto was huffing after yelling at the old man as Shanks and his crew were all staring at Naruto wide-eyed at what he just said, along with the whole Whitebeard crew. Silence then fell as Whitebeard stared down the boy who dare insult his name. Then he let out giant, mighty laugh. Gurararara, you got me, brat. Gurararara, I haven't been called out on that since Roger himself got annoyed with me. He chuckled to himself and everyone let out a breath, for fear that the island they were standing on was about to sink. Naruto then regained his composure and looked at Whitebeard again. Like I was saying, my name is Namikaze Yu, Naruto, and I am here to ask if you could help me train my devil fruit, since you have so many users in your crew. Naruto asked and was about to continue until someone interrupted him. It looked to be a girl who jumped in front Whitebeard. She wore white pants and a long-sleeved green shirt, as with saber on her right side with a decorated guard that looked like flower. She had short brown hair and eyes almost as blue as his. What hell? You think you can just walk up to insult our captain's and crew's name, then ask us for help? How about I kick your ass and then send your crying home mommy and daddy? The girl said confidently, as everyone 4 member of the red hair crew thought the same thing. Ah shit, she just had to go there. Suddenly the temperature dropped a couple of degrees as Naruto started to glow a sinister purple as he looked at her with ice-cold blue eyes that would send chills down Admiral Aokiji's back. If you want to fight, then come and get some, Naruto said darkly as he looked at her and took a couple steps forward, waiting for her to move. Something told Haruta that maybe this wasn't such a smart idea. She just pushed it to the back of her head as she drew his saber and wait for Naruto as he drew his with his in his right hand. They slowly began walking towards each other as in burst of speed both launched themselves at each other. Their swords clashed as they began trading blows with their blades as they had switched field position. Naruto's back was to the Whitebeard crew and Haruta's back was to Shanks's crew. Haruta began to slightly get the upper hand with her speed and agility. Naruto then did a vertical slash as Haruta blocked it. Naruto pumped some chakra into his arms and sent her flying back. Only for Naruto to channel some chakra into his legs as he appeared behind her, much to her surprise and dismay. She quickly turned and slashed at him, only for him to duck and cross his left arm under his right and place his palm right onto her stomach and in a low voice said the word, impact. Then at that point Haruta got hit with a burst of hair, sending her back almost at Whitebeard's feet as the air was knocked out her and she was left clutching her stomach with her free hand, gasping for air. I have no problem with trading friendly banter back and forth, but the moment you bring my parents into this, the same ones that sacrificed their lives protecting me the same day I was born, it becomes personal, Naruto said in an ice-cold tone and looked at Haruta as he sheathed his saber and walked up to her and put his right hand out to help her up. But since you didn't know, I'll forgive you this time. That way we friends. He then proceeded to flash his $1 million smile at her, making her blush a bit as she took his hand and got up. Garararara, well Shanks, you've got yourself a deal. Haruta is one of my most up-and-coming fighters, and for your brat to be able to beat her, well, that is nothing short of impressive on his part for one who is so young. said Whitebeard as Naruto smiled at being accepted and praised by the strongest man in the world. All you leave except Ace, Jozu and Marco, Whitebeard commanded as everyone dispersed as Whitebeard looked at Naruto with calculating eyes. So boy, what fruit did you eat? You showed some skills but they did not warrant needing to be trained by us. Naruto then nodded himself as a dark circle appeared below him and it began to consume him to Whitebeard's utter surprise as his eyes shot open wide seeing these powers. He recognized the power of the absolute darkness fruit as the darkness disappeared and left Naruto completely pitch black except for his demonic glowing white eyes. Marco, Ace and Jozu were all surprised. They had never heard of such a power or fruit that could do that. They then turned to Whitebeard only to get an even bigger surprise. Never had they seen their pops speechless and this as surprised, like ever. Pops, what's going on? What wrong? Ace stuttered out, not sure if he should ask his pops. Whitebeard then leaned back chugging down more sake. When he stopped he looked at from Naruto to Shanks and smiled. To think I would live to see that fruit come to light. It's truly a good thing to have that boy as ally, Shanks. Whitebeard then looked at his sons. Pops, I've never even heard of a fruit like this. What is it? Marco asked as he just heard what his pops had said to Shanks, wondering what kind of fruit could make his pops the strongest man in the world happy he wouldn't have to face this kid. I'm not surprised. The only record of this fruit is from the original Devil Fruit booklet when they were first discovered. It was later removed because of its immense power. The world government didn't want people to go looking for it and it to fall into the hands of a pirate. Gurarara, how ironic that exactly what happened. Listen to me and listen well, this devil fruit is just as much potential as my Gora no Mi. Whitebeard said, dead serious, surprising everyone as they looked to see a smiling pitch black Naruto with a black aura coming off him like black flames. Ace smirked to himself, excited at the prospect of training someone with so much potential. His hands caught flame as he looked at pitch black boy and smiled at him. Oi, if we're gonna train you we gotta see where you stand in terms of skill and power. So show your moves. Ace yelled as sent a fist of fire at the pitch black boy. Naruto quickly moved his body and parried Ace's punch, spinning and sent a kick to his body as the 2nd Division commander's body turned to flame as his kick went through the flame. He didn't get burned. Ace capitalized and hit the kid in the face with a punch, sending him flying. Naruto then turned his body and landed on his feet as he went through some hand signs and uttered the words, Dark Wind Blade. Black wind started swirling around both of Naruto's hands, each about foot invisible length. He then pushed Wind Chakra and Normal Chakra, which to most would seem like it turned his body into a black blur. Except no one around them was most people. They were all high-class fighters, which meant they could see him just fine. He came upon Ace and slashed with his right hand from left to right, diagonally up and across Ace's body. Ace used his powers to turn the area that was attacked to fire, only for them to be imminently put out to his surprise as he gained a slash mark across the chest. Without hair, fire can't breath, Naruto said as he went to follow with his left, only to get powerful left fire boot to the face from Ace, sending him back across the courtyard. Naruto used his momentum to roll back onto his feet. Hey kid, thanks for the advice, I'll remember that, Ace said sincerely. Alright kid, like I said, show your moves so we can get a better feel of what you can do. Naruto nodded as he then drew his sword, which was all black, with his right hand did 3 different slashed, 2 diagonally and 1 vertically as black wind shot out. Ace easily maneuvered his way through them as his arm was suddenly grabbed by a black one and he was slammed into the ground, not doing a lot of damage though. Naruto then let go of Ace and turned his arm into hammer and went slam it on Ace, only for him to roll out of way, then shoot a couple of human-size fire blasts at Naruto. Naruto retracted his arm and a portal opened up under him as he dropped into it, dodging the blast as he came right back up in the same spot. Naruto then smiled as did a couple of hand signs and said, Vacuum Black Air Bullet. He then shot out 4 small air bullets that Ace barely dodged as he got grazed on his left shoulder as it started to bleed. Ace smiled at seeing the strength of this kid. This kid could easily take on some of the tougher pirates on the Grand Line right now with Theseus moves, and he's able to do damage to Lugia type like me. That's crazy, was the general thought of all Whitebeard crew standing there. Those are really the only moves I have at the moment. I haven't had this power that long, I haven't had too much time to experiment with it yet. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head shyly as his body turned from pitch black back to its normal color. Although I do know in that form if I want to I change to be shadow-like so most attacks will phase right through me. Naruto said, getting a nod from all the Whitebeard crew that was in attendance. Well kid, that was pretty impressive, but by the time we're done with you should be able to hold yourself against one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Said a confident Marco as the others behind him nodded in agreement. That's a mighty impressive claim there Marco, hope you can back it up. Shanks said as he smiled and looked as Naruto and gestured for him to come to him. Well, why don't you go ahead and rest and well get started once you've got a full tank again, said Marco. Naruto nodded and went to Shanks. So what are we gonna do for the time that I'm here? He asked Shanks as Shanks smiled and patted him on the head. Well, you're gonna stay here, we're sailing out tomorrow. As much as we would like to stay and watch you, there are things we have to do, Naruto, Shanks said, looking into Naruto's eyes. In truth, we probably won't be back for a couple of years, kid. This is where our path adventure together comes to an end, and yours begins. That doesn't mean we won't see each other along the way, but you got to go out on your own and live your life according to you. After all, my old Captain Galdi, Roger once said, what's the point in being a pirate if you can't do what you want? So you better do what you want and get stronger, you hear me? And just in case you need some help, I got this for you. Shanks then pulled out a long object wrapped up. He gave it to Naruto. Naruto opened it up to see his sword, the one made of sea stone. It had a long silver blade as his guard was bronze, the handle was black. Its sheath was bronze at the top and the bottom and a dark blue down the length of it. This is the sea stone sword, right? Naruto asked in awe as Shanks nodded his head and smiled and back up. Usopp then came and handed the boy a weird-looking black pistol. Naruto, these are the newest pistol out, I created this one myself, it's called a revolver and it takes this kind of ammo. Usopp handed Naruto a bullet then handed him a heavy backpack filled with thousands of rounds of ammo. There are also instructions on how to keep that gun clean and make more bullets. Oh, and the bullets in the blue boxes are specially made sea stone bullets, there are instructions on how to make those too. Alright kid, make sure to take care of yourself and get real strong, okay? He asked as Naruto nodded, sniffling a bit. He looked back to Shanks and ran up to him and him a big hug around the waist. You better come back to see me, okay? Naruto said, sniffling some more as Shanks nodded. I promise, Naruto, I'll be back to see you. Become strong like your old man, got it? Naruto nodded slightly. Oh, okay dad. Shanks was shocked a bit but smiled and hugged him tight with his one arm. Get strong son, I'll be back before you know it. Shanks smiled and got up and started walking away with his crew. Naruto smiled then turned to see the Whitebeard pirate smiling at him. Come on buddy, let's get you some rest so you get stronger, okay? Ace asked as he put an arm around Naruto and smiled as he guided him towards where he would be staying. 6 years later, a 17-year-old Naruto was currently on the Mobi. Naruto was wearing the same clothes except his shirt, which was now black with a dark purple swirl on the left arm of it, and both sleeves were pulled up to his forearm, which showed off the seal he had his left forearm, but whenever someone asked he just brushed it off and said it was a tattoo. He also had an eternal log post on his left wrist for navigating. The rest of his clothes were the same, just different sizes, as he was now 5 feet 11, with a slender yet athletic build to him. His sea stone sword was now on his right side, being held by his dark purple sash around his waist. His aura was very strong, being taught the different forms of Haki by Whitebeard and Marco. Naruto now had a very good degree of control over his devil fruit, to the point where he could make monsters out of the very darkness he controlled. He could move as quick as light, sense for where light is, darkness must also follow. He could change from solid to shadow as long as the body part was already pitch black, and that was the tip of the iceberg. Naruto smiled as he looked up in grandfather-like figure, with almost the whole crew around him. So old man, it's finally that time for us to go our separate ways, huh? Naruto asked rhetorically. That's right brat, but just know you always have a home here. No, we wish you the best of luck out there kid. Go and make us proud. Whitebeard said with a smile as Naruto nodded his head and started walking to the side of the ship, where Haruta stopped him and gave him a hug and kiss on the cheek. She then smiled at him. Make sure to take care of yourself little bro, I wouldn't want any women taking advantage of my innocent little brother. She teased as she let him go. He then made to the side where Ace, Marco and Thatch were waiting for him. "Oi, good luck out there, man, make sure to keep your guard up," said Marco as he walked past him, patting him on the shoulder as Thatch soon followed, whispering, "Don't forget to treat the ladies right, buddy," as he walked by giggling like a little schoolgirl. Which left Ace, who proceeded to hug Naruto to place something on top of his head. Naruto looked up and took the hat off and looked at to see it was replica of Ace's hat, except it was black and the string attached to it was black. The pendant on connected to the string was electric purple with gray fox head on it. Naruto smiled as he always said how he wanted Ace's, now he got a version just for him. He immediately hugged his older brother figure as he had grown truly close to Ace during his stay. Ace began to laugh. "Oi Naruto, I got favor to ask ye," Ace said as Naruto then looked at him. "Rumor is going around that my little brother Luffy is getting a crew together somewhere in the East Blue. I heard he even go Usopp's kid to join him. I want you to join since that's what you were gonna do anyway, and try to look out for him if that's not problem." "I understand if." Ace was cut off by hand on his shoulder as Naruto smiled at him with his $1,000,000 smile. "That's perfect, Ace, I wouldn't want it any other way. I'll do my best to look after him," he said as he put his hat on and jumped over the ship and landed on a giant black hawk as he turned to wave at the Whitebeard pirates as he started to fly off into the distance. "Oi Kurama, can you get beat on energy signature similar to Usopp's?" Naruto asked as he put his backpack down in front of him. It's faint but I can feel it. He's in the Konami Islands region," Kurama stated. "All right, Luffy, here we come," Naruto shouted out to the sky. Kurama, I think we're getting closer, I feel a energy like Usopp's, not to mention a battle going on." Naruto hummed out as he squinted his eyes. "What an odd looking building." "Naruto, I think that's where the battle is going on, you dummy," as if to confirm that's where it was going on. Small explosion went off. "Yup, you're right, all right, full speed ahead." As Naruto he got there to see a boy with a scar under his left eye have both legs fly up and smash into the concrete. Rubber stretchy man must be Luffy. What is he doing? Only to see Arlong smash his hands into the ground and pick it up. Well, that's a problem, Naruto thought as he saw Arlong about to throw Luffy into the water. Naruto quickly did some hand signs. Vacuum air bullet. Naruto shot out 3 well-placed bullets, destroying the slab of concrete and pierced Arlong's left shoulder and stomach. Ag! Arlong fell back holding his left shoulder and stomach. Which one of you dirty sticking humans just did that? Arlong waited as no one said anything since they were just as shocked as he was that happened. "Who did it, you bastards?" he yelled in range. "That would be me," Naruto said as he was crouched down on the lowest tile ledge of Arlong Park's main building. Naruto's hat was tilted so it was covering his face and all you could see was his wicked grin. "Who the hell are you and what do you want, human? Can't you see I'm in the middle of killing someone?" Arlong said, irritated, not truly knowing who was ing with. Naruto smirked. "Well, to answer your questions in order." He put a finger on his hat and pushed it up, showing his 3-whiskered mark face and his electric blue eyes. "The name is Namikaze Yu, Naruto, and as to why I'm here," he let it hang it there as he looked at Luffy. "I'm here join your crew, ha ha ha." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, even Luffy. "My crew? Why do you want to join my crew?" Naruto laughed at his reaction and grabbed his chin and looked up as if thinking. "Well, there are a number of reasons actually. One is Shanks never shut up about you, so I'm naturally curious." Luffy's eyes widened and a huge grin came on his face. "Next would probably because Usopp never stopped telling me about how great of marksman his son would be." Usopp almost started crying to hear his dad believed in him. "But probably the most important one is your brother asked a favor and sent me to keep an eye on you, Luffy." Naruto smiled at Luffy as he was ready to jump at his new guy and ask him tons of questions until, "Like I give a damn who sent you. You dirty stinking pewmange," was as far as Arlong got before Naruto's boot hit him in the chest, causing him lose all his breath, cough out blood and get sent skipping across the water until he was pretty much out of the gates. Needless to say, everyone was shocked to their core. Holy crap, I know Luffy was holding back against Arlong, but I didn't even see the guy move. Zoro thought as he saw Naruto standing there with his foot out. Naruto turned back to Luffy. "Geez, what loud little goldfish, huh, Luffy?" Luffy started laughing. Just then Arlong shot out of the water straight at Naruto as he smiled and moved to the side, letting Arlong fly into the building. Naruto then turned his head to look at Arlong climbing out of the rubble. "You know Arlong, Tiger would be so disappointed in you," Naruto said as Arlong looked almost shell-shocked at his, and he exploded. "What the hell would you know, you stinking PEWMAN, and what does it matter? Tiger died a fool just for helping your kind. I am nowhere near as foolish as him, that's why he's dead and I am not. I am the top of the food chain around here." Naruto looked at Arlong with cold ice blue eyes. "This is my first and only warning, Arlong, leave this place and never come back or I'll kill you right here and now." Naruto was releasing Kurama's killing intent and watched as Arlong began to sweat and shake like a leaf. Everyone else around was scared shitless except for those few strong like Luffy, Sanji and Zoro, but even they knew that Naruto was incredibly strong. As for Arlong, everything was telling him to run and get as far away from this man. But unfortunately for Arlong, his fisherman's pride was just too much. "No, I won't let this stinking PEWMAN take me out. I am the best, the strongest, top of the food chain," Arlong yelled in his head as he then charged at Naruto in a blind rage. Soon he was upon Naruto, and no one saw Naruto do one-handed hand signs with his right hand as his left was in his pocket. No one even heard him whisper, "Wind blade." Only Zoro caught a bit of the distorted air flowing around Naruto's right. Naruto moved to his left, dodging Arlong's lunge at him, and swiped across his neck. Arlong took a few steps forward as he reached the edge where the water began. Everyone waited on a bated breath as Naruto turned his head slightly to see the back of Arlong's form and his hair fall as if it was cut from the point of the neck, and his head roll of his head into the water, followed by his body. Everything was silent until one townspeople yelled, "It's over, Arlong is dead." The townspeople exploded in cheers. Everyone gathered around Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Naruto. "Hold it." Everyone turned to see a rat-looking man. "I thank you fine gentlemen for defeating Arlong, but you all are pirates, so I'm going to have to arrest you all here, hee." Nezumi laughed until his head was impacted by a wooden staff. "Where's my money, you rat bastard?" Nami yelled as he looked up at her with anger. "You men, arrest her," only for all of them to suddenly drop down by a blast of Conqueror's Haki from Luffy, which surprised everyone including Naruto, since he had only known 3 people to ever have it, and they were all extremely strong individuals: Shanks, Ace and Whitebeard. Nezumi was pretty much shitting himself as all the people who were conscious were ready to beat the shit out of him. He soon returned the money and got on his ship as fast as he possibly could, starting to sail away. Only Naruto wouldn't have any of that as he walked to the edge of the island where you could make out Nezumi's ship. He then put his arm forward and had his palm pointing upward. Everyone around him was wondering what he was doing until a small black swirling ball started to appear with white winds going around it. Think Menma's when he destroyed the Leaf Village in RTN, just smaller. The small black ball then went flying straight towards ship. When it came in contact with the ship, there was an explosion of darkness. When everything cleared up, there was no longer a ship and no longer a Nezumi. Naruto then proceeded to walk nonchalantly past everyone like he hadn't even destroyed a ship with a ball no smaller than a tennis ball. Kokoyashi Village. Couple hours later, Naruto was sitting at a quiet bar as everyone out was partying. "You know you should be having fun instead of sitting here by yourself," someone said. "Nah, I've done enough partying for an entire lifetime," he replied without looking to the female, as he could tell from her voice. He thought back to his time with Shanks and Whitebeard. He chuckled to himself. He then turned to see a girl with short orange hair and a green tank top with black pants on. "Oh, you're the girl that had Luffy's straw hat. You must be pretty important for him to allow you to wear that hat. You're certainly beautiful enough," Naruto said with a wink, making Nami blush. Nami then took a seat next to Naruto, looking him up down. "Definitely a cutie, wonder how much cash he's got," Nami thought while looking at Naruto like he was a piece of steak, which made him chuckle a bit. "So mind telling me a bit about yourself, since more than likely we're gonna be crewmates pretty soon?" Nami asked with adorable smile pointed straight at Naruto. "Sure, why not, but I want to know about you after I tell you my story, got it?" He smiled as she nodded. "Well, I guess I should start it out by telling you I was from a village far, far away," said Naruto, not completely lying. "I was pretty much the village pariah for something I was born with. I would rather not go into detail about it, but the bottom of the line, I was hated by the entire village save for maybe like 3 or 4 people. Anyway, I was pretty much beaten constantly, especially on my birthdays. On my 6th birthday they went a bit farther than normal, almost killed me. The only reason I'm alive is cause they probably thought I was dead. They didn't stop there cause they threw my body out to sea. When I came to, I was about to be eaten by damn Sea King, but fortunately for me, Shanks and his crew sailed right by me and saved my ass. He took a breath and looked over to see her eyes widened with sorrow and shock at his story. He then softly smiled at her and continued. After that he took me in as his own and started training me. After a couple years we went to this abandoned island so I could train by this waterfall. While I was there I discovered a cave and found it had a devil fruit in it. When I went back to Shanks he told me it was a super powerful fruit and if I was going to eat it I needed to be trained to control it. That's when I went to train with the one and only Whitebeard crew. Now her eyes were wide opened at what she was hearing. He then proceeded to tell her the rest of his story, leaving out parts here and there. So that's about it, Nami. Naruto smiled at her as she hugged him. Hey, it's all in the past so I tend not to worry about it too much. Besides, don't you have your story to tell me? He smiled as she was about to say something. Just then the bar began to fill with people, the rest of the Straw Hat crew included. Zoro was the first to strike up conversation with Naruto as he wanted to know just how strong he was. Hey Naruto, was it? He asked, getting a nod from said whiskered by. He then continued. I hate to be blunt, but I was curious exactly how strong are you and what kind of training did you go through? Everyone in the whole bar went silent as they were also curious. Naruto raised a brow. It wasn't a weird question. He was actually expecting something like this to come up, but damn, the whole bar had just stopped. Well, in order of how strong I am, I would have to say around the level of a vice admiral, if not a bit stronger. He said, scratching his chin like it was nothing. Well, it was nothing to him. You get used to stuff when you hang around the entire Whitebeard crew. However, everyone who was around him was wide-eyed save Nami. Even Zoro had not expected an answer like that. But that would roughly put you just below the level of an admiral, Zoro stuttered out. Yup, that sounds about right, although I've never seen an admiral fight. I mean, technically I didn't, as Akainu was a vice admiral at the time, he said as he looked back at Zoro as he continued. As how I got this strong? Well, it kind of just happens when you have red-haired Shanks and Edward Newgate, captain of Whitebeard pirates, personally train you for most of your life. He laughed as he saw the horror on the faces of everyone in the bar and even some outside who overheard the last part. Everyone was completely silent at what they heard. It stayed like that until everyone heard laughing from the Straw Hat captain. See, well, it's settled, you're definitely part of the crew now. Naruto smiled at that as everyone started partying again as he got up to walk out until 2 arms wrapped around his left and he looked down to see Nami. I owe a story, so how about you take me on walk to my house and we can talk, she said. Nami started walking with him to her house, where on the way there she proceeded to tell him about Belmere and how she was the closest thing to a mother she had and was killed by Arlong. Then was basically made a slave to Arlong her whole life, and how she stole from pirates to get money to buy back the village from Arlong only to be lied to. She almost started crying until a pair of arms wrap around her and hold her close as she melted into the hug and let out a few stray tears. I promise you, Nami, no one will ever treat you like that again, not while I draw a breath, at least I promise you that. He stated, looking down at her smiling. Nami then yawned a bit as Naruto laughed and patted her head, grabbed her hand as she began to blush. She then led him to her house where he laid on the couch and she went to her room thinking about how much her life was drastically changing. The next morning, Naruto woke up to hear silence, except for a few birds outside and construction going on to repair the village. He got up and went into the kitchen. Seeing no one was up, he put some coffee on. He began wondering just how powerful his captain could be. He knew he was someone who had conqueror's haki, which alone set him apart from everyone else. I'll just have to ask him myself when I see him. Hey, what are you doing up so early? Nami said as she walked in wearing a very large blue t-shirt like a dress. Naruto blushed a bit seeing this as he smiled. I'm used to waking up early for my training, so this is all natural for me. Nami nodded, somewhat understanding. When do you think we'll be setting sail? Naruto asked. Nami laughed. Whenever our crazy captain decides, and which will probably be when he collected enough meat. You should go find him and ask him. Naruto nodded and smiled. He walked by and gave her a wink, smiling as she blushed a bit. Naruto walked through the village until he found Luffy with a mountain of meat in front of him. Well Luffy, that's certainly quite the amount of food you've got there. Luffy nodded and kept shoveling meat down his throat at an alarming rate. Reminds me of me when I eat ramen. Naruto took a seat across from his captain as he looked at him seriously. At seeing this, Luffy also took a serious look. Luffy, I know you're strong, but since you're going to be captain, I need to be assured that you can at least hang with me in a fight. He told his captain. Luffy only smiled and nodded his head, understanding that he wouldn't like to have a weak captain either. Well, I can promise you I'm definitely in the same power range as you. Just like you, I had some extra training once my grandpa found out I wanted to be a pirate. He really put me through the grinder. He said that being a marine was a dangerous job, but being pirate was even worse. After a while we eventually discovered I had conqueror's haki, and that's when the training really got hard. He forced me to learn about observation haki, armament haki, and my conqueror's haki. Naruto nodded at this. If he was a master with any one of those, he would definitely be a strong force, not be ed with. Naruto smiled at this information. Well, that's good to know. I can also use haki, but I tend to only use observation haki since my devil fruit isn't that compatible with armament haki. Luffy nodded, understanding every devil fruit had some advantages and disadvantages. So, Captain, when do we set sail? Naruto asked with a smile. We'll be setting sail sometime later on today. I already had Usopp do an inventory of what we needed and Sanji to get all the supplies. Zoro is somewhere doing something. Naruto's sweat dropped and chuckled a bit at this. Alright, I guess I'll go grab my stuff and get on the ship, Naruto said. He then disappeared into a dark portal that appeared below him. He reappeared in Nami's house picking up his bag. He looked around for Nami. Yo Nami, if you're here, I'm heading to the ship. Naruto said. As he didn't get a reply, he simply shrugged and disappeared into a portal. Going merry, departure time. Naruto was waiting for the crew to depart. He was actually thinking on some of the crazy adventures that they would go on. He had gotten into troublesome things with the Whitebeard pirates, even to the point where he faced one of the 7 warlords of the sea himself. Although he wasn't one of the 7 warlords of the sea at the time, it was quite the accomplishment under his belt to have beaten one of them. Naruto was waiting with his hat over his head, laying on a dark hammock he made. He heard Nami yell, "Set sail." He got up to see why she shouted, only to see her running through the crowd. She took flying leap and barely landed on the ship, unloading all the wallets she had just stolen. Naruto laughed, seeing all the reactions of the people finding their pockets empty. Well, that certainly was a sight to see. Nami, I can definitely appreciate a good prank, Naruto said with glint in his eyes. But if you ever try to prank me, know you're starting a war with someone. Even Whitebeard dare not try not to mess with. Nami felt a chill go down her spine as Naruto simply walked down the stairs chuckling. Sometime later, out at sea, Nami was talking to a bird. What? You're raising your prices again? The bird nodded solemnly. Nami gave the bird whatever money it needed. When she looked at the papers, she just sat down drinking some orange juice. Oi Nami, what are on those papers? The captain stretched his head to look at them, seeing bounties. It's just news reports like updated bounties and such. Luffy looked disappointed that there wasn't one for him. How come I don't have one yet? Luffy asked. "'Cause I probably killed the Marines before they could report us in," came the reply from Naruto. Anyway, where do we sail to now, Captain? Naruto asked. I have no idea. What's the next island we'll pass by, Nami? Luffy asked. I think it's Logatown, Nami replied. Naruto raised his eyebrows. That's where Gall D. Roger was executed, Naruto stated. Luffy's eyes lit up at hearing that. It's decided. Set sail to Logatown. Naruto laughed a bit at hearing his captain so excited. This will give me chance to buy some new swords. Nami, can I get some money? Asked Zoro. Sure, but you'll owe me 300% interest. What, why so much? He asked, a little annoyed at the interest. 'Cause I know you'll never pay me back, you cheapskate. Naruto smiled and pulled out a scroll from his back pocket, which got everyone's attention. He opened it and 50 million berry poofed out and then threw it at Zoro. Zoro caught it with an amazed look. Gee, thanks man, this is a lot to just give away. And how did you do that with the scroll? Oh no problem, for some reason whenever I go to a casino I always win big, so I'm pretty well set. As for the scroll thing, it's called a ceiling scroll, only I can use them because of a special power I was born with. Nami's eyes turned to Barry's signs at this and jumped into his lap, smiling cutely at him. Oh Naruto, would you like to take little old me to casino when we get Logatown? As she batted her eyelashes at him cutely. Naruto slyly smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist, making her blush. Why, of course, my beautiful navigator. Nami smiled and leaned back on Naruto as he smiled. Later at Logatown, everyone was getting off the ship. Luffy, I know where to find. Naruto looked at where Luffy was, showing a empty outline as he turned and saw Luffy running into the town. Damn it, I just know this gonna spell trouble. Zoro walked by him and patted him on the back. Yeah, you're probably right, but everything usually turns out alright. I'm going to look for some swords. See you guys later. Zoro waved as he walked off. Naruto was about to walk off as Nami grabbed his hand. You're taking me to the casino, remember Naruto? Yeah, I remembered. Let's go, Nami. He walked off as Sanji seethed, seeing this. Well, I guess I'll go look for some food to stock up on. That just left Usopp. Well, don't worry, the great Captain Usopp will keep the ship safe. Nami was walking with Naruto looking for a local casino. Geez, you think they would make a casino more visible, huh? Naruto hummed in thought, looking around, and finally saw it. There it is, he said, pointing to the casino as Nami's eyes lit up. Nami dragged Naruto into the casino, only for Naruto to stop, seeing a tall man with white said back hair and an open white jacket with a cigar in his mouth. He quickly pulled Nami in close and wrapped an arm around her hip as he tilted his hat so his face wasn't visible. Nami was about to say something when she saw his demeanor change. Naruto then whispered to her, "That man is Smoker the White Hunter. He prides himself on catching pirates. Come on." He pulled her towards the back of the casino to the slot machines and pulled her onto his lap. "I ran into him back when I was with Ace and Thatch of Whitebeard's crew. I'm willing to bet he'll want to bring me in even if I don't have bounty." Nami looked a bit worried at this and whispered back to him. "Why is his name Smoker the White Hunter, and how strong is he?" Nami wondered if he was stronger than Naruto. "Watch." Naruto gestured as Smoker saw some other pirates making a fuss as he turned into smoke and began to make quick work of the pirates. "That's why. He had the smoke fruit, and it allows him to turn himself into smoke. The guy's pretty strong, but he's no match for someone like me or Luffy. It would just be way too troublesome to try and fight our way out of here, my beau." Naruto smiled to her as she giggled a bit. They both watched as Smoker quickly walked out of the casino as his men detained the pirates. Naruto smiled again as he looked at the machine. "Now let's see if I've got it," Naruto said as he pulled the slot machine lever. About 2 hours later. "Sir, we're going to have to ask you and friend to leave the casino," a big burly man told Naruto, which caused him to grin and sigh. Okay, let me just put all of my money away," Naruto said as he pulled out a scroll and put his 200,000,030 belly into the scroll and sealed it as Nami was hanging off of him with stars in her eyes as they walked out of the casino. "I told you casinos hate me, ha ha ha." Naruto laughed out loud, holding on to Nami as they decided to walk back to the ship until they saw Luffy flying overhead with Smoker fast on his trail. Naruto sighs in frustration and picks Nami up bridal style. "Great, now we need to run for it. Nami, hold on, okay?" At this, Nami nodded and wrapped her arms around Naruto as he began jumping across the buildings until he caught up to Smoker chasing Luffy. "Oi, Smoker!" Naruto yelled as his right leg turned pitch black as he sent a kick straight at Smoker's chest, which to his surprise connected and sent him flying into a building. "Captain, I think we've overstayed our welcome." Luffy nodded. "It's time to set sail to the Grand Line," Luffy exclaimed as he began jumping toward the ship. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs, speeding up. He soon pasted his captain, who went wide-eyed. Once they made it to the ship, everyone was there except Zoro. "Set sail," Luffy decided. "Hey, what about Zoro, Luffy?" Quote. Usopp asked in concern. "Don't worry, Zoro will be here, she. He laughed as they began to set sail. Naruto looked off to the edge of the city, seeing Zoro's mossy green hair. "Shit, I got him." He then opened his palm towards Zoro as a portal ed appeared under him and asked him in. A portal of darkness then appears on the ship and spits Zoro out, only to hear Zoro screaming like a little girl. He then realized everyone was staring at him as he composed himself. "What the hell are you all looking at?" Zoro yelled as everyone burst out laughing at him. "Screw this, I'm going to sleep," Zoro said as he leaned his head back against the mast. "Nami," Luffy called. "Where to next?" he asked. "Well, if we want to the Grand Line, there are only two options. We could go through the calm belt, which isn't advisable since there is no currents or winds, not to mention the Sea Kings are way bigger and more aggressive. The only way we'd be able to travel through there is if we had sea stone-coated ship. So that only really leaves Reverse Mountain." Heard about it, read about it, never actually seen it," Naruto said as the others were surprised. "Hey, when you're with a group with bunch of pirates that could probably take on all of the navy, you don't need to worry about something like a silly Sea King." Hee, silly Sea King. Naruto giggled a little. "Well then, I guess it's time to set sail, Reverse Mountain," Luffy yelled to the sky. "Oi Zoro, you want have quick spar session? I heard you wanted to be the best swordsman in the world. I could give you a few pointers since I've been taught by some of the best swordsmen in the world, and yes, that does included the man at the top himself, Hawkeye." Zoro's eyes widened, and quicker than anyone could see he had his three swords drawn with a smile on his face as Naruto also sent him a grin. "I'll take that as a yes." Naruto slowly drew his sea stone blade in his right hand, reverse grip much like Shanks did. He then flipped the blade so he was holding it in a normal position. "Ready, go." Zoro took off at Naruto. He spun around doing a double horizontal attack across Naruto's body. Only for Naruto block both by positioning his sword pointing down and putting it in front of him, stopping both swords. Zoro then came across with the sword in his mouth, intent on cutting Naruto by the neck. Naruto countered by channeling chakra into his sword arm and with just raw strength pushed Zoro's two blades up, causing them collide with the one in his mouth. Zoro, caught off guard by the raw strength of Naruto, flips back, landing on the rail of the ship looking at Naruto. "Your movements are indeed powerful, but you rely too much on your strikes, taking someone out in one hit. If someone can constantly stand against your attacks, you need to be able to change things up a bit. Your moves, they're too predictable. Let your movements flow like water, and as you flow the power will follow, I promise you." Now again. Naruto and Zoro began to back and forth, increasing the pace every so often to keep Zoro on his feet. After a couple hours of sparring, Zoro dropped from exhaustion. "How the hell did you get so strong?" Zoro panted out, asking Naruto, who despite beating him the whole time was indeed sweating a bit. "Non-stop grueling training most of my life. But despite the ass kicking I just gave you, I'm only a little bit better than you when it comes to straight sword play. The only reason I can beat you like that is because my speed, strength and overall reflexes are better than yours. As long as you keep training your body and mind at an insane rate, I'm sure you'll be about where I am in terms of power in a year or so. Not to say I won't get stronger or faster, but I think my swordsman skills have hit a plateau for the most part. I doubt my swordsmanship is going to get much better from here." Zoro nodded as he thought about what he just went through. "Anyway, Zoro, here." Naruto tossed a bag next to Zoro. "Those are scrolls and books from my previous teachers. You should try to incorporate what they have into your fighting style. It would definitely help you out. Especially the one with the whirlpool swirl on it. It'll help flow exactly like water," Naruto said as he started to go wash off from the workout. "I would also ask Luffy for hockey training since you're not a devil fruit user. Hockey is a must if you want to survive on the Grand Line. That goes for everyone here. Whenever you have free time, ask me or Luffy for instruction on hockey because sooner or later you're going to need to learn it," Naruto said to the whole crew as Luffy smiled and nodded in agreement. "Hey Naruto." Naruto turned to see what Zoro wanted and saw Zoro with a serious and sincere look on his face. "Thank you." Naruto smiled and waved his hand while turning around. "Don't worry about it, that's what our friends are for," he said as he went inside to wash up. Naruto went inside to wash up and change into something more comfortable. He had on some black ninja sandals and black cargo shorts. He had on a long-sleeve form-fitting shirt with the shoulders to and sleeves a dark crimson red and the rest of the shirt black. He walked out seeing Reverse Mountain. "Here we go," Luffy shouted as they shot up the Reverse Mountain's current. "Everyone hold on, we're about to hit the mountain peak." Naruto shouted, holding onto the railing with his left hand and a hand wrapped around Nami. He smiled and laughed as they flew into the air, Nami wrapped herself around Naruto in a vice-like grip, scared she would fly off the ship. Once they came down and started coming down the mountain, they soon saw a giant wall. No, a whale. What the hell is that thing? Is that a whale? Usopp yelled, scared shitless at the sight before him. The bottom of Reverse Mountain, about to be eaten by the whale. Usopp. Oh my god. It's gonna eat us. I don't want to die. Naruto's eyes widened at this whale. What the hell, most sea kings don't even get this big. Quick, turn the ship, Nami yelled. Naruto, Sanji and Zoro all pulled on the lever while Usopp tried pushing it to turn the ship when. Crack. Naruto was holding half of the lever. How does this even happen? Sanji yelled. Naruto, can't you blow up the damn whale? Zoro yelled, looking at Naruto shake his head negatively. No, if I used an attack strong enough to do that, we would get caught in the blast. The giant whale then proceeded to open its jaws wide as the water started flowing into massive beast mouth. Shit, looks like we're getting swallowed whole, Zoro murmured as everything began to go dark. Inside the whale, Sanji looked around to see everyone getting the bearings, then looks up shocked. Ugh guys, I'm no expert on whales, but why is there a sky inside of this whale? Everyone stood up looking around as a giant squid came up from the stomach acid. A giant squid, Usopp yelled as Sanji, Zoro, Luffy and Naruto all got ready to attack. 3 large spears then pierced the squid from behind. The giant beast soon fell back into the stomach acid. The Straw Hat Pirates looked past the squid to see a house. Okay, what the hell did you put at your food, pervy cook? Zoro yelled. Sanji gained a tick mark and glared back at Zoro. Don't talk about cooking, damn moss head. Lighting started flowing from each of them, clashing, until Nami smashed a fist into both their heads. Enough, both of you idiots. Damn. Zoro muttered, holding the pump on his head. My dearest Nami, why? Sanji said, twitching on the ground. Naruto just shook his head at the two. Luffy looked to see a man coming out. Hey, old man, what is this place? The old man gave Luffy a deadly look. HMPF, how rude, I'm only 71, I'm not old at all. Everyone's sweat dropped a bit at this. Naruto then walked up next to Luffy. Right, anyway I'm Nar, but was cut off by the old man. My name is Crocus and I'm Laboon's doctor and the lighthouse keeper. Everyone looked at him confused. Laboon? Who's Laboon? Nami asked curiously. Why, the whale, of course. Crocus stated like it was a dumb question. Well, how the hell do we get out of here, Crocus? Naruto asked, getting slightly annoyed. Crocus was about to answer until 2 people busted out from a small door on top of a metal platform to the left of the SHP. Well, Mr. 9, it looks we'll be having whale for dinner, said the woman with blue long hair put into a ponytail. Yes, Ms. Wednesday, it looks to be that way. Now fire, he commanded as they both shot their cannon launchers to the top of the stomach. No, Crocus yelled. I got it, Naruto casually said as a black hole appeared in the path of the 2 cannons, making them both vanish into the dark portal. As soon as the cannons went into the black portal, it closed up like it was never there. Luffy, you should probably take those 2 out before they cause more trouble, Zoro said as Luffy nodded, stretching his arms out, grabbing both of them. He quickly brought them to the ship with a slam as they were both out cold. Luffy, Sanji yelled quickly, kicking his captain in the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. How could you treat such beautiful lady like that? He then turned to the woman and began rubbing her hand to wake her up. I'm sorry for my foolish captain, beautiful, allow me to make it up to you. Oh, why thank you, Ms. Wednesday said coolly. Hey Crocus, how do we get out of here? Naruto asked, ignoring Sanji's little episode. Oh, right this way, Crocus said before jumping into the stomach fluids and swimming to a ladder and opening it. Don't ask me how, I don't know. Through the door, Luffy commanded. Usopp turned the ship and began to go through first door then tunnel until they came to a second door. It then opened to show a real sky. Woo, it's good to be outside again, Nami yelled with Usopp quickly nodding behind her. What do you suppose we do with those 2? Zoro said, pointing to the now identified Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. He then turned and looked at them with a grin. You guys, said Mr. 9, right, that seems oddly familiar. Mr. 9 began shaking his head back and forth. No, sorry, you must be mistaken. Then Ms. Wednesday quickly came to his rescue. "Excuse me, could you please give us a ride to our town at Whiskey Peak?" she asked, sounding a bit desperate. "Why, of course, my darling." Sanji appeared holding her hand. Do they have meat?" Luffy asked, drooling a bit. "Yes, we have plenty of food, my friend. If you take us there you'll have a feast the likes you've never seen," Mr. Nine boasted, making the captain of the SHP eyes fill with different versions of meat. "To Whiskey Peak." He then pointed toward the direction of Whiskey Peak. Naruto laughed and smiled as he made a dark hammock. I'm gonna take nap," he yawned out. He looked at Zoro, then to the two captives or guests, whatever you want to call them, then back to Zoro as he got the message and nodded. Naruto followed the action and tilted his hat and fell asleep. Some time later Naruto woke up to an heavy feeling on his chest, only for him to tip his hat to see Nami sitting on his waist. "Ugh, hey Nami, what's up?" Naruto asked with a small blush on his face as Nami started rubbing his chest with both her hands and grinding her hips on him. Naruto, I want you. Couldn't you tell, Naruto?" Naruto smirked and began massaging her ass. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. Ah. He then fell to the floor on his face. Ah, it was such a nice dream to. Naruto groaned internally. Gahaha, that was hilarious, brat. Ah, shut up, you fur ball. Naruto then got up, putting his hat back on as Nami came up next to him and whispered. "So how was that dream? Sounded pretty nice from out here." Naruto's eyes went wide as he looked her with a blush, then turned away from here. I guess you could say that. What's with this welcome? I've never seen pirates so welcomed before," Naruto said skeptically. Zoro walked next to him and nodded. "I agree, we should keep our guard up," Zoro said so only him and Nami could hear. "Ah, hello young pirates, I am Agaram, it's, cough cough, mama, a pleasure to host you at our lovely town. Here we pride ourselves on music and the best liquor in the seas. Allow us to throw a party in your honor," Agaram stated. Before anyone could say anything, Agaram yelled in joy. "Let the party begin. And then I was the great sea king and said leave if you know what's good for you," Usopp lied as all the people around him began to cheer. "Now it's time for a drinking game. Every time someone says cheer, you drink another pint. Last man or woman standing wins 100,000 bellies." Agaram as they all started drinking. "Come on you sissies, you can't hang," shouted Nami as men started dropping left and right, including Zoro and Naruto, who was laid out on a table and Zoro face down on a table. "You might as well give up, missy, you will never beat me," said a rather large nun. "Oh yay, another round." Just as the woman was about to drink the next mug, she keeled over, unconscious. "Ha, I told you I'd win," Nami cheered as she too fell over unconscious. If one were to look around, you would see the entire SHC sprawled out around the whole bar, sleeping like they had been drugged or something. Oh wait, they were. Later, around midnight, the Y lady in a black hood came out of the bar. She lowered her hood and looked to the three in front of her. "Well, it took long enough, but they're all out like lights. I think it would be best to act now, Mr. 8. Agaram aka Mr. 8 nodded. "Yes, that would be most wise. I don't know why we wasted out supplies on them. We should have captured them when they first came into the bay," said Miss Wednesday. "Well no. Cough cough. Ma point in arguing now that it's done, just round them up." Well, I thought I smelled something fishy and I was right, Naruto?" Everyone looked up to see Zoro standing on top of a building with his left leg propped up on the ledge as he rested his right hand on his white sword. Naruto was sitting on the ledge of the building with his left leg hanging down and the other on the ledge so he could rest his right hand on it. The giant moon was directly above them, illuminating them in a way that made them look, for lack of a better word, badass. "Well, to be honest, I think that smell might just be your upper lip, Zoro." Zoro gained a tick mark at this and stared down at his friend. "But yeah, you were right, so Baroque works, huh? Kinda shitty name if you ask me." Zoro nodded his head. "Oi, you guys still going by those dumb code names?" Hearing growls, he assumed the answer was yes. "Well, looks like me and you get to have some fun, Naruto." As he looks down at Naruto, only seeing his evil grin since his hat was covering the rest of his face. "Nope, you're on your own, Zoro." This got a shocked look from all of the Baroque Works agents and Zoro. "HMPF. Fine, not like I need your help anyway, Whiskers." Naruto's eyes seemed to twitch at the name. "Well, you're going to fight all of them blindfolded. It's time to see just how well you've come along in your observation hockey." Zoro's eyes widened a bit before he smirked and pulled his bandana from his arm and wrapped it so it was a blindfold. Well, let's get started. Zoro then jumped down as he charged all of the bounty hunters. He pulled all of his swords out and began decimating their forces. Naruto looked down smiling as he felt a presence behind him. He turned and looked see Miss Wednesday. His face changed suddenly serious as he then used Soru and appeared behind the now identified Miss Wednesday as he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. Now I'm only going to ask this once, and if you lie you're going to die here and now. Are you Vivi Nefertiti, Princess of Arabasta? Naruto asked with a look that could pierce your very soul. Miss Wednesday was now scared out of her mind as she slowly nodded. Naruto loosened his grip a bit. Why are you really here, Princess? Naruto asked. Vivi was about to respond when a loud explosion went off, catching their attention. Naruto looked over to see Zoro panting slightly with his clothes charred and his bandana around his head instead of around his eyes. Naruto looked to see two people in front him. One was black guy that seemed to be picking his nose. The other was woman with umbrella and a yellow hat on. Gee, that's Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Why you have to help your friend, he's going to be killed, Vivi said with a scared look on her face. Naruto just yawned. Nah, Zoro can handle those two chumps anyway. Back to Naruto, what's going on and what is Miss Wednesday doing here? Naruto turned to see Luffy walking with Nami. Well, this is actually Princess Vivi of Arabasta, Naruto said as Luffy went wide-eyed. That's so cool, Luffy yelled as Zoro jumped up onto the roof holding a beaten up Agarum. Yo, those two were looking for Miss Wednesday they saw. Yeah, we already know, Zoro. Nami cut in. Now what the hell is a princess doing inside a organization like Baroque Works? Nami asked, curious their situation. A couple minutes later and a huge sob story, we find Agarum on the ground bowing, asking for the SHP help. Yeah, sure, we'll take you to Arabasta, Luffy said in a calm tone. Of course we'll be getting a nice reward for this, right? Nami said as more of a statement than question as Vivi nodded. Just out of curiosity, you said you infiltrated Baroque Works, then you should know who the leader is, right, Mr. Zero? Luffy asked. Vivi shook her head. No, I could never tell you that. Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea would never let you live. Just then Nami began shaking Vivi back forth, yelling why she couldn't just shut her mouth and now they would be hunted. It all stopped as everyone heard laughing coming from Naruto as he had tears in his eyes. And no way, you mean Captain Hook is running all this? Oh, this is just too much. Naruto began to calm down as he looked at Vivi, who was shocked at his reaction. Why are you laughing? Vivi asked, confused. Naruto just smiled. Ah, that was a good laugh. Well, the reason it's funny is cause I've already whipped the floor with Crocodile once. Naruto grinned as he saw the look on Vivi's face. What, you beat Crocodile before? Naruto nodded as Nami stared wide-eyed along with Zoro. Luffy wasn't all that surprised since he figured Naruto should be able to beat most of the current 7 warlords of the sea. Naruto looked up and grabbed his chin and smiled. Yup, it was back when I was with the Whitebeard pirates. We had a run-in with him and Pops told me to fight him as test. I of course beat the shit out of him. Not to say he didn't get a couple good s in on me, but I'm definitely more than a match for him. Vive just stared wide-eyed. This was ridiculous. Just then they heard flapping and saw the unluckies flying away, the bird and whatever the hell that other thing is that draw the pictures. Well, he's gonna know we know now. Let's get going to Arabasta. Zoro, go grab Sanji and Usopp. Zoro nodded as he ran off to get them. Princess Vivi the first, I'm going to go as a disguise and try to be a diversion, Agarum said as he was in a rather ugly-looking version of Vivi's outfit. I wish you the best of luck, Princess, Agarum said as he walked away to docks. After a quick get-together of the crew and Usopp and Sanji crying about staying, they began to set sail. Only to see an explosion in the distance. Vivi's eyes grew wide. Gee, that was Agarum's ship, she shouted in panic. Everyone looked on in awe at the destruction of the ship. Before anything else happened, Zoro, Luffy and Naruto all turned to the railing of the 2nd floor as they looked at the lady sitting there. Well, those were some interesting fireworks, huh? The mystery lady said. Well, I didn't think I would be seeing Nico Robin working with Crocodile. This is truly surprising, Naruto said with a grin that was returned by Robin. Wish I knew your name, handsome, but I'm on company time so I can't dilly-dally for too long. To make things short, She threw an eternal log post at Naruto as he caught it that said drum drum on it. That's an eternal log post to Drum Drum Island. It'll take a while for the Baroque Works agents to catch up to you if you skip ahead to that island. Naruto nodded, not sensing any lies. Well, I'm off. I hope I see you around, handsome. Robin then winked at Naruto as he smirked, which for some reason lit a fire under Nami. Then Robin jumped off the boat onto a giant turtle and began to float away. Captain, I could sense she was telling the truth. I think we should use this, Naruto said as Luffy nodded. Well, let's go. Naruto looked at Nami and Sanji as the crew began their voyage to Drum Drum Island. Oi Nami, Sanji, I think it's time for some training, Naruto said, with an evil glint in his eye. You'll both be training in armament hockey since you like use that staff. Nami, we're gonna focus on your hands. Sanji, it's pretty obvious that we're gonna work on your legs. So let's get started. This is where I skip the whole Tony Chopper arc as I just don't feel like writing it. If you wanted to see it, sorry, but we're just gonna take a skip toward Arabasta. So this is Arabasta, pretty hot, Sanji said, looking to Nami and Vivi. We need to get some clothes for the desert, Vivi stated as the weighed anchor. Yay, no doubt, Naruto said as he walked out and looked around. Hey, where's Luffy? Food, Luffy yelled as he ran off into the city. Well, there goes our hopes of going unnoticed, Naruto sighed out, shaking his head. Nami came up next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Naruto, we'll all be fine. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, much to the frustration of Sanji as he glared at his fellow blonde, but quickly let it go as he saw Nami walking away off the ship. Naruto just stood there looking around. Hey, I'm just gonna stay on the ship in case some marines spot it or something, he yelled to the retreating form, his crewmates. Naruto then made a dark hammock and large overcast from the second level of the ship for shade. This I could get used to this, Naruto said as he laid back. Don't get too comfortable, kid, I feel like something is coming soon, so keep your guard up, said Kurama. Naruto mentally nodded and dozed off. Sometime later, Naruto was shocked out of his sleep by the loud screaming of voices. He turned his head and looked out to the town to see the crew running towards the ship screaming at him. Naruto began to get annoyed as he could not hear their shouts. He quickly did a swipe of his hand and black portal appeared beneath them, ing them in and spitting them out onto the ship. Everyone looked around while Zoro was screaming like a girl, while everyone stared at him. Quote, ... Screw you guys, he screamed and began getting the ship ready to sail. What's going on? Naruto grabbed Nami and asked before she could begin to shout out orders. That smoker guy was here and he tried to get us, but Luffy's brother Ace came and stopped him for us, Nami replied and went on to begin shouting orders. Ace is here. What the hell is he doing so far from Whitebeard's main crew? Naruto internally asked himself, not expecting to get an answer. I'm also curious what could cause Ace to travel this far. Something serious must have happened. Naruto grimly nodded, agreeing with his inner demon. Sanji caught this, wondering what he was doing. Oi Naruto, are you okay? He asked, a bit concerned at his crewmate's grim expression. Yay Sanji, I'm wondering why Ace would be this far away from Whitebeard's main force. Sanji nodded and got to his station as they began to sail off. Hey, there's Luffy. What's he? Ah shit. And just then Luffy crashed into Zoro. Shishishishi, that was fun. Everyone looked at Luffy. So that's Ace, seems really powerful, Zoro stated and everyone nodded along. Yay, but I'm still stronger than him. Just then Ace jumped onto the ledge to see everyone and knock Luffy down. Who's stronger than who? Ace laughed as he looked around at everyone, and sat on the railing. His eyes then stopped on Naruto, who was staring intently at him, and he knew exactly why. Their stare down was interrupted by 5 billion ships showing up to try and capture them. Zoro, take care of this, Naruto said calmly. Zoro nodded and got into a set stance so he could slash his sword across. When he did, he used his haki along with the slash as all the billions ship were sliced in half and began to fall apart and sink. Zoro was painting slightly but regained his bearings after a minute. Ace, what are you doing here? Luffy asked, excited to see his brother. Ace's face grew serious, which caused everyone else to go on edge. Ace stared directly at Naruto. I'm hunting a former member of my crew named Edward D. Teach. He killed a comrade of mine named Thatch. Naruto's eyes widened as memories started flowing of Thatch and Teach. Why? Naruto shouted, as everyone looked at him, then back to Ace. Thatch acquired the yummy yummy no mi and Teach was waiting for a chance to get that one fruit, and he took it by stabbing Thatch in the back and running. So now I'm hunting him down. Everyone was looking at Ace until there was a sickening aura in the air that seemed to choke everyone. The skies seemed to darken and rumble as the waves began to churn as if God himself was pissed. They then turned to see Naruto's hat covering his eyes. You could see the stream of tears coming down his face when thinking back to his older brother-like figure and realizing how he had been betrayed and killed. He then looked up to Ace with demon-red eyes and darkness pouring off of him. Ace, Naruto said with a demonic tint to his voice, shocking everyone on the crew and Ace himself. If you don't find him before I do, there won't be anything left to find. Naruto shouted as he walked off of the second level and down to lower levels of the ship. Soon the skies cleared up and waters began to calm as everyone stared wide-eyed in power they all just felt coming from their comrade and friend. Baroque Works HQ. When will you be here, boy? It's about time I get revenge for this scar you left me with. Below deck on the Going Merry. It had been about half an hour since Naruto's declaration to destroy Teach. While things were fine above deck since Ace and everyone were playing games, below deck Naruto was dealing with his first death of one of his few precious people. Nami began to get worried as time passed and decided to go see if she could help him in any way. Walking down the steps she saw Naruto sitting up against the wall while on a bed made of darkness with one knee up, the other down while his arms were crossed over his chest and his hat just tilted over his face so you could barely make out his mouth. She decided to use direct approach, walked up and climbed onto his lap. Naruto-kun, are you okay? I know how it feels to lose someone close to you, so I do. Before she could, Naruto had embraced her in tight hug as his hat fell back. He began to shed tears for his older brother-type figure on Nami's chest. Nami slowly began running her fingers through Naruto's hair and gently whispering words of encouragement to him. After some time Naruto leaned back looking up at Nami as she began to wipe what little tears he had. Thanks Nami-chan, I needed that," he said as he hugged her again. Nami smiled and kept running her hands through his hair. "I'm always here for you, Naruto-kun. How about we get some sleep? You look like you could use some." Naruto nodded and went to lay down. You're sleeping in my room," Nami said with a grin as Naruto nodded and followed her. Naruto saw the bed and took his hat off, laying it on the table, and falling into bed with Nami following and landing on top of his chest. After a couple of minutes they were both asleep for the remainder of the night. Next morning, Naruto began to wake up due to the shifting weight on top of his chest. He looked down to see two light brown orbs staring right back at him. "Well, good morning Nami-chan, sleep well." Nami smiled and nodded cutely. "Has anyone ever told you, you make a great pillow?" Naruto laughed a bit before saying, "Nope, but has anyone ever told you, that you have most beautiful hair in world?" Naruto said with a smile. Nami shook her head no with a blush on her cheeks. "I think we should get ready, we should be arriving where we're going to be setting off on foot in a couple hours." Naruto nodded as he and Nami got up and ready for the day. Nami put on a white and red t-shirt and some red short shorts and quickly went above deck. Naruto put on some beige khaki shorts with white belt. He also got a dark purple button-up shirt that had black flames at the bottom with sleeves that went to his forearms. Although he kept it open most of the time showing off his 8-pack, it's one piece. Apparently anybody must have an 8-pack, and just because it was more comfortable that way he sent some chakra into a seal on his hat and turned it dark purple instead of black. I think that's a pretty simple seal, and plus who's gonna wear a black hat like that in the middle of the desert? Naruto decided to put his pistol on his right side and sealed up his sword on his wrist. Naruto began walking up to the deck. Naruto looked around to see everyone lounging about doing their normal things. He then saw Ace was talking with Vivi a little too friendly and took a mental image for some blackmail material. Naruto walked up to his captain who was sitting on the goat head of the Going Merry. "Luffy, I assume you want to fight Crocodile when we meet up with him?" Luffy nodded his head and shared a smile with Naruto, who just laughed. "I figured you would, but you should know he ate the Sunasuna no Mi so he can turn to sand. If he gets a grip on you he'll all of the water out of your body, which would basically kill you, got it?" Receiving another nod, Naruto continued. I know water is his weakness because if he gets wet he won't be able to turn into sand and will be forced to be solid. I don't know if other liquids will work, but that's how you could beat him if you don't want to use your hockey. I'm sure you could handle him without that tip, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Naruto then turned and started walking over to Sanji, who was crying on the ground. Naruto leaned down and put a hand on his shoulder. Yo Sanji man, what's wrong? Sanji turned and pointed to Nami and Vivi. Gee, they don't have their beautiful clothes on anymore and they're all covered up. Sanji said while crying. Naruto just laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Yeah, but if they don't cover up, their beautiful skin will burn in the desert. You don't want that, do you? Sanji quickly shook his head no, then realized what Naruto was wearing. Why aren't you fully covered up? Naruto just laughed. Oh, that I can heal extremely fast, so even if I did get burned it would heal up the second it happened. As long as it's just sun rays and not the human fireplace over there who burns me. Naruto said with a laugh as said, human fireplace, twitched at hearing that. Oi, at least I don't go psycho over ramen, fox boy. Naruto had a vein throbbing on his head. Nothing's wrong with loving ramen, it's the food of the gods, you flame brain. With that, Naruto jumped at Ace and started a very comical wrestling match with both coming out of it huffing and puffing. Hey Nami, can we stop here for a sec? I want to send Karu off so he can deliver a message to my father. Nami nodded as they dropped anchor and let Vivi send whatever message she needed to her father. After that they set sail for a little while until coming to a stop by some rocks. Okay, so who's gonna be the pack mule for all of this stuff? Everyone looked at Luffy. Wah, no way. Naruto walked up to all the supplies. Easy everyone, I got this. Everyone watched Naruto place the things on a small scroll one at a time, disappearing into the scroll. Everyone was wide-eyed except for Ace, who had seen this done already. What is that? Usopp asked in amazement. That's just a sealing scroll. A technique I use to seal up a large amount of things so I don't have to lug around 200 extra pounds. I could probably adjust it so you guys could do it, just give me a sec. After a minute or so Naruto tossed the scroll to Sanji. Alright, to unseal things just channel Haki into it, poof, the things will appear. Now let's get a move on. After going across the first sand dune there was town, that looked like it was buried halfway up in sand. What is this place? Nami looked to Vivi, who turned around to look at them. Take a good look around everyone. This used to be the known far and wide as the city of Green. This is what Baroque works has been doing to my country and its people. As they kept walking, Vivi began to explain how Crocodile set the king up to fall and how he started to frame him so it looked like the king's was stealing the rain from his own people. Once they reached the edge of the town, Naruto stopped to look around. So it's nothing but desert from here on out, huh? Vivi just nodded and Naruto smiled. Well, I don't feel like walking, Sue. Naruto just trailed off as he put his hand on top of the sand. In front of them a giant black portal opened up. Slowly a gigantic scorpion appeared from the portal. On the back of the scorpion was what looked to be a huge tent, easily as large the top deck of the Going Merry. Everyone, even Ace, was little wide-eyed at the creature he just made. Naruto could only smirk as he wrapped an arm Nami's hips and jumped up onto the scorpion. Ace followed with Vivi, much to the annoyance of Sanji, but let it go quickly. After everyone was on the giant scorpion, Naruto made chairs and other things to sit around a dark fire pit for later on in the night. Naruto sat down, pulling Nami onto his lap and keeping his left arm around her waist. Once everyone started to get situated, the scorpion began to walk across the desert. After a couple hours, Vivi smiled at Naruto. Wow, thanks to this we'll cut our traveling time down by more than half. She said as she sat down next to Ace. Naruto just scratched the back of his head. Yay, it's one of my many talents, I guess, thanks to my devil fruit power. Sanji then turned to Naruto. Speaking of which, what exactly is your devil fruit power? Everyone turned their head as Ace just smirked, listening to this, knowing full well what his powers are. Well, I guess you could say I control almost all types of darkness in a sense. Usopp decided to speak up. Wait, so like shadows? Naruto just smirked. In a way, but not actual shadows. That power goes to Gecko Mariah, another one of the 7 warlords of the seas. I am more or less the psychical embodiment of darkness. Naruto said as he stretched his right arm out and it got covered in darkness up to his elbow with a visible dark aura coming off. Everyone just stared at it for a second before Nami began inching a finger towards the dark arm, much to Naruto's entertainment. Once her hand touched it, she realized it was kind of smooth. Naruto turned it back to normal and smiled as Nami pouted a bit. So what happens once we reach Yuba? We tell the rebels of Crocky's plan and then what? Naruto looked at Vivi for an answer. Well, yes, that's the plan. I personally know the leader of the rebellion. You see, when he and I were young. If you don't know their story, then YouTube it or something, so yes, I think they will listen to me. Why? Vivi asked back. Well, I think you should have a backup plan. If I was Crocodile, I would probably put some men into the rebellion, and knowing Crocky, he probably has someone high in the ranks of the rebellion under his thumb. Vivi's eyes widened, not having thought of that before. Luckily for you, I'm here and I can sense the darkness in people's hearts thanks to my power. So I'll be able to draw out all the agents. What you need to focus on is stopping the rebellion and stopping your soldiers from attacking the rebellion. We're all gonna be busy fighting, so as of now, you, Naruto pointed to Ace, are in charge of keeping Vivi safe. Ace began sputtering. What? I'm hunting. Teach, I can't get roped into this. Ace shouted and stood up looking at Naruto. Ah, shut up, Ace, you know you want more time with Vivi, and on top of it, I'm not about to let you take out Teach without me, so you better get used to the idea of hanging with us. I'm sure my captain wouldn't mind stopping at places where there have been sighting of Teach if I offer him some meat, Naruto said as Luffy's eyes went wide. Yup, no problems here as long as I get meat, Luffy shouted as everyone's sweat dropped at his one-track mind. Ace sighed. This is such a mess, but on the upside he did get a chance to spend more time with the princess. Fine, I'll stick with you guys at least until we find Teach, then I'll have to get back to my crew, he said as he sat down next to Vivi as he put his arms on top of the dark couch type thing they were sitting on. Well, everyone should get some sleep since it's getting dark. Ace, can you light the fire please? Vivi asked in cute voice. Ace smiled at her and shot fire at the wood in the little fireplace. Where did they get the wood from, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. It doesn't matter where they got from. Once almost everyone was asleep, Naruto and Ace went to the head of the scorpion to talk to each other. So if Teach isn't in Arabasta, where do you think he would turn up next? Naruto asked as he stared out into the open desert. Not sure. Rumor has it that he's becoming a bounty hunter, so once you get your bounties up, I'm sure we'll be running into him soon. Naruto nodded. It sounded like a sound plan. It wasn't like Teach knew that the SHC would be on the lookout for him. Onto another note, I think I'm gonna tell everyone my full story. Ace raised his eyebrows a bit. Well, it's your choice, one that I actually agree with, especially since that fox probably wants to get out and stretch his legs a bit. Naruto smiled and nodded. What do you think, Kurama? You want out? Sure, I've slept more than enough in here, plus I wouldn't mind getting friendly with that Nami chick. You were right when you said her hair was beautiful. Kurama laughed as Naruto mentally shook his head, muttering about a perverted fox. He then went through some hand signs, and with a poof, a nine-tailed orange-furred fox stood there the size of a large dog. Ace was surprised that Naruto decided to just up and summon the demon fox he had been told about. Wait, I thought you said he was the size of mountain. Kurama looked at Ace. Well, I could be, but I don't see any need to be my full size right now, do you? Kurama said in a smart-ass-like tone. Ace just looked away, muttering something about asshole foxes. Take it easy, Kurama, let's all go get some sleep, Naruto said. Kurama looked irritated and followed both of them. Naruto sat down next to Nami and put an arm around her and fell asleep. Ace did the same with Vivi. Kurama just curled into ball by Naruto's feet and went to sleep. Next morning, Naruto woke up to some Nami poking him on the chest gently. Naruto, I don't know if you know this, but there is a giant fox with 9 tails by your foot, Nami said, slightly freaked out. I'll explain when everyone wakes up, he said as he rubbed his eyes. Naruto waited for everyone to wake up and gathered them all around with Kurama sitting next to him. So I've been thinking, since we're all and since I plan being with this crew for the rest of my foreseeable future, I thought I should let you guys know my full story. When Naruto said that, everyone got quiet as Naruto went through his childhood, if you could call it that, to meeting up the crew. During the time it took about 3 hours to tell his whole story at then, and everyone was a bit shocked at what he had endured at the hands of his village and about the demon fox. Towards the bad parts, most of the crew was pissed that their friend had to go through such things as a child. Vivi and Nami on the other hand were in tears on the more gruesome parts of his past. Finally speaking up, Zoro looked at Kurama. Wait, if you said he was giant, then why is he the size of a dog? Kurama sighed looking at Zoro. Because there is no need for me to be in that form, but since you fools keep asking, I'll show you. Kurama then jumped off the scorpion and turned into his full size, easily dwarfing the size of the scorpion. There, are you happy now? Kurama's deep voice boomed out. Everyone could only nod dumbly at the sheer size of the beast before them. Kurama then shrunk and jumped back to Naruto's side. Wait, you said he could heal you with his chakra, could that be used to heal other people? Asked Chopper. Unfortunately no, the only reason Kurama can heal my wounds so easily is because he was sealed in me as a newborn infant. If he were to put his chakra on any of you, it would most likely give you third-degree burns. Ah, that's too bad. The way you said you could heal would be great for the crew. Chopper said with a frown. Naruto looked sadly at Chopper as they kept on their way towards Yuba. At Rain Base. Come on, come on, come on. What's taking our boss so long to get here anyway? I got thing to do, yay no, yay no, yay no. Said a rather short fat lady who happened to be Baroque Works' Ms. Merry Christmas. You should just calm down and wait, I'm sure he'll be here soon. After all, of Baroque Works agents are required to be efficient when it comes to time management. Said Mr. 3. Oh, how correct you are, Mr. 3, said the voice of Nico Robin, walking down from the steps and began walking to the far end of the long table. The boss in fact is already here. I thank all of you for showing up on such short notice, but things have gotten into quite a mess. Crocodile said with an amused voice as he turned around to see the look on all his subordinates' faces. Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is our boss, said Mr. 1. Yes, it's time we move along with our final operation. Operation Utopia, Crocodile said in a eerie tone. Wait a second, why do you need an organization like Baroque Works if you're one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Said Miss Doublefinger. Allow me to explain myself. What I seek is not gold or riches but military power itself. You see, once we have taken over Arabasta, we be able to find out where the ancient weapon Pluton is. The legendary battleship capable of destroying entire islands in minutes. Once we have acquired the ship, the rebels and the king's army will have no other option than to bow to us. Once this happens, Baroque Works will be the rulers of Arabasta. Crocodile finished by having Robin hand out letters to everyone. In these letters you will have all you need to know about your missions. Until it's time to start the plan, why don't you go enjoy yourselves, he said as everyone began walking out. SHC in Yuba. The giant scorpion slowly began letting the crew down onto the sand. Well, we made it at least, but this place looks deserted, said Sanji. No, young lad, it's not deserted, not just yet, spoke a old voice. Everyone turned their heads to see a skinny old man walking out from a huge hole dug in the sand. Vivi's eyes widened at the face of the old man. Toto, what happened here? This is Vivi's old friend's dad, Luffy asked. Please come in, I'll explain everything to you. Vivi nodded and followed Toto inside. The crew followed as well. Inside, Toto explained that the rebels were in Nanohana and that they were planning their final strike on Alubarna very soon. What? So what do we do now? Shouted Usopp. Well, it's pretty simple really. While Vivi, Kurama and Ace go to Nanohana and stop the rebels, we're going to head to Baroque Works HQ and destroy them. Pretty simple actually, Naruto said with a smirk. Oh, and if the rebels don't listen, just let Ace and Kurama handle 'em. Got it? Wait, how are we supposed to get there in time? Yuba is all the way across the desert. It would take at least 5 days to get there, and that's by that scorpion. Questioned Vivi, only to see everyone grin. What? Did you think giant scorpions was the only thing I could make? Haha, nah, come on, you 3 got to leave right now if you want to get to Nanohana in time. Naruto said as he walked outside, followed by everyone else. He then put his hand to the ground with a smile as large black hole appeared and out came a giant eagle. Take whatever you need and hold on tight, cause this bad boy will have to Nanohana in 2 days flat, so get going. Naruto smiled as Ace and Kurama got on top of the eagle. Vivi turned around to the rest of the crew. I can't thank you all enough for what you've done and are still doing for me and my country. Without you, sniff sniff, I wouldn't have made it this far. she said with tears streaming down her eyes as everyone just smiled at her. Don't worry Vivi, that's what friends are for. We'll see each other back at Alubarna once this is all over and we've won, got it? Luffy said with a thumbs up and gave one of his big goofy smiles. Alright, I'll see you guys there, Vivi said as she got on top of the eagle and it took off at high speeds. Well, we should be going to, if we have some luck we can catch all of the Baroque Works agents at the HQ in Rainbase, Naruto said as he began walking towards the Dark Scorpion. Luffy turned around as he was walking. Hey old man, keep digging, I am sure you'll find water soon. Luffy smiled and jumped onto the Scorpion as it took off towards Baroque Works HQ. So how we gonna do this? Luffy's face became a bit more serious. I don't care what you guys do, but Crocodile's mine. You all can pick off whichever Baroque Works agents come your way. Everyone nodded and Naruto smiled at it. I like simple and easy to remember. The Scorpion began running across the desert. Next day at Baroque Works HQ. Well then, it's about time everyone get going, Crocodile said as the agents began walking outside of the casino only to see 6 people and 1 deer on the bridge in a lineup. Th. Oi croccy, it's been a while, how's that scar old buddy, shouted our blonde-headed hero. All the Baroque Works agents looked at this new guy in awe at the balls he had. And Naruto, Crocodile shouted as dashed forward, turning half of his body to sand only to get halfway there before a hockey Inca's fist smashed into his face sending him flying away. Ah, get back her, Crocodile, Luffy yelled as jumped toward the direction he flew in, leaving the rest of the Straw Hats versus the Baroque Works agents. Well, seems we're outnumbered, not that it matters, might as well have some fun with this, Zoro said as he charged at Mr. 1. At Nanohana. Alright men, move out, shouted Koza. Before anyone could, however, a wall of flames 3 miles high and 2 miles long shot down from the sky, stopping them in their tracks. What is that? Look in the sky, it's a bird, shouted some of the rebel soldiers. As soon as they saw it, the bird came down and landed in front of the rebel leader Koza. Koza, stop this, my father has been set up. Koza looked as though he'd seen a ghost. Vivi then jumped off the bird along with Ace. Vivi, what are you talking about? He stuttered out. Come on, no one cares about her, let's just go, said one of the undercover Baroque Works billions. Sure, go on ahead as long as you guys think you can get past him, Ace said with a shrug and pointed his thumb behind him as the flames disappeared to reveal a full-sized Kurama in all his orange furry glory. Yes, it's been quite some time since I had a meal this large. Whoever passes Vivi and Ace will become my meal. That is, unless you feel like you can take me, said Kurama as he took a step forward which shook the ground, knocking some men off their horses. With that, everyone, even the Baroque Works billions, stopped dead in their tracks, not about to test out if the giant fox was serious or not. Listen to me, my father has been framed, I swear to you. Koza, if our friendship ever meant anything to you, please just listen to what I have to say now, Vivi pleaded. Even though Kurama was there to back him up, Ace on the other hand was ready to unleash his strongest attacks. He knew he was strong, but taking on an army of 7 million wasn't something even he could do easily. Koza then let out a sigh and got off of his horse. Alright, I'll hear you out. Vivi jumped for joy at this and began explaining the whole situation. Back with Luffy. Damn you, Straw Hat, I'm going to kill you, and then that bastard Naruto is next, Crocodile said with a sneer. Desert Spada, Crocodile shouted as a thin blast of sand cut through the ground towards Luffy, who lazily sidestepped it. As it continued on, it cut through multiple buildings. He then let out a sigh and laughed. Wow, I thought you had to be strong to be one of the 7 warlords, but I guess they'll let any weaklings in, huh? Rahhhh, you remind me too much of that bastard Naruto, now you die. Sables, Crocodile shouted as he threw 3 different sand tornadoes as Luffy thought, stretched his arms, grabbing the top of building and launched himself onto the other side away from the small tornadoes and Crocodile. Running away, Straw Hat. He was cut off as 2 hands barreled through a building and grabbing onto his jacket. Get over here, Luffy shouted as he pulled Crocodile through the building, then tossed him through another one, causing giant holes in each of the buildings. Luffy was about to continue until metal bar smacked him into a building. Straw Hat, I don't know what your beef with Crocodile is, but and I don't care, I'm Bree. Smoker was cut off as a hand made of sand slammed him into a wall and held him there. I don't care why you're here, Smoker, but you're in my way of killing Straw Hat and that just can't happen. Crocodile said as he appeared from the building he'd been thrown into, looking bloodied and bruised. Crocodile. Gum gum bazooka. Luffy shouted as two hands slammed into Crocodile's stomach, making him cough up blood and sending him flying back into another building, but making this one collapse due to the impact. I don't have time for this, Smokey. I promised Vivi that I would take Crocodile down, since Crocodile is the leader of Baroque Works and has been trying to destroy the kingdom of Arabasta. So stay out of my way or you're next, Luffy said in a serious demeanor. Smoker only got pissed at this and got up. Fine with me. I'm taking you both in to hang you and bring him in for questioning, so it doesn't matter to me, he said as he dashed forward, trying to swing at Luffy with his sea stone bar sword. Only for Luffy to duck and receive a gut-wrenching kick, but before he was sent back he managed to swing his sword back and smack Luffy across the face, making him slide back. Ground death, came Crocodile's voice from the rubble as all of the surrounding area began turning to sand. Luffy and Smoker both jumped back away from the affected area. Both of you are dead, Crocodile yelled as he charged at the two. Luffy grinned to himself. Gear second. Steam started coming off of him. Luffy then lashed out with strong kick that hit Smoker in the face, sending him through multiple buildings. The speed and power behind the kick surprised Crocodile, but before he could do anything, Luffy disappeared, then reappeared behind him and smashed his hand into the back of his head. Luffy then smashed his head into the ground and began dragging Crocodile across the ground while running, until he let his arm stay there and his body kept going. Luffy then jumped on top of a building that wasn't turned to sand and let his arm come back to him with Crocodile in tow. Luffy threw Crocodile high into the air. Once Crocodile was at his highest point, Luffy shot his arms up into the air, grabbing onto his ankles. Gum gum power bomb, Luffy yelled as Crocodile came down at a ridicule speed, slamming into the ground, creating a crater at least 10 feet deep and 30 feet wide all around. Crocodile's face was blank, although a slight expression of pain could be noted. Luffy saw Crocodile was done for, decided to get out before Smoker came back and disappeared using his gear second speed. He ended up back at the casino that was Baroque Works HQ, only to see Mr. 1, Mr. 2 and Miss Doublefinger all on the ground, beaten up and blooded. Oi Luffy, about time you got here. These chumps were barely a challenge at all, said Sanji with a beaten up face, a couple of marks on him. Hey, I remember there were more of them than this. What happened to M? Luffy asked. Oh well, apparently these waters right here have banana crocodiles in M, and well, the other kind of fell in and got eaten, said Nami with a kind of sick look on her face, seeing the people eaten alive. Naruto just put an arm on Nami's shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. That Nico Robin chick said she'd be seeing us around after she finished some business of hers. She even told us of Crocodile's plan and where a bomb is hidden, although the information came a price, Naruto said in a laugh. Oh, what kind of price? Luffy asked with curious look on his face. Well, she made me agree to letting her joining the crew, and if you weren't okay with it then I have to convince you, hehe. Naruto laughed as he scratched the back of his head. Luffy just stared at him blankly for a minute. Ah, sure, why not? The whole crew minus Naruto face dropped at this and began yelling at the captain, who in turn just laughed at all of it. Well, we should be heading to Arabasta now since Crocodile is done with, and so are his agents, I guess, Luffy said as the others nodded along with him. Naruto, think you can make some more birds? Naruto nodded and put his hand on the ground as 3 giant owls came out of the ground. He then picked Nami up bridal style and jumped onto their owl. The others followed as the birds took off into the sky. In Alubarna inside the palace a couple days later, Koza, the king, Vivi, Ace and the whole SHC were sitting around a table having a feast. Wow, this stuff is great, said Luffy while stuffing his face with more meat. Yeah, he's right. Do you think I could get some of these recipes, please? Asked Sanji, who got a nod from one of the servants. Thank you all so much for this. Without you I don't know what could have happened. We are truly forever in your debt, said the king with a short bow of his head. No problem, all the meat you're giving us is paying off your debt in full, Luffy said while stuffing his face some more, only to get laughs from everyone. Later on, when everyone was asleep, Agaram, can you believe this? There's even one for Vivi, the king said as he spread out the papers. Straw Hat Luffy 120 million berry. Naruto the Necromancer 85 million berry. Roronoa Zoro 60 million berry. Black Leg Sanji 50 million berry. Princess Vivi 42 million berry. Long Shot Usopp 40 million berry. Cat Burglar Nami 35 million berry. Later in the morning. Awesome. Luffy shouted out as he looked at his bounty only to be punched in the head by Nami. You idiot. Do you have any idea how hard it's going to be moving around unnoticed now, and poor Vivi has one for being with us. Nami said as everyone looked to Vivi, who just smiled. Don't worry guys, I'll be fine, trust me. Just then the king walked in and looked at Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, I know it's wrong, but I must ask of you one more thing before you leave. Luffy then raised his eyebrows at that. Huh. The king then got on his knees and bowed to him. Please, I beg of you, take my Vivi with you. She will not be safe in the palace, so ple. Of course she can come along, no problem at all, Luffy yelled out with a smile. The king then smiled and looked towards them all. You should be heading out soon. I know the navy will be sending many ships here to try and capture you. Everyone nodded in agreement with him. But before you do, Vivi darling, please come with me, the king said as he began to walk out. Vivi followed her father to the vault and watched as he went in and came out with a small treasure chest. Vivi, out of all our numerous treasures, this is one of our most precious ones. If you're going to live the life of pirate, I want you to be strong, and this will make you one of the strongest. The king slowly opened the chest to reveal a odd light blue looking orange with swirls on it. Father, I is de. Yes, it is a devil fruit, but not just any. This is the Logia Mizu Mizu no Mi, my darling, and with this you will be able to control the seas and protect your friends. Not only with this give the power to control the seas and turn into water, but since you will be water, you will never have to worry about the normal drawback of all devil fruits. You will never be able to drown, he said with a smile. Please Vivi, you must eat this for me, please. It will help me a great deal knowing you have this power to protect yourself with. The king begged with pleading eyes towards Vivi. Vivi only nodded as she picked it up and slowly took a bite of it. After making a horrible contorted face, she swallowed it. So now what? Vivi asked. The king just shrugged. Try and focus on your hand or something. Doing so, her hand turned to water as she instantly freaked out and made it turn back. Thank you, Vivi, the king said as he hugged his daughter tightly. Now go, I'm sure the others are ready by now. She nodded and ran towards the SHC. All right everyone, let's go, Vivi said with a smile as she was startled at being picked up by Ace bridal style as he then jumped onto one of the owls that Naruto had made again as they began their flight towards the Going Merry. As the SHP were making their way to the ship by way of Dark Bird, they began looking around see where the ship was until finally spotting it in the distance. Ace, you have the Logia power of fire, right? Vivi asked while they were flying down to the ship. Yup, I ate the Mera Mera no Miy. Ace questioned back as they began landing on the ship one at a until everyone was on. Well, before we left, when my father wanted me to go with him, he wanted me to eat a devil fruit, of which I did, and it was a Logia. It was the Mizu Mizu no Mi, Vivi said while she was looking down and looked up to see Ace's eyes as large as saucers, which was pretty comical for such a laid-back person like Ace. Ace just stood there for a second taking in what she just said. Wait, Mizu Mizu no Mi. Holy shit, she could become as powerful as Pops. With that fruit she controls the sea, which makes her one of the strongest people on the planet. Ace was brought out of his musing, my Vivi waving a hand in his face and calling out to him. Ace, Ace, snapping out of his stupor. Huh, sorry Vivi, what did you want to know? Vivi pouted cutely at being ignored. I said, can you help me train so I can get stronger? Vivi almost yelled at him. Ace put his hands up defensively. Yay, of course Mizu Heim. Vivi giggled cutely at the nickname. Good, I'd hate to have to put you out. Vivi laughed as she walked away towards Nami, putting a little more sway in her hips, knowing Ace's eyes were glued to her backside. Ace was in such a trance-like state he didn't hear Naruto walk up behind him until he heard WHUUAAAPISSSHHHHH. Startled, he jumped back to see Naruto making a whipping-like motion. Haven't even gotten any and you're already whipped. Ha ha ha. Ace jumped at Naruto, shouting profanities only to turn it into another comical fight. We're setting sail, we've got to get through the Marines before they can finish putting up a blockade. Nami shouted, until Vivi interrupted. Wait, Nami, sail through, I want to try something, Vivi said as she started to raise her arms. Ace, seeing this, looked at Naruto. Naruto, stop her now. Naruto, hearing the seriousness in voice, makes a dark portal under Vivi that s her in and makes another one appear above Ace, drops her down onto him. Ace catches her and looks at her and in a serious tone says, "That was a very stupid idea." Naruto then unseals his sword and goes to the front of the ship, incasing the sword in haki and fusing it with wind chakra. Naruto swings the sword a couple times only for the ships to fall apart completely, allowing the SHP to sail right through. Once they were a safe distance away, Nami went up to Vivi and Ace. "What was that about?" Vivi looked frustrated and has put her down. "Yay, what was that about? I just wanted to try and move the ships." By this time almost the whole crew was listening except Sanji, who was in the kitchen cooking. Naruto sat on the railing of the ship. "And how were you planning on doing that?" Naruto asked. "Well, my father had me eat the mizu no mi before I left, so I just wanted to try it out," Vivi said innocently, although the whole crew was shocked at the prospect of Vivi eating devil fruit and a logia at that. "That was a very stupid idea," Naruto said as Vivi got mad that Ace had just said the same thing. "And why is it stupid idea?" she yelled at Ace and Naruto. Ace was surprised that Vivi was so upset. He decided to try and defuse the situation by placing a hand on each of Vivi's shoulders and looking her directly in the eye. "Vivi, do you know what my bounty is?" Vivi shook her head negatively. "My bounty is 550 million berry." Her eyes and everyone around except Naruto and Luffy eyes widened at that. "Now let me tell you the reason. Part of it is because I'm a very skilled pirate and a Whitebeard pirate at that. The biggest because I can reduce an entire armada to ash thanks to my devil fruit's power. So what do you think will happen when they find out you have the power to sink islands, armadas and possibly Marineford itself?" Before Vivi could answer, the captain put himself into the conversation. "They would put a bounty on you higher than the whole crew combined and probably higher than Ace's. They would hunt you down as quickly as possible to ensure you didn't gain control over you power, to ensure you didn't become a threat like Whitebeard. Which is why we're going to train you to use haki and your power as fast as we can." Everyone nodded at this. "But that goes for everyone. We may have beaten Crocodile and Baroque works, but Crocodile is by far the weakest of the 7 warlords of the sea." Luffy, then being finished, decided to head in to eat dinner. Before Luffy could enter the eating area, the door opened to show Robin walking out in her purple shirt and skirt, showing off her stomach as well as her long white trench coat and white hat. "Well, that's quite a problem, isn't it?" Vivi looked at her with wide eyes. What is she doing here?" Robin frowned a bit, although you could tell it was somewhat fake. "Well, I'm part of the crew after all. I did help save some of your country after all." Vivi looked confused at that. What, how?" Naruto stepped next to Vivi. "Well, she gave us the location of the bomb in the castle and helped us defeat some of the marines that were trying to interrupt our fight with the Baroque works agents. She has at least earned herself a chance at being part of the crew. And since our captain opt it, she's officially one of our crewmates, plus she's pretty easy on the eyes," Naruto said. Luckily for Naruto, Nami had already gone inside to eat. "Well, let's go eat," Naruto said, walking into the dining area. Vivi followed a bit reluctantly but decided she would give Nico Robin one more chance. Once everyone had eaten dinner and were going to sleep, Naruto decided to take night watch with Kurama. "So what do you think's gonna happen now, Kurama?" "No idea, kid, but I do have very uneasy feeling. Things are going to start picking up rather quickly, so you best be ready. Got it?" Kurama said with a sense of wisdom in his voice. He then went below deck to get some sleep. Naruto was standing at the front of the deck looking out to the open ocean. To him it was so calm and peaceful. The moon and stars lit up the night sky and were reflect on the ocean, which was just as mysterious if not more so than the stars above. Naruto's musing was stopped at the sound of soft footsteps behind him. Slowly turning around, he saw Nami in on his long sleeve shirt that he must have left in her room. Seeing Nami with his shirt on was like seeing a conquered fort with his flag on it. It just felt right. "Hey Nami-chan, what you doing up so late?" Naruto questioned. "I couldn't sleep and I just wanted to thank you for being there for me after we fought the Baroque works agents." Naruto could smile and silently nod. "You're welcome." Nami smiled and looked out onto the open ocean. "It's so beautiful, Naruto-kun. I've always dreamed of sailing the ocean and drawing a map of the world even as a little girl. Now I get to live it." Naruto looked out to the ocean with her. "You know, I've traveled through worlds. Seen things no man has ever seen. But nothing compares to the open sea. Nami kept her gaze to the ocean for another moment before turning back to Naruto. And is this what you've always wanted? Naruto just looked down and gently laughed. No, I used to dream of being shinobi of Konoha and fighting all of her enemies. He said with confidence that slowly went back into his normal tone. But it wasn't meant to be, he said as he looked down into Nami's eyes. At least now I've got the most beautiful thing in my life now. Nami looked confused for a second. There wasn't an ocean in your world. Naruto simply chuckled a bit and brought his right hand up, brushing her cheek and gently caressed her face. Yes, we did have an ocean, but I wasn't talking about the ocean. I was talking about you, he gently said as her eyes widened. Can anyone tell me what movie that's from? Before she could say anything, Naruto had leaned down and captured her lips in a passion-filled kiss. Nami's only reaction was to wrap her arms around his neck, pulling him in closer as she slowly slid her tongue inside his mouth as he did the same to her. They stayed like this for a couple of minutes before they broke apart, just staring at each other. I think we should go to my bed, Nami said, which caused Naruto to raise his eyebrows and smile. Oh. Nami's only reply was grabbing him by the collar and pulling him towards the girl's sleeping quarters. Naruto quickly made 6 dark clones to watch over the ship while he was sleeping with Nami. Anything about her or what she had to go through, and if you say one more word I'm gonna kick your ass. Aokiji just shook his head. Well, regardless, I was given specific orders to either bring you in or kill you, so which is gonna be? Aokiji said in a calm tone. Sorry, but I've got more things to live for than to be the Marine's toy, Naruto said as his right arm turned black up to the elbow and his legs up to the kneecap. Aokiji once again shook his head. Really, you think you can beat me? Aokiji summoned an ice sword in his hand and slowly began walking towards Naruto as Naruto summoned his sword in his left and began walking towards Aokiji. How foolish, Aokiji said. Then everything went silent except for their footsteps. As they both came within about 10 yards from each other, they both dashed forward, clashing swords. They began to go back and forth with each other, matching each other's sword play like a deadly dance of blades. They both clashed a final time before they were both crossing blades with each other, trying to push the other back. This is the first time I've seen an entire sword made of sea stone before. I need to be careful around this kid, Aokiji thought to himself as he jumped back and showed his open palm towards Naruto. Ice arrows, Aokiji calmly said as 3 ice arrows appeared in thin air and shot towards Naruto. He dodged 2 of them and blocked the third one with his sword. As he looked towards Aokiji again, his eyes widened as his ice hand was only inches away from his throat. Fire fist. Before the hand could land, a giant turret of fire smashed into Aokiji from the side. Luffy jumped next to Naruto, his fists already in their hardened state. Looks like we came just in time, Luffy smirked as Aokiji reappeared as ice particles, then took his human form. Well, I didn't think Fire Fist Ace was here. This definitely makes things more difficult, Aokiji said as he placed his hand on the ground. Naruto looked at Aokiji and did the same thing as he did, placing a hand on the ground. Really, Aokiji, you think you can beat all 3 of us? Naruto said with a smirk, turning his words back on him. Ice Age. Blackout. Naruto and Aokiji shouted as ice raced towards the darkness. As they clashed, a small wall of black ice began to form where the 2 forces met, only to blast it away by a stream of fire going towards Aokiji. He jumped to the right and ducked, barely dodging a Haki Inka's punch from Luffy, only be kicked in the face by a Darkness Inka's leg. As he was sent flying back, Ace appeared above him, coming down with a fist made of fire. Aokiji countered by making a large fist made of ice. The outcome was a large explosion of steam that covered the area. Naruto used his wind chakra to blow away the steam to reveal most of the land destroyed. Aokiji was on the other side of the destroyed area, looking beat up with a couple bruises and some burn marks on his clothes, while Ace, Luffy and Naruto were next to each other, looking relatively fresh from the little skirmish. Aokiji, you know you can't beat us, so how about you save us the trouble and give up? Ace said with a smug look on his face as both his fists turned to fire. Naruto's whole body turned black and Luffy's body started steaming. Well, unlike you boys, unfortunately I've got orders to follow. But you're right, I can't win, which means I'll have to retreat. Luffy suddenly darted forward. Like we'll let you escape. Just as Luffy was closing in, Aokiji put out both of his hands. Ice wall. Within a second a giant wall over 100 feet tall formed up across the entire length of the island. Fire fist. Dark wind impact. Gum Gum bazooka. All three powered-up techniques smashed the wall down. Once all of the steam, dust and ice had slowly cleared away, all three of them could find no trace of Aokiji. Damn, that was a pretty nice getaway move he just pulled. Naruto commented. Ace nodded. Luffy on the other hand looked slightly pissed. Damn it, we're leaving, Luffy said as he turned around. It was just now that Naruto noticed Luffy had changed his clothes to a suit black with a red dress shirt and a black tie. He further noticed as Luffy walked away he picked up a black captain's coat and threw it around his back. Whoa. Don't think I've ever seen Luffy so pissed. What thinks got him so wound up? Naruto asked to Ace. Ace just looked at Naruto as they both began walking towards the ship. Well, think about it, you just had a admiral gunning for you and Aokiji knew he stood no chance against he three of us alone. He probably realizes that even if I wasn't here he still would have lost to the both of you, which means all of our bounties will be going up, some yours and Luffy's especially, which is something that the crew doesn't need right now. At most maybe Zoro and Sanji separately could probably fight off a rear admiral and maybe hold of a vice admiral, but that's all. Higher bounties is the last thing this crew needs, especially with Vivi's new power. Ace hummed, thinking to himself. You care about her, don't you? Naruto said to Ace as he nodded. I think I might stick around for a while, at least till she's at a level where she could comfortably fight off a captain or commodore. That shouldn't take too long, seeing as she had one of the most powerful devil fruits out there. Naruto nodded his head, agreeing with Ace. Once they got on the ship they immediately set sail. Nami walked up to Naruto with a concerned look on her face. What happened on that island? I've never seen Luffy so upset without an enemy right in his face. Nami said. Naruto just put a hand on her shoulder. He's just worried about the crew is all. Him and Ace are probably going to have our bounties upgraded since we just made an admiral retreat. Which basically means we defeated one of the Navy's greatest powers. Right now we need to find a safe place to train away from prying eyes and away from the Navy's reach, which is going to be extremely difficult seeing as we're right in the middle of the Grand Line. Nami only nodded at Naruto before setting course to the next island. Captain, our next island should be Jaya. We should be arriving there in about 5 hours at our current speed. Nami said as Luffy still had a serious look on his face. Good, Vivi, this should be good training. I want us to get there faster than 5 hours. See if you can speed us up with your devil fruit powers. Vivi nodded and walked up to the front of the ship, trying to make a current to carry them in the direction they're heading faster. Ace was leaning against the ship's railing next to her, telling her some things about fighting. Luffy went to teaching Sanji, Chopper, Usopp a couple of things about hockey and Rokushiki. Naruto was doing the same thing with Nami, Robin and Zoro. Robin especially liked Shigen since she could make as many hands as she wanted and on any surface. Nami was getting stronger with her clean attack and her armament hockey. Zoro was improving the most his strength, speed and reflexes, and doubled since Arabasta his fight had really increased his drive to get stronger. Kurama was sort of just hanging around, mostly helping out Vivi, Nami or Robin. Naruto swore up and down that the fox was closet pervert. A couple of hours later everyone was still training until Ace spotted a ship graveyard up ahead and told Vivi to take a break. As they got closer to the ship graveyard they all noticed something in the sky coming down towards the ocean. Is that a ship? Usopp managed to get out before the ship he was talking about fell into the ocean. Vivi, don't let that ship sink, Luffy said with some excitement. Vivi did as Luffy said and kept the ship up. Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, let's see what we can find on the thing. They all nodded and followed their captain onto the mystery ship. Nami, however, was looking at the log post on her wrist which was pointing up. What the heck is this thing broken? Nami said, getting frustrated, and began to shake her wrist. No, it could be Sky Island, said Robin walking up to Nami. There's a story of an island being found in the sky, although it's never really been confirmed. There are a lot of rumors. It's real, came the shout of their captain as he jumped onto the ship with a map in hand, showing it to the crew. Wow, this is a legit map. It looks like it could be over 200 years old though. Nami said, checking out the map herself. Just as they were about to keep talking, a large ship appeared coming towards them. The sound of a monkey could be heard. As it got closer, a large ape wearing makeup. "Hey yo, wait a second, why isn't that ship sinking?" Vivi quickly let go of the ship with the water so not to let them find out, causing the ship to start sinking. That was kinda weird. Anyway, you trying to steal our sight?" Luffy walked up to the front of the ship and told him how he wanted to get to Shy Island and how he would let the monkey have all the stuff from the ship except the map of Skypia if he helped them out. The monkey thought it over and smiled. "Alright, Straw Hat Kid, you've got yourself a deal. Follow my ship, there's only one man I know that can help you." Luffy smiled. "Thanks, Monkey Man." After following the ship for about 30 minutes, they came to Jaya, where there was a fake palace built up. After anchoring, the Monkey Man went into the smaller house and came out with a tall blonde man with large chestnut on the top of his head. "The name's Cricket Mont Blanc. This here is Masira, and our third member Shuju should be arriving shortly. In the meantime, let me explain a couple things to you before you decide on trying to go to an island that probably doesn't even exist." Cricket began by showing them Nolan's log book, and telling them of his adventures. He then went on to tell them that if the island does exist, then the only way to get to it would be to go up the knock-up stream. After explaining what the knock-up stream was and that in the ship's current condition they wouldn't be able to survive it, Cricket agreed to fix and upgrade the Going Merry. The next day, a couple hours before they're ready to set sail, Luffy looks at his crew. "Hey Sanji, Zoro, Chopper, go over to Mock Town and get some supplies. We don't know what we're gonna encounter when we get to Sky Island. Oh, and take Kurama with you, he should be able to carry a lot of stuff." Kurama's eyes twitched at hearing this. "What? I'm no one's pack mule, rubber boy." Just as he was about to continue, Nami, Vivi and Robin walked up and kneeled beside him and began petting him. "Please, first could you make sure they buy some clothes for us?" said Robin in a deceivingly sweet voice. "Please see Kurama-kun," Nami said in a cute sing-song voice, all while Vivi was rubbing his back and his belly. Kurama could only blush through his fur and nod and follow the others to the town. "Man, that was dirty even to me, and love pulling pranks on him," Naruto said with a laugh as he put an arm on around Nami's waist and brought her in close and began making out with her. About an hour and a half later, with the group in Mock Town. They were all circled up with all the supplies. Kurama had a bunch of bags on his back along with Chopper. Zoro and Sanji were all carrying bags of their own with different supplies, although Sanji was little peeved about Kurama getting the attention from the girls. Zoro looked around. "Alright, let's go guys, we need to get back to the ship." They began their track back to the ship until Kurama heard a sickening familiar voice. "Zia ha 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 ha, hey bar keep, I'll take 50 of those cherry pies." Kurama stopped, eyes widened as he looked into the bar to see none other than Marshall D. Teach. When he stopped, Zoro accidentally bumped into him. He was about to start complaining until he saw the look in Kurama's eyes. He followed Kurama's eyes to some big guy in a bar ordering cherry pies. "Oi Kurama, what's up? Who is that guy?" Kurama just took off running back towards the ship with the others running to catch up. Once they were far enough out of the town, Kurama slowed down a bit and turned large enough so they could all fit on his back. "Hurry up, we need to get to the ship now." As they all jumped on, Sanji went towards his head. "Oi Kurama, just who was that guy anyway?" "That man is the one Ace and Naruto are trying to hunt. That's Marshall D. Teach, the one who killed one of his own crew members for a devil fruit." Naruto and Nami were cuddling in a chair on the deck of the Going Merry. Ace was doing something slightly similar, only he was behind Vivi with his arms around her waist. They were both brought out of their little world when a rather large formed Kurama came crashing through the forest. Naruto stood up with Nami and then jumped off the ship. Whoa Kurama, what's going on?" he said in a serious tone after seeing the deadly serious look on Kurama's. Kurama looked at him for a moment. "Naruto, he's here." Those words shocked Naruto and Ace, who decided to listen. Ace then jumped off the ship and next to Naruto. "What do you mean he's here?" Ace said, not wanting to jump to conclusions. "You idiot, like I said, he's here. Marshall D. Teach is in Mock Town as we speak." Naruto's and Ace's eyes widened. They were about to take off before Vivi's voice was heard. "Wait, you can't leave now, we're about to go to Sky Island and we don't know when the next knock-up stream is going to happen." Nami stood next to Nami with a frown. "I know how important this is to you, but Vivi's right guys, it could be another week until the next knock-up stream. Cricket's voice was heard next as he knew exactly when it would be. Actually, the next one will be in another 6 days. Although I doubt the modifications we made on the ship for the knock upstream will make it that long. They were only meant to be used quickly and used once. That's fine, in 6 days I'll make a ship out of darkness and me and Ace will ride it up to guys. Now we don't have time for this. Naruto shouted as he was about to run off until a smaller hand grabbed his wrist. He turned around to see a worried Nami. Please just be careful, okay? Naruto smiled and gave her deep searing kiss. I promise I'll see you up there, Nami-chan, he said as he took of his hat and put it on her head. Keep that safe for me, will you? He then began to walk away. Ace looked at Vivi. Look, Ace Aiju. She was cut off as Ace grabbed her by the face and brought her in for a searing kiss just like Naruto did to Nami. I promise you I won't leave you alone, Mizuhime. As he said that, he began walk away until he heard a cough coming from Vivi. He turned around to see her giving him a come here motion with her finger, which confused him. I don't like being outdone, Ace-kun. Ace looked towards Nami and chuckled, sighed and handed her his hat. He then walked towards Naruto. Naruto turned to look at Kurama, who was standing on the ship. Kurama, you stay with them. Kurama only nodded to Naruto. Naruto then turned to Luffy, who was sitting on a stump. I'll see you on Sky Island, Captain. Naruto shouted as Naruto gave him a thumbs up. You know, Ace, they both do look cute wearing our hats, Naruto said with a chuckle as they both began walking away. Ace just nodded. I know, which is why we're gonna make Teach suffer extra for pulling us away from them. Both of their demeanors changed with the quickness as they began speeding off towards the town. The clouds began to grow dark and you could see flashes of lighting appearing. Mock Town. The new bounty posters just came in. Holy crap, do you see what I'm seeing? Another man next to him who was shaking in his boots. Mean T2 bounties in front of us. Everyone looked up to see Naruto the Necromancer and Fire Fist Ace. Were only missing Straw Hat Luffy. He said as he looked down at the posters. Fire Fist Ace 600 million berry. Straw Hat Luffy 300 million berry. Naruto the Necromancer 295 million berry. Just those two men are combined bounty of 895 million berry, one man said as he saw the two men walking next to each other with a dangerous look on their face that meant death for whoever they were looking for. Naruto looked around until he spotted 4 figures coming down the street. Once they got closer, he was able to see Teach along with 3 other men. One dead-looking man was on an even more dead-looking horse, another was a skinny man with a very long rifle, and the final man was huge and muscular with a mask over his face. Teach was smiling like a madman despite the 2 titans in front of him with a look that could freeze Aokiji dead. Oh Naruto-kun, it's been a while, how've you been? Ziahaha. Naruto laughed, though painfully clear it was fake. Oh, I've been fine, Teach, you know, here and there. I see you running with a new crowd these days. Such a shame, I'm going to viciously rip them apart just like you. Naruto said the last part deadly serious as his eyes went from ocean blue to crimson red like that of a demon. Enough talking, Teach, it's time for you to die, Ace said as his hands turned to flame, and Naruto's did the same except darkness. Just then, if you looked behind Teach far in the distance, you could see the knock upstream going into the sky. Teach laughed again. Ziahahaha, fine, was gonna collect on your bounties anyway, let's go. Teach. Ziahaha, fine, I was going to collect on your bounties anyway, let's go. Teach shouted as both of his hands turned black and dark spiral began to appear. Black spiral, Teach said as Naruto was pulled towards his hand, much to the blonde's surprise. Naruto was going to use the momentum to hit Teach until Jesus the Mexican wrestler came forward with surprising speed and close line Naruto, making him smash into the ground. The masked man then went to drop an elbow on Naruto only to be on the receiving end of outstretched limb of darkness to punch him right in his nutsack. Ag my little Ninos. As he bent over holding his throbbing balls in pain, he was kicked in the face by both Naruto's feet, sending him into a bar building. Naruto then pushed up against the ground and jumped up onto his feet just in time to avoid a slash from a double-bladed scythe. Looking to where the scythe came from, he saw a really sick-looking guy on an even sicker-looking horse. What the hell? Ace had jumped up and made his hand look like handguns. He then pointed one at Teach and one at the man with the rifle. Higan, he shouted as fire bullets hit Teach, making him fall and cry out in pain. The rifle man, however, jumped out of the way and behind a building, Ace, not caring much since the town was probably going to be destroyed anyway, turned his fist into fire and sent a huge blast of fire at the building the man was behind. The result was the entire building exploding and a bunch of shrapnel being tossed into him and sending into the next building over. Ace fell to the ground, charging at Teach, intent on slamming into him with fist of fire. Teach, however, was able to get up and catch Ace's punch and turned it back into a normal fist. What? Teach just grinned evil. Zia, ha ha ha, what's the matter Tycho, your flame go out. Teach then slammed his fist into Ace's stomach, causing blood to come out of Ace's mouth and send him flying into Naruto, who was about to attack the sick man on the horse known as Doc Q. Ace and Naruto both were sent flying into the same building as the wrestler. Not soon after they were sent in, dark wind and flame erupted from the building, causing it to explode and the wrestler being sent high into the sky only to fall down in front of Teach, a burnt and cut up mess. Well Naruto, that's 2 down and 2 to go, Ace said, cracking his knuckles with a smirk even though he looked a little banged up from getting sent into the building. Naruto had some dirt on his outfit and on his body as well. Yeah, you hold Teach off while finish up with this dead man here, Naruto said as he jumped towards the man on the horse, his dark wind blade in both hands, as he slid under the scythe that was coming to cleave his head off. Instead of just stopping there, he kept sliding under the horse, brought both hands across the horse's legs. Once he came from under the back side of the horse, suddenly all 4 legs were sliced in half. The doctor on top had his eyes wide and quickly turned to anger, and he laid on the ground unable to move without his horse and flipped onto his back to look at Naruto, who was standing up now looking at him. You think I'll let you get away with this? The doctor pointed his scythe at Naruto as the whole top part disconnected and opened up. It then shot out a large canister at Naruto, surprising him. What the hell? Naruto covered his mouth as green smoke began pouring out of the canister. Naruto began to violently cough as he jumped up onto one of the buildings. He then looked into his hand to see he was coughing up blood. Shit, Kurama's not with me, so this is going to take longer than it normally would to get the poison out of my system. Ha ha ha, you're dead kid, I'm surprised that poison hasn't turned your organs into mush yet. Then man cackled as he laid on the ground. Naruto, are you Alri? Ace was cut off after being pulled by Teach dark gravity. Pay attention Tycho. He laughed, although Ace grimaced. He made 2 lances of fire and threw them straight into Teach's chest. As soon as Ace hit Teach with the lances, Teach hit Ace with his right fist, almost breaking Ace's neck and sent him into the clock tower, making it collapse. Ace! Naruto yelled but quickly went into another coughing fit. He then heard the ching of hammer on a rifle and quickly jumped out of the way as a wall of bullets hit where he was just at. He then turned his whole body into complete darkness as more bullets hit him but just went through. He then looked to see the same man with the long rifle, looking pretty bad since he had multiple cuts and burns and a couple shards of wood and glass randomly sticking out of his whole body. Your little crew, cough cough, is starting to be quite annoying Teach, Naruto said as he used Soru as he appeared behind Van Augur, placing a hand on his back. Augur panics, looking behind him and seeing Naruto's evil ghostly white eyes. Dark wind impact, Naruto said as large pressure shot into Augur as his entire chest exploded open from the pressure, shooting blood and guts all forward. Augur didn't even have time to scream before he died. Naruto followed up by pulling out his pistol and shooting straight as Teach, whose eyes widened until a dark portal appeared in front of him, taking the bullet inside then disappearing. Huh, what did you just do? Teach said in a confused tone. Say goodbye to the good doctor. Teach then quickly looked to Doc Q to see the same portal appear directly over his face and bullet come out and hit Doc right between the eyes, killing him. Naruto put his gun away and smirked. And then there was one, Naruto said as he smiled, a wicked pure white smile in his full dark form. Naruto, you fool, my darkness will win over all, he said as made another dark spiral only for Naruto open a portal before he got Teach and go through it. Teach looked around confused until he saw one appear behind him. He got ready to defend and attack, only he didn't notice a similar portal open up above him. Up here Teach. Teach looked up in time to see a double dark hammer fist smash into his face. I'm going to enjoy killing you Teach, Naruto said with an evil grin. Teach though quickly grabbed his leg, taking away Naruto's darkness power, turning him into a normal person. What the? Naruto was quickly shut up by a monster right hook from a beaten, bloody and burnt up Jesus who was coughing up blood. Bastard won't get rid of me that easily. Naruto was sent flying skidding across the ground creating a dug-in path of wood. Teach got up but was quickly put back down by Fire Fist blast from Ace who had just broken out of all the bricks and wood from the clock tower. I'm getting really tired of this bullshit Teach. Jesus was about to say something until 4 loud shots rang out, 2 hitting him in the heart, 1 in the kidney and the other through his dome. He fell backward lifelessly without a word. Naruto walked next to Ace sporting a broken nose and several more bruises. Ace looked at him. You look like shit. Naruto got a vein in his head. Oi, shut up flame brain, I bet you fell asleep in all the rubble didn't. Ace developed his own vein but quickly calmed down a bit. We'll finish this later, right now let's just kill this bastard. Naruto nodded and the both began walking toward the beaten up form of Teach who was already on his feet panting. You fools, you can't beat the darkness black hole. Teach yelled as he did his final move. Black ooze began to cover the ground around him, everything in. Teach began to laugh crazily thinking he had won. Look in despair, you idiots. You'll both die here today. Ziahahahaha. Teach looked towards Naruto to see an unimpressed looking Naruto who also began laughing. Huh, what's so funny? Teach asked as his darkness kept crawling towards them. Ah, what's funny? You're funny Teach, you plan to beat me with darkness, he. But the thing is I am darkness. Blackout. Naruto said as both of his arms up to their elbow turned into its dark state and he slammed them onto the ground. Very quickly, almost in second, Naruto's darkness overtook Teach's and covered almost the whole town. Dark hands sprouted around Teach, grabbing and holding all of his lower body so he wouldn't escape. Naruto began to chuckle a bit. You know Teach, when I told you I was going to rip you apart I meant it. Naruto said the last part in a very demonic voice, causing Teach to freeze up in fear as he was right to do so. Naruto opened 2 small portals in front of him and stuck his arms elbow length through them and 2 larger portals appeared on both sides of Teach. A large, monstrous, dark, demon-looking arm came out of both portals and onto each of Teach's arms. Naruto yelled out as he pulled his arms out of the portals and with it both of Teach's arms were ripped off of his body. Naruto let the arms fall to the ground next to Teach, who fell onto his back screaming in pain as Naruto let go of his lower body with the darkness. Ace, finish him, Naruto said in a cold and calm tone. Ace just nodded and walked over to Teach and stepped on his chest, keeping him in place. Fire Fist. Ace did a small, extremely concentrated blast of fire at point-blank range that disintegrated Teach from the shoulders up. Naruto simply walked up the core and put a hand on its stomach as white light began to shine. Oi Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto simply smiled and looked at Ogre's rifle and pointed his open palm to it as was brought to his hand. Naruto only smirked as he caught it, and looked at Ace's wide eyes. Me and Kurama figured out a way to steal devil fruit powers from people, although the only way to do it is once they're dead, ha ha ha. Naruto laughed as he kept looking at Ace's gob-smacked face. Come on, let's get something to drink and get out of here, alright. Ace only nodded and followed Naruto. A little while later Naruto and Ace walk back to Cricket's house with food, drinks and some extra money from Teach's bounty. Not sure if Teach even has a bounty, let alone what it is, but for the sake of the story let's just say it's a decent amount. Naruto, Ace, Cricket and the 2 monkey men partied all night as a celebration. Once the morning came around, Naruto woke up to find Ace missing. Once he walked outside he saw Ace staring out into the ocean. Naruto immediately knew something was up. He walked over to Ace and made some dark chairs for them to sit in. Ace just laughed a bit and accepted. So what's eating at you, bro? Naruto said, still looking out at the ocean. It's just that I told Pops I was just going to kill Teach then come back, but now. Now I. He was cut off by Naruto. Just don't know if you can leave Vivi behind. Naruto finished for him. Ace just stayed silent and nodded. You know I feel the same way about Nami. I've only been around her for a couple months and yet I can't stand the thought of not having her in my life. I know this is the first time for both of us that woman has affected us this deeply. It's almost a little scary, huh? Naruto and Ace shared a laugh together. What I'm really worried about is what Pops will say. I mean, I disobeyed him when I left to hunt Teach and to tell him I won't be coming back. I just don't know what he'd say. Naruto laughed again, although this time harder, and then groaned in pain a bit. Geez, Kurama does a lot more work than I give him credit for. Don't worry about the old man, he'll be fine as long as his son is happy and has found love, something that not a lot of pirates have the pleasant experience of doing. And if you don't believe me, then let's call him up and ask him right now. Naruto got up and started walking towards the house. Ace got a bit worried and followed him, holding onto his ribs as he tried to run to catch up. Oi Naruto, wait. It was too late though. Naruto had already got in the house and began dialing the number on the Den Den Mushi. As it was ringing, the familiar voice of Marco came on. Hello. Naruto smiled at hearing his other brother after so long. Oi Pineapple Head, how's it been? Naruto shouted into the Den Den Mushi as he put it on speaker. Ugh, Naruto still as loud as ever, I see. I'm doing pretty good, what about you? Naruto grinned to himself. Pretty good, yay no. Taking on warlords, admirals and killing traitors, yay no, normal stuff. Marco was in shock at what he just said, until the last thing he said, CED. Wait, what do you mean killing traitors? Ace decided to intervene at this time. What he means, Marco, is that yesterday we literally ripped Teach apart and burned the remains to ash. Damn right we did, Naruto shouted. Now put white mustache on, ha ha ha. Naruto laughed as his own joke, only for Marco and Ace to sweat drop. Alright, it's on speaker, Naruto. Marco said. Oi old man, how you doing over there, huh? Naruto asked, smiling like crazy at getting to talk to his surrogate grandfather. Better now that found out you and Ace killed that bastard Teach. Speaking of which, Ace, where do plan to meet up with us at? Whitebeard asked in his gruff voice. Actually Pops, I want to talk to about that. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, already knowing where this might be going. After all, there were few things in the world that would make Ace not come back to his crew. And what is it you need to say, huh? Whitebeard said in his normal gruff voice came out. Why, you see, I don't think I'll be joining back up with the crew for a long time. Ace said in a nervous and shaking voice. He could hear the gasps of his crewmates. Marco's eyes were a bit wide at this. Whitebeard only had a giant smile on his face, already knowing the reason behind this. Garararara, so Ace, she must be one hell of girl, huh? What's her name? Everyone was confused by his question until it CED in their heads. No way, one of the crew members said in a hushed tone as everyone got quiet to listen. Naruto was holding back his laugh. He never thought the old man would figure it out so fast. She's Vivi Nefertari, Ace said. Ace was waiting for some response before he heard Whitebeard. Gururarara, a princess. Can't say I saw that coming. What's she see in brat like you, Gurarara? Whitebeard continued to laugh as Ace turned to see Naruto on the ground in pain because he was laughing so hard. Oi, what the does that mean, you old man? I should come back just to kick your ass. Ace yelled, only to get more laughter in response. Oi, does that brat Naruto have a girl too, or is he still a loser? Whitebeard asked while laughing. Naruto was suddenly at the Den Den Mushi. Oi, shut up, WHITEMUSTACHE, I'll have you know I have a beautiful girlfriend with wonderful orange hair. Check out her bounty poster, her name's Nami the cat burglar. Naruto said with confidence, only to wait a moment knowing the Whitebeard pirates got all the updated wanted posters. After a second, Whitebeard came back on. Both of them are quite the lookers. Don't screw this up, they're both way out of your league, brats. Garararara. Naruto's veins were almost bursting out of his head by now and got up real close to the Den Den Mushi and said in quiet yet angry tone. Listen and listen, good old man, the next time I see you, you better watch out, cause I'm shaving that mustache when I see you. Whitebeard only laughed for little before quieting down and began to speak in a more serious voice. Listen here, brats, you two have something that almost every man wishes to have, pirate men even more so. You have love, so don't let it slip away or you'll regret it for the rest of your lives, trust me, I know. Oh, and the next time you come back here you better bring them so I can meet my new daughters, you got it? Whitebeard yelled. Yes, Pops, Naruto and Ace said at the same time. Well, thanks again from taking care of Teach for me, and keep safe, you brats. Whitebeard said and hung up. Naruto put hand on Ace's shoulder. Well, looks like you're an official member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Congratulations, NEWWWBIEEE. Naruto shouted and laughed as he was tackled down into a wrestling match with Ace. Shut up, Baka. 5 days later, on a dark replica of Going Merry flying style. Naruto walked onto the deck wearing his same clothes as before, just cleaned up a bit along with Ace. They had been following Masira and his crew to the new knock upstream location. Thanks Misera. Stay safe and tell Cricket to keep on diving, I'm sure he'll find more gold. Naruto shouted as the knock upstream began to take them into the sky. Holy shit, this is a totally vertical climb. Ace shouted and the air was blowing past them. They had been climbing up for a couple minutes. Oi, I think I see something. Naruto shouted until they breached the clouds. Wow, a sea of clouds, kinda weird. Naruto said as they began sailing until coming to a gate. Once there a little old lady came out of a door. Hello, what is your purpose, sightseeing, warmongering or other? She said. Ace and Naruto only looked at each other confused. I guess other. The little old lady nodded. Well, that will be 1 million XP per person to get in. The little old lady just stood there for a moment. It doesn't matter anyways, go on ahead. Naruto just smiled until Ace looked up to her. How do we get up there He was cut off as a giant lobster grabbed onto both sides of the ship. Naruto and Ace grabbed onto the sides as the lobster took them up in the white waterfall. So you wanna fly to the others once we get up there? Ace asked Naruto, who nodded. I think we're missing some fun. I feel Luffy fighting someone with pretty strong haki. I can feel Vivi's and Nami's although they feel a little dim, Naruto said darkly. Naruto and Ace looked at each other with dead-ass serious looks. The both ran to the front of the ship and jumped off as an eagle appeared and took off into the sky. While flying high, Naruto could sense Kurama was lower on Sky Island opposed to the ship in the air. I think that's them on the ship, Naruto said, pointing as a giant bolt of lighting flew off the side of the ship. Holy crap, Naruto said as they flew even higher to avoid it. Vivi, Nami, are you two alright? Luffy asked, not taking his eyes of Enel. I am, but Vivi needs to get to a doctor, she's water and that attack almost killed her. Nami shouted back to Luffy, who very concerned for his crew member's life now. Enel was charging up another one of his blasts when suddenly a blast of fire came from the sky, causing him to jump back. Unfortunately for Enel, he jumped back into Naruto, who spun him around and grabbed him by the throat with his dark right hand and hoisted him up off of his feet. More ants for a god to smite, Enel said with a smirk. Hee hee, if you're a god that makes us titans, Naruto said, gesturing to himself and to his left. Enel looked over to see Ace with a deadly look on his face. It doesn't matter what you are. Because truth be told, the only thing you are is my next burn victim. Enel laughed as much as he could. How can you burn lightning? He said as he shot his hand out quickly towards Ace, only for nothing to happen. What? Naruto only smirked. Performance issues now, that's just embarrassing. Naruto said as he formed a wind blade and shoved it into Enel's stomach and grabbed onto one of his ribs to hold him up as he let go of his throat. Ace, if you would be so kind. Naruto said as Ace's hand turned into fire. No. Enel screamed as a super concentrated beam of fire took his head off. Naruto let Enel's body fall lifelessly to the ground. Ace, get Vivi to Chopper. Luffy shouted as Ace quickly picked Vivi up bridal style and looked over the ship to see Chopper at the edge of the island. He jumped off the side and propelled himself with his fire over to Chopper's side. Back up on the ship in the sky. Excuse me, this bell needs to be rung. Luffy said with a goofy smile and turned his right arm giant and then hardened it with haki. Gum gum elephant rifle, he shouted as he punched the bell, signaling the end of the war on Skypia. Hey Nami, I got question for you. Naruto asked Nami as he walked up to her, dragging Enel's headless body by the ankle with him, much to her disgust. Why yes, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. How would you like Enel's lighting powers, although I didn't get a good enough look to see exactly what they were. I can only assume it was a devil fruit. Nami nodded. Yay, it was the Guro Guro no Mi. He could turn into lighting and control it. Naruto smiled at being right and opened his hands up to her. So, do you want the power of the Guro Guro no Mi? Naruto asked again. Yay, that would be awesome but how am I supposed to get it? Naruto just grinned and gently grabbed Nami's wrist and put it on Enel's arm, much to her dislike. Alright, now I want you to focus your haki all into your hand, okay? Getting a nod from Nami, he continued. Then once that happened, force as much as you can into him and then you should feel another presence, almost like another haki but different. Do you feel it? Nami only nodded and focused. Good, now use your hockey, grab it and rip it out. Nami focused and began to yell as she pulled the other force out. All the while this was happening, Luffy was watching in amazement as the bright light appeared in Nami's hand. It slowly died down. As it did, Nami looked at her hands weirdly. I feel different somehow. Naruto just laughed. Focus on your hands and think of it turning into lightning. Nami nodded and did as she was told, and sure enough her whole hand turned into lightning. She smiled and walked over and picked up Enel's golden staff. She had berry signs in her eyes as she held the thing close, whispering sweet nothings to it. Naruto and Luffy only looked at each other before laughing their asses off. They were quickly silenced by getting smacked by said staff. Alright boys, let's go back down there. Wait. Nami and Luffy looked at Naruto. Don't you want to try and melt some of this gold down and take it with us? Nami's eyes were once again replaced by berry signs. She then used her powers and brought the ship down in the forest. After everyone was done getting medical attention, it took Nami almost a whole 5 hours, but she and Naruto had finally gotten most of the gold sealed away. Woo party. Everyone dance time. Luffy shouted as Ace made a gigantic fire for everyone to dance around. After a lot of hours of hardcore partying, almost everyone was asleep except Luffy, Naruto, Ace, and Zoro, who were all sitting around a smaller fire. Vivi and Nami were both sleeping in Ace and Naruto's arms. The four men were having a more serious discussion about Ace's and Naruto's fight with Teach and what actions to take next. So Naruto, you can now shut off any devil fruit power by touching someone. Naruto nodded. That's how I stopped that Enel guy from using his devil fruit power. Luffy nodded back and then got a shit-eating grin on his face. So Ace, you decided to stay with us, huh? Wanna tell me why? Luffy teased. Shut up Luffy, just because you're my captain now doesn't mean I won't kick your ass. Luffy only laughed again. So Luffy, what are we going to do now? The people here look at us as saviors, and there's no way the Navy would risk sending a crew strong enough to take us on by sending them into the knock-up stream. Zoro said as Luffy kept a hand on his chin while thinking. We'll be staying here for the next 3 or 4 months if the people will allow it. During that time I wanted to get a shipwright from here to try and fix up the Mary as best they can. Also I want everyone's training stepped up to the max. This is the time to really get ahead in terms of our current power. I know the sea is clouds up here, but there's bound to be some water around here for Vivi to practice with. And if there's not, then train her extra hard with hockey. Nami should continue her hockey training, while getting a good handle on her lighting. I know she already used lighting moves, so she should already be step ahead of the game in terms of her new skills. Luffy said as Naruto just smiled down at Nami and gently ran his hands through her hair. Naruto, I don't know much about your new powers, but you should probably try and step it up also. Me and Kurama were talking and I want you to talk with him about those seals you've got. That goes for you too, Ace. By the time we leave this island, I want the 3 of us on a level equal to that of an admiral, if not damned close. Zoro, you and Sanji should be on par with a vice admiral, a very strong vice admiral at that. Got it? Zoro only smirked and nodded. Alright boys, get some good rest because tomorrow we hit the ground running. Go it. Luffy said with smile as he got a, yes captain, back. Somehow or another it was raining on Sky Island, which had given Vivi her chance at training her devil fruit powers. So far her hockey training was going alright, but what surprised everybody is that she had gained a ton of strength in using her devil fruit powers. She had created many different ways to use her water attacks. One of her favorites was to create a beam of water so powerful it could cut through steel. This of course scared the hell out of Ace, much to the amusement of the whole crew. Nami had been coming along great in using her new devil fruit powers, being able to melt down her staff into whatever she wanted. It also helped as Kurama had extensive knowledge on how to use all types of weapons from his years as a demon. Nami favored dual swords and a staff the most, so that's what her and Kurama had focused on, along with the help of their best swordsman Zoro teaching her Notoryu the style of 2 swords. Nami had held off of trying her more powerful attacks until the end of their stay so not to alarm any of the Sky Island natives. Naruto, Ace and Luffy were training together, trying to get to the level to where they could one-on-one an admiral. Luffy had been training the hardest simply because Ace and Naruto had seemed to be pulling away in terms of strength because of their devil fruit powers. Luffy had even gone as far as to call them the Straw Hat Titans at one point, going from what they said to Enel before killing him. Usopp surprisingly had improved great with his hockey training. He could use armament hockey, but his observation hockey had taken to a whole new level, focusing hockey into his eyes and using it with his observation he was able to see miles ahead. Think like Legolas from Low NVM. If you don't know who Legolas is, you need to stop reading right now and go watch all 3 Lord of the Rings movies extended edited. Woot woot for the new Hobbit trailer. On top of that, he was using the rifle of the now dead Blackbeard pirate. He'd gotten it from Naruto as a gift. He was easily able to hit the wings of a fly and 400 yards out, using rifle or slingshot. He had also changed in the fact that he had put on some muscle. Also, he now wore black boots, beige cargo pants and black fitting t-shirt. Over that was a beige vest with white outlining. He kept his rifle in hand most of the time, but because Naruto had changed the seals to be able to adjust to hockey, he had one seal on each inner forearm. On the left was for his rifle and on the right was for his slingshot. He had gotten them tattooed on, so they would never come off. Chopper had also improved in the hockey department. He had decided the first 2 months would be committed to hockey training and the next would be to further his experience as a doctor. He could use armament hockey as well as observation hockey. His observation hockey, although not as good as Usopp's, had really excelled thanks to his already high animal senses. Sanji and Zoro were definitely neck and neck. Zoro had almost mastered his observation hockey since he saw no need to use armament hockey but once in a blue moon. He had only got it to where it covered up to his elbows and then stopped. His swordsman skills and picked up a lot as expected, now able to cut through steel, so he was pretty happy. Sanji had focused on both armament and observation hockey. His kicking power had almost doubled since Naruto had told him about weight seals. Sanji kept them on at all times. He now has on 500 lbs at all times. He has also mastered Rankyaku. Soruen had found a new technique he called Sky Walk, which allowed him to run on air pretty much. Last but most definitely not least was Robin, who had been training in her hockey and begun to train in Rokushiki. She had gotten both her armament and observation down to pretty decent level. She had decided to try and step up her devil fruit techniques, which she had successfully done indeed. She had reinvented the way she used her devil fruit abilities, especially with the combination of her hockey. Right now though, Robin could be seen walking with an umbrella over her head, heading towards the ladies' quarters to see Nami sitting on the couch reading something. Robin took in a rather nervous gulp and let out a deep breath, and with that walked over and sat across from Nami with only a table separating them. "Nami, I need to tell you something. It's very important," Robin said with in serious yet soft tone. Robin, is everything okay?" Nami asked. Yes and no, I guess." "Nami, I don't know how else to say this, but," before she could say the words, Nami cut her off. "You love Naruto-kun, don't you?" Robin could only stare at Nami wide-eyed until she looked down and gently nodded. "Does he know?" Robin shook her head. No. "No, I've kept it to myself, although I'm sure he knows I have some feelings for him." Nami could only nod. "Well, I'm not happy about it, but I guess I'd be okay with you dating him. Only because you two come from the same horrible past, I just wouldn't feel right taking away someone that close to you. That goes for Naruto also. If he lost you, he might just go ballistic or completely lose it." Nami smiled as she saw Robin tear up in happiness and jumped across the table with a smile and hugged Nami with all her strength, repeating, "Thank you," into Nami's shoulder. After a couple hours, when everyone was done training, Naruto walked into the ladies' quarters intent on seeing Nami, only to walk in on what he believed to be the hottest sight his eyes had ever had the fortune of looking upon. There in Nami's bed, she and Robin were in a heated make-out session with only bra and panties while feeling each other up. Naruto's jaw hit the ground as he was completely broken. His mind was in chaos until both Robin and Nami looked at him and with one finger each motioned him to come over and join them. With what had to be a world record, Naruto was in the bed making sweet love to both beauties. A couple hours later, after some intense love-making, Naruto laid there with Nami on one side of him and Robin on top of him, since it was only a twin-size bed. "So not that I didn't enjoy that immensely, but what brought that on?" he questioned to both of his lovers. "Robin is going to be in our relationship from now on," Nami said as Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, so I'm going to be dating both of you at the same time?" Robin only tapped his nose playfully. "Very good, Naruto-kun. Robin said in a teasing voice. Naruto only got up and then got to his knees on the ground and began crying tears of joy and put his hands into a prayer-type manner. I, sniff sniff, knew you were a real T, thank you so much, sniff sniff, I knew all of the suffering would pay off one day. Naruto cried as both women's sweat dropped and their boyfriend. After the next 2 months of training, everyone developed even more in their fields of work, and it was safe to say that no normal force could take on the Straw Hat crew. Some would even say they were strong enough to contend with one of the Yonko, and they would be correct. The only thing they lacked to make them as such was territories in their name. Also, some rather bad news had come to the Straw Hats. During repairs of the Going Merry, the Skypia shipwrights only found that the ship would be able to sail for maybe another month before it would sink completely. Usopp took this the hardest, seeing as he had a deep connection with the ship. Luffy, knowing they were supposed to be going to Water 7, got an idea that he hoped would ease Usopp's pain a bit. He told Usopp once they got to Water 7 they would take apart the Merry, and when the new ship is built they would use some of the pieces of Merry to build their new ship. While Usopp was still upset, he figured it was the best they could do for the now dying ship. Soon after, they set sail off of Skypia with some dark parachutes to keep them on their course. They slowly began sailing down to the Blue Sea. Once they finally got to the sea, they came across a giant frog who was standing in front of the path of an oncoming train on the water. Needless to say, the frog lost. The crew then weighed anchor and met up with a woman named Kokura and her granddaughter named Chimney. After telling them their purpose of going to Water 7, she gave them a note to give to a man named Iceberg and told he would take care of them. After thanking Kokura, the crew left to go to Water 7. Once there, they were forced to dock on a little stretch of island because they were pirates. Nami looked at Luffy, Usopp and Naruto and Kurama. "Alright, you four, come with me, we're gonna go trade in our gold and find this iceberg guy to see if he can help us out," Nami commanded. Luffy jumped off the ship with his world's strong outfit on. Usopp had on his new outfit with both of his weapons sealed up. Naruto decided to take a page out of Sanji's book and wore some black shoes and dress pants. He had on a purple long-sleeve button-up shirt with a black tie. He had rolled up his sleeves to just below his elbows and finished it off with his black hat. Kurama had decided to go with pink fur today. Just kidding, just kidding. Kurama was just the size of large dog with 9 tails as usual. Once they had set off, Robin and Chopper had left to go buy some books for everyone on varying subject. Sanji left with them but split ways as he went to look for some supplies, which left Ace, Vivi and Zoro on the ship. "Oi Zoro, keep an eye on the ship for us," Ace said. Zoro was about to argue until he looked at Vivi and saw the image of giant tidal wave carrying multiple sea kings in it behind her. Vivi was just simply smiling at Zoro and said, "Please Zoro, do this for me, okay?" Zoro nearly shit his pants but was able to get out a barely audible yes. With that, Vivi and Ace went below to deck to get some exercise in. Zoro was left to watch the ship alone. He just leaned back on the deck and dozed off. He already knew his senses were good enough, that if someone came into the area he would be able to pick it up for the most part. With Nami and the group, they had already exchanged their gold for money and gotten around 800 million berries worth. Naruto had sealed up 8 of the cases since he figured they would need at least 200 million for what they were going to need done. They had wandered to the Galila shipyard. Walking up to the giant doors, Luffy looked around. Hello," Luffy said out loud. After a minute, a man with a square long nose came out wearing a Galila hat. Can I help you folks out?" Nami handed him the note. "So Kokura sent you, huh? Well, tell me where your ship is and I'll take a look and see what we can salvage of it, okay?" They all nodded as Nami then explained where they were docked. Okay, give me 10 minutes, okay?" Luffy had a confused look on his face. 10 minutes. Kaku nodded and got into a runner's stance before he ran and jumped off the cliff. Everyone just looked on, slightly impressed that someone would do that. "That's Kaku for you." Everyone turned around and saw a man in a red and orange suit with a mouse in his pocket. "I'm Iceberg. You must be the Straw Hats." He then had Khalifa read off their names and bounties. "So what can I do for you all?" Nami then handed him the note. Khalifa, cancel everything for the day, I don't feel like going." Everyone's sweat dropped at this. "Well, come inside, let's talk business. It shouldn't be too long before Kaku gets back." Everyone nodded. At the ship, Ace and Vivi and finished having their fun but decided to just lay down and cuddle. Top deck, Zoro was with Kaku as he was assessing the damage and seeing what could be used on the new ship. Luffy definitely wants the head to go on the new ship. Oh, and by chance do you any people by the name of the Frankie family? Zoro asked Kaku, who nodded. I think that can happen, and yes, they're a local shipwright gang. Why? Zoro just sighed. They attacked the ship a little while ago. They could barely hold a sword, let alone be challenged. I just wanted to know a little more about them. Kaku nodded. Well, I'm finished here. I'll go back and talk with your captain. Oh, by the way, the Frankie family is composed of a bunch thugs, but don't let that fool you. Their leader is a pretty tough guy, so just watch out for Frankie himself, okay? Zoro thanked him for the advice and watched him run off. Naruto was looking around and couldn't find Usopp and was about to ask when Kaku jumped from over a large stack of wood. Nami, Luffy and Kurama were all in front of him waiting for his assessment. Well, I have good news. There is some of the ship that could be used to put onto another ship, and as long as we reinforce the head of the goat, we can put on the new ship as well. Luffy was jumping up and down and began explaining what he wanted on the new ship. Alright, and we got all the money you need, haha, he said as he opened up the suitcase to find they were empty. What, where's the money? Nami flipped out until she heard Usopp's voice. Right here, don't worry, some losers called the Frankie family tried to take it from us but beat their asses and took it back, Usopp said as he had 2 different briefcases. Luffy only smiled. So how much? Iceberg then grabbed his chin in thought. Well, depending on how this ship is going to be will decided the cost. And unfortunately we've got a lot of high-paying clients as well as you, so you're probably going to have to wait a week before we can even start building the ship. I hope it's not a problem, and since you've got that letter from Kokoro, we'll even slice the price of the ship in half for you guys, said Iceberg with a smile. Luffy only smiled back at him and nodded. Nope, that won't be a problem. Just come and get us when you have time to start the ship, got it? Iceberg nodded as they all began walking back to the ship. Once everyone was back at the ship, they all got some chairs and made fire pit. Once they had lit the fire and had a nice dinner around the fire, everyone began chatting about their day except Robin, who was sitting to Naruto's as Nami was on the left. Naruto had made a dark couch for them to sit on. Robin then looked up. Everyone, I have something to tell you all. Everyone got quiet and looked at her, giving her their attention. Today, while Chopper went to buy some books, an agent of CP9 approached me. If you don't know, CP9 is a secret branch of the world government. They are the assassins of the world government. They said if I didn't agree to kill Iceberg and put the blame on you, and to leave with them to Enies lobby, they would call the Buster Call on us, Robin said with tears almost in her eyes. Naruto just wrapped his arms around her and ran his fingers through her hair. Everyone was silent for a little while. Luffy then decided to speak up. Robin, you made the right call. He looked at her dead in the eye and watched as she nodded and seemed to smile at her captain's praise. Even if they do call the Buster Call, it wouldn't be enough to stop us. They are definitely underestimating us. We have a man who can burn an entire fleet to ash, another man who a fleet into a black hole, a woman who can level an island with lighting, another woman who could sink Marineford if she chose to, and that's not even half the crew. Luffy laughed. He then looked down into the fire with a thoughtful look on his face. I think after we get our ship we're gonna send a message to the world government and show them why you shouldn't threaten one of our friends. They all nodded in agreement. The next couple days were quiet except for the spar between the crewmates until the 3rd day they were docked. It seemed like the waters were getting choppy. Just then the crew could make out the figures, about 20 people, who were running towards the ship. Once they people got there, they could see it was many of the Frankie family members and Polly. Luffy looked at them all and directed his gaze towards Polly, to him beaten and bloody. Polly, what's going on? What happened? Polly looked up to Luffy. Luffy, please, we need your help. Iceberg has been kidnapped by Kaku, Lucci, Khalifa and Blueno. They're all part of some world government organization called CP9. Then the second leader of the Frankie family bowed his head to Luffy. Yes, and Frankie was taken also. Please, I know we tried to steal from you, but please help us. Luffy looked at them and smiled. You had us at CP9, we've got some things to settle with them anyways, so yeah, we'll help you guys out. The crew began to file off until one of the Frankie family members called out to them. Oi, wait, you can't leave your ship here, it'll be destroyed by the water laguna. You can use the Frankie House's dock so it won't get destroyed. Luffy only stood there for a second before nodding as everyone got on the ship and took it to the dock. After that the crew was led straight towards a hidden sea train called the Rocket Man. Kokoro then showed up with that weird smile of hers. Well, everyone get on, we've already wasted too much time. We might be a little behind them but we won't miss them by much at Enies lobby. Everyone from the Frankie family, Straw Hat crew and Galley La Company boarded quickly. Once on the train, Luffy was standing outside on the front of Bullet Man looking out into the oncoming waves. Inside, however, Naruto had changed his clothes from dress attire to his fighting clothes, which consisted of black boots, gray and black cameo pants and dark purple tight form-fitting t-shirt. Over all of this he had on a long black coat with purple fur lining. Nami had kept her normal shoes and put on some blue pants and blue and white camouflage shirt that showed off his stomach. She also had her trusty staff with her. Vivi wore her normal sandals, black pants and a red t-shirt, with darker red jacket. Everyone had their normal clothing on. Vivi then heard Luffy call to her, so she went out on the front of the ship to see a wave that looked over 100 feet tall coming straight towards them. "Get that out of our way, please," Luffy commanded. Vivi just nodded as she put both of her hands up in front of her and then moved them to the side as the giant wave split right down the middle, opening their path. Everyone who wasn't with the Straw Hat crew watched with eyes as wide as dinner plates. Ace then caught their attention by flaring his hockey. "What you all just saw doesn't leave this train, got it?" What he said was enforced by the deadly glares of the entire Straw Hat crew, excluding Vivi and Luffy, of course. After about 2 hours of high-speed traveling, Kokoro shouted to the three groups. "We should be coming up on Enies lobby in about 30 minutes, so get ready." Luffy nodded and smiled. "Okay, here's the plan, Galley La Company and Frankie family. Do whatever you want and try to hold off as many small fry as you can so they don't interrupt our battles, got it?" Both groups just nodded. Luffy then looked at his crew. "Take out whoever you want, doesn't matter to me, just make sure they get the message, the not to threaten one of our friends, got it?" Everyone nodded at this. Naruto, Nami and Robin were talking to each other about what was going to happen. Naruto got Nami and Robin to agree to stick together to make Naruto feel better. After they both kissed him, they just sat in the back and cuddled until the time came. Ace was telling Vivi he was sticking with the whole time. Even though she said she could handle herself, Ace told he wouldn't. Only love he ever had to slip away from him. This of course caused an ah moment between them. Usopp on the other hand was hitting off with the Square Sisters, giving them multiple compliments on their long noses. This was noticed by the entire crew, who was doing their utmost not to burst out laughing. On the other hand, the sister were all over Usopp because of his comments. Usopp smiled and looked at Kurama, who was giving him thumbs up. Soon enough Enies lobby could be seen coming into view. "Vivi, make us a ramp." Vivi nodded and controlled the water from inside the train and made a ramp so they flew right over the first gate. "Wahoo, we are in," Luffy shouted as the train slowly stopped at the second gate. Hundreds of Marines began coming towards them, yelling at them to put their hands up, until Luffy let loose a controlled burst of Conqueror's Haki, knocking all of them, even the two giants, unconscious. "Well, that was a letdown, not one strong person in this crowd," Zoro said as he shook his head in disappointment. The group walked up to the second gate. Ace just stood in front of everyone. "Hold on, I'm gonna knock and see if anyone's home." "Heiken," Ace shouted as massive fist made of fire blew the doors completely off of their giant hinges. Once again everyone not in the Straw Hat crew was wide-eyed at this and began to whisper about what kind of monsters were in this crew. With that, everyone began doing battle with the Marines except the Straw Hat crew and the Square Sisters, who had for this period of time saw fit to assist Usopp. They began making their way directly to the courthouse. Before they got in, however, a three-headed judge shot out of the doors at them. Nami pointed a finger at him. 1,000,000 volt, she said quietly as beam of lighting hit the judge and sent the three flying apart. Everyone stared at what used to be the three-headed judge, now three separate people. Zoro raised an eyebrow. "Well, I didn't see that coming." Luffy only nodded but kept walking as he got to the entrance and looked up. "Oi, everyone just jump, it'll be easier than walking around in there." Everyone nodded, jumped up in their own way except of course for the Square Sisters, who were carried by Usopp. Once up on the roof, they stood on each of the pillars looking across to the Tower of Justice with the CP9 and their two captives staring back at them, along with Spandam, who was sweating bullets looking at the Straw Hat crew basically fresh and ready to fight, which to him should be impossible since they had over 2 feet 000 troop throughout the whole town. Why are you all here? We didn't even take that demon. Spandam shouted as he pointed to Robin. Oh, how I wish Kurama could just send a Bijudama and be done with this, Naruto thought to himself. Spandam, I'm going to enjoy crushing into absolute oblivion, Naruto said with a bloodthirsty grin while his eyes changed from blue to a glowing white. The crew then watched as Frankie produced the blueprints to Pluton and then burned them up with his fire breath. Spandam began crying, talking about how this was his big chance. Naruto put both of his hands up as they turned dark. Black pull, he said as Frankie and Iceberg were sent flying straight towards Naruto, who let them land behind him. Oi, what the hell are all you guys here for? Frankie said. Iceberg was about to yell at him until Luffy spoke up. Your friends asked us to help you, and on top of that, Luffy said as he turned to look at the CP9. These guys threatened our crewmate, and we can't just let them go. Frankie was in the back crying. You did this all because they threatened your friend, that's super. Everyone just sweat dropped. Zoro shook his head. Oi, stop crying. Frankie just kept crying. I'm not crying, Baka. Everyone just shook their head. Hey, it doesn't matter what you do, ha. I called the buster call as soon as you got through the second gate, you're all dead, ha 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 ha. Yelled Spandam. Black pull, Naruto said again as Spandam was pulled into a dark portal that just appeared, only this time Naruto made it a black hole portal so Spandam would literally crushed and pulled apart by the forces inside the black hole. Naruto, Kurama, we're gonna sit back until the buster call gets here, got it? Naruto and Kurama nodded. The rest of you have a blast. Naruto then slammed his hands down onto the ground and created a dark bridge that went straight to the Hall of Justice. The Straw Hat crew made short work of the lower members such as Nero, Kumadori, Khalifa, and Fukuro. Sanji had decided to take on Jabura. After a couple kick, Jabura was forced to use his devil fruit power, but much to his surprise it did little to help as Sanji used armament hockey and mercilessly kicked the shit out of him. Nami and Robin decided to go against Kaku, which surprisingly was a pretty good fight while Nami and Robin were playing with him. Right now if you were to look you would see Kaku beaten and bloody with 2 swords in his hands, still in his human form. Nami had 2 swords identical to Kaku's except gold. Robin had a shield of hands on both of her arms. They were in a Tekai state so they couldn't be damaged. It's too bad you had to threaten my friend here, you seem like pretty decent person. I guess it's time we end this little game, huh? Nami said with a smirk, as did Kaku. I think it is, little girl, he said as he began to change into a giant humanoid giraffe. Now my key. Nami cut him off though as she melted the 2 swords into a pole. Shut up, 100 million volts. She shouted as she hit him directly in the head with a lighting blast from her staff, making it simply disappear from his neck as there were scorch marks all around the area. That was nice little warm up, right Robin? Nami said as she walked over to Robin, giving her a quick kiss. They had both gotten used to the idea of being together rather quickly, so it didn't cause any problems later on. Robin only nodded and collected the 2 swords, thinking they might be of use later. Vivi and Ace had also been in their own little fight, although for someone kind of new to the pirate game Vivi was surprisingly vicious when it came to fighting, if Lucci's current condition was any indication. His whole top had been taken off and his right arm up to his elbow was a crushed stub because of a new technique Vivi created called water coffin. Can you guess what move that is based off of? Vivi, on the other hand, because of her Logia powers, was doing pretty damn well, considering every time Lucci tried to hit her it would make him feel weaker and weaker to the point where he could barely keep his cheetah form on. The real killer part is Ace hadn't lifted a finger so far and just watched his girlfriend go to work. It was kind of frightening to him because on one hand this made her badass persona go to new heights, which made her all the more appealing, but knowing in the future, she could very well be able to take him out since she was his weakness pretty much made him want to cry like a little sissy girl. To think Nico Robin would be the least of our worries, Lucci said with a laugh, knowing this was going to be his end. He couldn't beat this girl, let alone the ex-2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Either way I die, it's by water. He laughed to himself. I'd rather go out on my terms if it's all the same to you. Lucci said as he took a couple steps back and fell off of the tower down to the deep water hole under the floating island, never to be seen again. Vivi looked down to where he had fallen. While this hadn't been the first time she was forced to end someone's life, it was the first time she had done it herself. She had personally asked Ace if she could do this herself, and not that it was done, she still felt a bit sad about it. It was quickly taken away as Ace put a hand on her shoulder and looked out to see 10 giant battleships that must have made up the Buster Call all coming just over the horizon. "Come on, we need to get out of here now," Ace said as he grabbed Vivi's hand and began running towards side of the Hall of Justice that didn't hang off the waterfall. Once he got there, he saw almost everyone that had originally come with them. "What's going on?" he asked, only to see Naruto made one ship the size of one of the battleships so that everyone could get on. Luffy looked at Ace. "Ace, I leave you in command until I or Naruto get back, got it?" Ace only nodded at his brother and captain's orders. Slowly but surely everyone began filing onto the ship made of darkness. Naruto quickly added some seals to make it self-sustaining for about 2 days tops, just in case. As they began sailing a safe distance away, Usopp ran to the side of the ship. "Oi Luffy, Naruto, just a heads up, the Navy sent 2 admirals with the Buster Call. One is that ice guy we saw last time and the other is some guy with yellow on." Naruto and Luffy only smiled and nodded at this. "Oi, why aren't you helping them, Flame Brain?" said Frankie to Ace. Ace only looked annoyed at him. "Because my captain ordered me to protect you all, and it's better that if I jump in it be when either admiral is tired so I'd be able to deal a finishing blow. But until that time comes we just sit here and watch." Naruto looked down towards Kurama. "Hey, once we start fighting the admirals, go and tear those ships apart, okay?" Kurama only nodded happily. Had been a while since he was able to let loose and destroy some things. After a couple minutes of waiting, suddenly the entire ocean around Eni's lobby was frozen solid for miles. It would have gotten the dark ship had everyone who had any sort of heated technique stopped the ice from forming around them. Vivi also made it so all the water in a certain direction was cut away from the frozen water so they had a path to make their escape. Naruto and Luffy both looked at the ice and saw a good distance away 2 people stood out there waiting for them. As they got closer they could hear the 2 talking. "Oi Aokiji, every time I fight around you it gets really cool," said Kizaru. "My apologies Kizaru, perhaps you would have like a Kainu here to heat things up." Kizaru only shook his head. "No, not at all, he's too scary when he gets into a fight." Aokiji only nodded and agreed with him. "So Aokiji, good to see you again, perhaps this time you won't run away," Naruto said with his eyes flashing white. This made Aokiji and Kizaru turn to each other. They then began playing rock paper scissors, of which Kizaru lost. "Damn it, why do I get the scary guy?" Kizaru complained. "Well, it's because you chose paper instead of rock. Alright Straw Hat, let's hurry this up, so can catch up on my sleep," Aokiji said as he began running in the opposite direction from Naruto and Kizaru, to which Luffy followed. Kizaru simply looked at Naruto and sighed. "I don't suppose you'd just give up, do you?" Naruto only smiled and shook his head no. "Well then let's get this over with," he said as he disappeared, then reappeared above Naruto coming down with a kick, only to be blocked by one of Naruto's arms that was already covered in darkness. Naruto then grabbed onto Kizaru's leg much to the monk's surprise and slammed him into the ice, making a crater. Only Naruto didn't stop there, he never let go of Kizaru's leg and then quickly moved and slammed his hand into Kizaru's stomach, causing some blood to come out of his mouth. "Dark impact," Naruto shouted as the impact of the attack created a 10-foot deep crater with Kizaru inside. Naruto jumped out and waited for Kizaru to get up. With Luffy and Aokiji. Luffy and Aokiji had already started fighting. Luffy had already changed his arms and legs to their hardened state so he would be able to do damage to Aokiji. As of now Luffy was winning because he had yet to let Aokiji freeze him, although he had taken a couple of kicks. Aokiji on the other hand was bleeding quite a bit and was having a hard time keeping up with Luffy's speed when he went into his second gear. "Well Straw Hat, I never imagined you would get this strong so fast. I would be worried if I didn't have the Buster Call backing me up," Aokiji said as Luffy looked at him with an evil grin. "Buster Call? You mean that Buster Call?" Luffy pointed to the side as Aokiji looked over to see a humongous 9-tailed fox destroying the ships. What the hell is that?" Aokiji managed to stutter out. Luffy just laughed. That my friend is our friend Kurama, don't you think he's just adorable? Luffy said as he disappeared and went to punch Aokiji in the face only for him to barely move out of the way and try to send ice arrows at him. Luffy dodged by turning into a weird stretched out version of himself, then quickly went back to attacking Aokiji, who was defending with an ice sword. After going back and forth, Aokiji managed to catch Luffy when he overextended one of his arms and began to freeze it, only to be kicked hard in the side, sending him flying back. Once he stood back, he saw Luffy puff out his cheeks in a huge proportion, and the air from his cheeks went into his arm, which broke off the ice that was on his arm. You're gonna have to do better than that, Ice Cube man. Aokiji only sweat dropped at the horrible nickname. Naruto and Kizaru. After Kizaru had gotten out of the crater, he had decided to attack Naruto at a distance or risk being beaten to death. The only problem was that whenever he sent out a beam of light, Naruto simply opened a small portal to let the beam go through. At one point in the fight, Naruto went into his full dark state, but quickly found out it for some reason Kizaru's attacks did much more damage when they hit while he was in the form. Kizaru now made a sword of light and appeared in front of Naruto, only to be surprised when his sword of light hit a sword of darkness that was very similar to his own. Naruto only smiled. I think you and I were destined to do this, he said as he began to viciously clash swords with Kizaru. Kizaru was extremely surprised that he only just able to keep up with Naruto. After what seemed like forever, their clash came to a stop, ending with Naruto's jacket shred to pieces and on the ground as he was showing many cuts and bruises. Kizaru also had his jacket gone with many cuts and more bruises. He already knew he had several cracked if not broken ribs. If he was being honest with himself, Kizaru couldn't remember a time when he was put into such a poor state while fighting. Well, this is going nowhere. Perhaps we should settle this with one move. Naruto only smirked. Sure, I'm a gabbling man, so why not? Your best attack versus mine. Kizaru then smirked as a bright light began to shine from his sword as the blade of his sword grew to be 20 feet long. Kizaru put both hands on it. The Daipika sword. Naruto smiled seeing this. Dark God. Erebus armor. Naruto shouted as black aura began to surround him. The figure was made of a blackish-purple energy. It had goat horns and the face of an Egyptian dog with razor-white teeth and white glowing eyes. It had a purple band around its left arm, and in its right hand had massive sword that towards the top had hole in it. If you're not getting the picture I'm painting, think of a blackish-purple Susanoo shaped as gleam eyes from Sword Art Online. You really are scary, Kizaru said as he charged with the quickness of light and Naruto with the dark. As they clashed, both forces could be seen from miles away. With Aokiji and Luffy, both men had looked over to see the giant light show that was given off from Kizaru and Naruto's battle. As the lights died down, they both looked at each other, then took off in the direction of their comrade. After what was a quick run to the two, they both got there to see Naruto standing shirtless with a lot of blood seeping down his head and body from the wounds he sustained. Kizaru was about 50 yards away, face down, with most of his suit torn. Of his blood could be seen pooling around him as it was gushing out of rather large slash across the chest. Aokiji quickly ran over to him and froze the wound shut so he wouldn't die of the blood loss. Aokiji then picked him up and looked at Naruto and Luffy. Aokiji was about to leave, but before he could leave, Luffy stopped him. This only happened because your government threatened one of our comrades, so just remember that the next time you want to pick a fight with us. Luffy said as he nodded to Aokiji to jump away towards one of the smaller escape ships that managed to make it out of Kurama's warpath. Speaking of which, Kurama had just shown up as he walked next to Naruto and Luffy. Damn, I have to admit that was a pretty good fight, Naruto. Kurama then looked up to Naruto, who nodded back to him, albeit rather slowly. We should get back to the others, plus I don't know how much longer Naruto's gonna last in this condition. Luffy said. Naruto was barely conscious. Kurama nodded and made himself big as Luffy grabbed Naruto and jumped on top of Kurama, who ran back to the ship. Once at the ship, Chopper got to work on Naruto, cleaning his wounds and patching him up with a first aid, seeing as he didn't have actual supplies to work with except what he had on him. It really helped that Vivi created a tsunami for the ship to ride back to Water 7, which got them back there in 10 minutes flat. Once they got back, everyone set up and in the Frankie family house. Chopper then began to stitch Naruto up and put him on some pain medication for the time being. Naturally he was taken care of by Nami and Robin, who were by his side most of the time. Luffy was also sporting some bandages as he had on his world-strong outfit, which was now his normal clothing. He was sitting down eating when Iceberg and Frankie came in and sat down across from him. "We're just here to let you know that we're starting the construction of your ship and we'll have it done in 5 days flat," Iceberg said and walked out, leaving Frankie to talk to Luffy. "Listen, Straw Hat, I can't tell you how sorry I am that I had my boys try and rob Y." He was however cut off by Luffy, who had a mouthful of meat. "Ah, don't worry about it, no one got hurt, so no problem," Luffy said with his huge smile. "Well then, I was wondering, since the Mozu and Kiwi seem to be falling for that long-nosed guy, I was hoping the 3 of us could join your crew. After all this about be my masterpiece I'm about to build for you, and I can't have just anyone looking after it now, can I?" Frankie said with a smile. Luffy only laughed and nodded along. "Yup, you're in SHISHISHISHISHISHI. Holy shit, AGHH, Naruto yelled, then grabbed his still injured ribs from the fight. "Naruto-kun," Robin said as she rushed over to help him stand. "Gahahaha, I guess you're still healing from your fight with Kizaru, huh? Well, that's to be expected from an admiral, isn't it?" Naruto only laughed a bit and nodded. Garp then leaned in close. "Look kid, the Navy didn't send me here to capture you, not that could with your whole crew here. They just sent me to check on a couple of deals we have going with some of the shipwrights in Water 7. I would really appreciate it if you could take me to my grandsons." Naruto only stared at him for a second before nodding. "Yay Robin, can you and Kurama go look for those things I need, please? I want to talk to Garp here alone," Naruto said, which Robin was about to protest to until she saw his pleading look. She then shot back a be careful look and walked away with Kurama. Naruto motioned for Garp to follow him. "My dad told me once I become a well-known pirate my bounty would skyrocket because of my devil fruit power." Garp raised his eyebrows. "Oh, and who might your father be?" Naruto just chuckled a bit. "Well, he's not my biological father, but Shanks pretty much raised me." Garp then stopped in the middle of his tracks, shell-shocked by what he just heard. "Our red-haired Shanks raised you?" Naruto only grinned and nodded. "Sorry if that upsets, I know Shanks is the reason behind Luffy becoming a pirate and all." Garp only nodded grimly. He did dislike Shanks because of that reason. Garp was interrupted by Naruto. "I do have one question for you though. I always wanted to ask a high-ranking Navy official with some good morals, which seems like you have." Garp then smiled and nodded at Naruto to ask his question. Naruto's face then became dead serious. "I guess this more than just one question though. How do you live with yourself knowing you ultimately serve men who hold little girls prisoner, destroy their family and their lives by making them their play toys? Do you ever lose sleep thinking about all of those people taken away from their families and the injustice of it while you yourself claim to work for justice?" Naruto's eyes pierced into Garp's very soul as what he said had stricken very close to home for him. Garp just stared right back at him with a sad look on his face. You know, my own son said almost the exact same thing before he vowed to destroy the world government. I myself can't stand the sight of the world nobles," Garp said, spitting out their name like venom. "There is no right answer to your question. I simply do what I can by putting away the most evil pirates I can and pray to whatever God is out there that hopefully it will equal out my other sins by they lives of saved from the lives I couldn't." Naruto eyes narrowed. "Couldn't you mean want? What do you think this crew, your grandson's crew, does? We help out those who need it. In Arabasta we saved a country that need help while the government was too blind to help. In Skypia we helped that island so that they wouldn't have to live in fear, and even Enies Lobby, we stopped a madman from getting his hands on Pluton. For God's sake, we even saved Marines by stopping the Buster Call from totally destroying the island with over 2,000 Marines on it." Naruto then took in a deep breath. "I'm a pirate, I want pretended we always do good, but we do more good than your government ever will. I just want you to realize, Garp, that sooner or later all of the world government's dirty secrets will be revealed. And when that day does come, all the true good you and other honest Marines have done will be dragged through the mud and spat upon. So just know that is the inevitable fate of the world government." Naruto finished as he began walking to the Frankie family house. As Garp and Naruto were nearing the Frankie family house, Garp decided to speak up one more time before they were in the presence of others. Naruto, be careful when you leave this island, you need to be extra careful, the world government knows how powerful you are and how young you are. They won't wait for you to grow stronger, and now that they know you have the ability to match and even kill one of their admirals, they are going to gun for you in whatever means are necessary. Got it? Naruto only nodded and thanked him for the warning before they walked in the Frankie family house. Who needs my fists of love? Garp shouted as Luffy and Ace both went as white as ghosts and turned just in time to see a fist come down on each of their heads. Ow ow ow. They both complained. Everyone was on guard seeing a vice admiral this close. Oi, everybody calm down. Garp here is Luffy and Ace's grandfather, they're not in any real danger. Naruto said calmly. Oi, that's what you think, fox asshole. He's gonna key. Ace screamed but was silenced by another fist of love from Garp. Excuses me, Mr. Garp, could you please stop hitting my boyfriend on the head so hard? Came the soft voice of Vivi. Garp turned around to see a lightly smiling Vivi with the image of death behind her. Garp's sweat dropped and brought Ace and Luffy in close, holding Luffy by his shirt and Ace by the shoulder. Who is she talking about? He whispered. She's talking about me, Gramps, said Ace. She's even scarier than Dayton, Garp whispered as Ace and Luffy nodded. Garp, figuring it was better for his health, let Ace go. Oh, so you're my new granddaughter-in-law? EHHH. You are quite the beauty. Garp gave a grandfatherly smile to Vivi. Why, thank you, Vivi said with a blush as she grabbed Ace, who was now asleep, and began dragging him away. Garp and Luffy had also fallen asleep. Everyone around just sweat dropped and thought how it was clear as day that they were all family. Once Garp woke up and saw Luffy asleep, he hit him on the head again. Oi, don't fall asleep when your grandpa is talking to you. Luffy then fell to the floor. You weren't saying anything. Garp then got in his face. Are you talking back to your grandpa? Naruto just shook his head and laughed a bit at their antics. After a while, Garp finally left, saying he would tell the Navy he couldn't find them if they asked anything. 3 days later, unveiling of the ship. Frankie had put his everything into this ship, as was his greatest creation thus far besides his own body. Frankie brought them to the new ship on Junkyard Island to show a giant ship that had 3 head pieces instead of just 1. The first in the middle was the Going Mary's goat head, only it was a bit larger now. On the right was the head of a black fox with purple eyes, and finally to the left was what could be either a sun or a lion head. Luffy saw it and smiled hugely as Frankie took them on a tour of it. It's basically the Thousand Sunny with 3 heads. Naruto smiled at seeing the new ship they would be on. It was definitely a refreshing new thing to experience, not that he didn't love the Mary, but this ship was just cooler. As they began to set sail, they saw they were being chased down by Marines. Luffy, I guess that caught up to us, huh? Luffy looked back and nodded. Oi, we need to name this Super RR ship. Came the voice of Frankie. How about the 3-headed Super Mary? Came Usopp's voice as everyone began naming off goofy names until Robin's voice cut through them all. How about the Chimera? Everyone turned to her with a smile as Luffy shot his arms into the air. Woohoo, all right, set sail on the Chimera. Frankie smiled and nodded. Okay everyone, hold on, coup de burst. Frankie shouted as he pulled the lever next to the wheel back, shooting the Chimera up and away. Some days later at sea, Naruto was fully healed up. Everyone on the crew was doing their own thing. Luffy had ordered everyone to take a break from training, since that is what they did most of the days out at sea nowadays. After Luffy had seen the new bounties on everyone's head, he was more concerned than ever. While he didn't show it, he was especially worried about Naruto, who was now going into the bounty territory of the Yonko. While he would admit that Naruto was probably the strongest on the crew, he also knew that there were limits to what even Naruto could do. After all, nobody was invincible. Galdi. Roger proved that himself. Luffy was suddenly brought out of his musing by their din din mushi ringing. Walking back to it, he picked it up. Hello? Luffy asked. Would this happen to be Straw Hat Luffy? The voice said with a little amusement. Luffy thought something about the voice was familiar but couldn't put his finger on it. Yay, and who would be asking? Luffy asked back. Oi, what do you mean, who is this? You little brat, you get your nickname from wearing my hat and you can't even remember who I am. Shanks shouted playfully to Luffy. What, Shanks, how's it going? It's been forever since I talked to you. Luffy shouted happily. Luffy could hear laughing on the other side. Well, it's going pretty good, I guess, especially seeing that you and my adopted son are making quite the names for yourselves. Luffy's eyes widened, not knowing that Naruto and Shanks were that close. Oi Luffy, where is my bone-headed son at right now? Asked Shanks. I think with his girlfriends. Luffy said calmly. Wait, as in two? Who would date him? Nami, our navigator, and Nico Robin. Shanks looked for their names on the bounty list. Whaaa, how did he get two smokin' hot babes like them? Shanks shouted into the Den Mushi. Because unlike you, old man, I have game. Naruto laughed until a smack resounded around the ship and through the Den Mushi. Ow ow ow, what the hell? Nami then looked at him with a critical gaze. Don't brag, Whiskers. Nami yelled at him. Ha 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 ha, you're so whipped, kid. Shanks shouted into the snail. Oi, shut up, at least I get some. Naruto smirked as Shanks went quiet. Ha ha Naruto said and heard Shanks mutter something like, whiskered asshole of a son. Oi Naruto, on a more serious note, I want to know how you were able to beat Kizaru. I knew you would get strong, but to be this strong at your age should be close to impossible. Naruto smirked. Well, that's thanks to Marshal D. Teach. Shanks got silent for a moment, which really scared Naruto. How do you know Teach? Shanks asked. Naruto looked confused but answered his dad, knowing he was serious now. Me and Ace killed him a while back, and I used a special technique of mine to steal the power of the Yami Yami no Mi from him. Naruto said honestly. Hee to think you would be the one to take out Teach, it's actually kinda funny. Shanks said in a calm tone. Oi, how do you know Teach is the better question? Shanks only sighed and smiled. Well, to put it simply, he's the one who gave me this scar on face. Naruto's eyes widened a bit at this. Well, you don't have to worry, Ace and I made sure he in pieces and without a head when we left him. Shanks only nodded on his end. Naruto, you need to be careful now more than ever. I have a bad feeling in my bones that something big is going to happen soon. Got it? Naruto nodded. I'll do my best, Dad. Yay. Good, I think I'll be seeing you soon. After all, Luffy said he would become a great pirate, and he has definitely done that along with your whole crew. Naruto just smiled. Oi Naruto, you mind having Shanks put my dad on the phone? The voice came from right next to Naruto, scaring the shit out of him. He looked to see Usopp with a very downtrodden and serious look on his face, the square sisters behind him, only they had their hair down and wearing normal clothes. Naruto only nodded. Oi Dad, put Usopp on the snail. Naruto gave the mic to Usopp and backed up a bit. Hello. Usopp's voice came over the Den Mushi. Is this Usopp? Usopp asked, not even remembering the sound of his father's voice. Yay, why? I thought this was Naruto. Usopp said. No, this is Usopp. You could hear the slight gasp on other side of the phone. Well, it's nice to see you're doing good, son. Usopp was just quiet. Why did you leave us? He slowly asked. Usopp stopped in his tracks. There was really nothing he could say but the truth. Usopp, He trailed off, but before he could get it out, the Usopp interrupted. Why the hell did you leave us? Mom was sick and dying. She said you'd come back, but you never did. She died without you and I was left alone. Usopp yelled as tears were flowing down his face. I was so proud that you were a pirate, someone who followed their dreams. But you're worthless as anything else. Do you know what it's like to be alone? Exclamation mark. No, you were always with your crew, always having adventures of your own. You never even stopped to see me once, yet you took in Luffy and treated him like I should have been. You taught Naruto how to shoot and helped raise him, when couldn't even stop to see me, check in on me to make sure I was alive. To make sure Mom was alive. Usopp fell to his knees and could barely whisper the last part from his voice being so hoarse from yelling. After a minute of silence, Usopp decided to end the one-way conversation. That's it, don't say anything because nothing you say can make it right, you bastard. I just want you to know when I see you, I'm to beat you within an inch of your life so you can feel a fraction of the pain I had to endure when I watched my mother die in front of me. Usopp said in a deadly whisper, not masking any of the hatred he was feeling at the moment, and with that last sentence he slammed the Den Mushi closed, ending the call. Usopp then got up and walked towards his quarters in silence. A couple hours later, the crew had wandered into a deep eerie fog. Nami looked around a bit worried, which didn't go unnoticed by Robin. Hey Nami, what's wrong? I think we accidentally went off course into the Florian Triangle. Naruto looks at Nami wide-eyed, then runs up to her and grabs her by the shoulders. What did you say? Everyone looked at Naruto in worry. Nothing had ever really worried Naruto, not even fighting an admiral. Nami was a bit scared by his reaction. Said the Florian Triangle. Naruto then fell to his knees. No, get the paddles, we need to leave now. Vivi, get us out of here. He yelled, running up to Vivi and began to comically shake her back and forth. Oi Naruto, what's your problem? Zoro said as he walked up to Naruto, only for Naruto to look at him, or rather in his direction, as he turned and saw a beat-up old ship with voice on the air that sounded like singing. Ghost ship. Naruto screamed like a girl and ran into his, Robin and Nami's room and hid under some covers. Zoro looked around puzzled. Is Naruto scared of ghosts? No, he's terrified of them. Honestly, he's just a big wimp. Said a voice that nobody recognized. Everyone turned to the second-level deck of the Chimera to see a guy who looked in his teens with burnt orange hair and red eyes. A red button-up dress shirt, black pants and shoes, along with a black jacket that had two pockets outlined in red and red lines going from the middle of each shoulder down to the wrist. Once more, if you don't get the picture I'm painting, think Gilgamesh in his casual clothing with Kurama's colors. Oi, who the hell are you? Frankie asked, pointing his wrist machine gun at him. You idiotic cyborg, you should still be able to tell who I am just by the energy I give off. The man said. Chopper then walked up and smelled him. Kurama, how the hell are you human? Chopper asked as all eyes widened. Kurama just flashed a fox-like smile, showing off his elongated canines. I'm Kyuubi no Kitsune, greatest of all demons. Something as simple as human form is easily attained for someone of my stature. Everyone just sweat dropped. Be careful, if your head gets any bigger it might pop, said Sanji, who stood right next to him as he came out onto the Chimera deck. Well then, either way we should check out that ship to see if anything interesting is on the ship, Kurama stated as he jumped onto the lower deck. Okay, well Nami, Kurama and Sanji, let's go, Luffy said as he walked over to the edge of the ship, followed by the three others, although Nami and Sanji did a bit reluctantly. After they all jump on the ship, Luffy began walking forward, until a very tall and well-dressed skeleton with an afro was standing in front of them. How do you do? Yo-ho-ho-ho. I'm sorry I wasn't able to greet you properly earlier. I'm simply so surprised. It's been so many years since I've seen actual people. After all, I do live on a ghost ship. It's so scary. It always makes my skin crawl. Except I don't have any skin. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Skull joke. Luffy busted out laughing. Brook then looked over to see Nami. Oh, such a beautiful lady. Perhaps you would allow me to see your panties. Brook was answered with viscous kick to the head. Like hell I will. Brook fell straight down on his side. Oh, you melted my skin right off. Except I'm already a skeleton. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Another skull joke. Luffy kept laughing uncontrollably, while this also got a slight grin from Kurama. Hey Skull Man, can you poop? Luffy asked with a laugh, only to be hit in the head by Sanji. Don't ask that. Brook simply flew back up, almost like he had rewound, falling down. Yes, I can. Sanji got big-headed and yelled. Don't answer. Luffy then walked in front of him and smiled. More importantly, will you join our crew? Both Nami and Sanji had a look of horror. Back on the ship. What's this? Zoro yelled as Luffy just laughed. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I'm Dead Bones Brook, your new crewmate. Brook said with Luffy nodding along. Brook then saw Robin and walked up to her. Hello, you are quite beautiful, perhaps you would let me see your panties? Brook asked, only for Nami to zap him the back, making his afro get extra puffed out. Hell no, you can't see her panties. Nami yelled. Yo-ho-ho-ho, so harsh. Well, let's all go inside for dinner. Brook said as he went to walk inside, only for the door to open to reveal Naruto, as he simply looked at Brook while he looked back. Hello, Brook said happily, while Naruto just fainted backwards down some steps. After a while, Naruto woke up and was explained his devil fruit power and his situation, as he sat on the bar in the dining room. Brook told them about him getting his shadow stolen and how the man who did it was an extremely powerful enemy. Luffy then looked at Brook and smiled. Brook, tell us who did this and we'll take care of him. Brook was about to respond when Naruto interrupted. There's no need for him to. Everyone looked at Naruto. There is only one man I know that's capable of doing that, and that man is Gecko Mariah. Naruto said with a wicked smile. Oh, you know, and you're smiling. Baroque shouted. Naruto only laughed a bit. Yay, you see, I've been meaning to pay him a visit anyway. Me and Kurama talked about it, Naruto said as he looked at the human Kurama with a smile. And we decided that if I were to get his devil fruit power, it would boost my strength up to all new heights. Besides, Gecko Mariah is nothing but chump compared to half the people on this crew, or didn't they show you our bounties? Naruto said as he walked over to a stack of papers and threw them in front of Baroque, who spread them out looking at them all. His non-excitant eyes seemed to be popping out of his head at the bounties. Suddenly there was a loud rumble and shaking for a moment before it stopped. Everyone looked around until Naruto went pale and pointed up. GGG ghost. Naruto shouted as the ghost slowly went back up and out of the ship through the walls. After a second everyone went up to the deck to see a giant mouth closed. Everyone, something is trying to create strong waves. Vivi said in a calm voice as the waters only got a little wavy. Someone is on the ship, Kurama said as his eyes darted around until they landed in front of Robin. Robin, in front of you. All of a sudden Robin felt something long and wet run across her chest and face. Ag, someone just ed me, Robin said as several hands sprouted from her body and she quickly grabbed onto whatever it was, not letting go. She had 2 hands on every limb and 2 hands around the thing's neck, presumably a man. No one gets to do that but Naruto and Nami. Shigen, she said as 2 more hands sprouted from each hand and did the finger stab to almost every part of its body, including its heart and brain, multiple times. As soon as the thing died, it became visible as a man, or a rather messed up looking man thing. Robin then let it go as it fell backwards dead. Naruto walked up to her and hugged her. Way to go, pretty bird, Naruto said as he smiled and leaned down and touched the dead mon's body. Hey Robin, he's got a devil fruit power. I'm willing to bet it had something to do with his invisibility. You want it? Robin nodded. I might as well get something out of this. Meanwhile, in the background, Sanji, Baroque and Frankie were passed out with nosebleeds by the mental image of Nami-ing Robin up and down. Naruto then instructed her to do what was needed, and soon enough Robin could turn invisible, which made for a very dangerous combo, seeing as she could make any of the limbs she grows invisible. After they docked, Luffy had Baroque to tell him how to get to where Gecko Mariah was. After that, Luffy, Naruto, Nami, Robin, Zoro, Sanji and Kurama left, and they started their track towards his castle or mansion, whatever. Though there were slight complications, they were quickly overcome by monsters of the Straw Hat crew. Getting into the mansion or whatever, Kurama began sensing Gecko Mariah out. As they kept on their track, got to a fairly large room with none other than Gecko Mariah sitting in the back with a large group of zombies in front of him, and leading them was floating girl and a samurai-looking zombie. Zoro, take out their swordsman, Luffy said as Zoro nodded and quickly charged before Baroque even had a chance to say anything. Nami, Robin, get rid of these zombies please. Kurama, that girl looks weird, you deal with her. Kurama grows a vein at being used for such a task, but does it anyway and began chasing the girl, who was surprisingly scared for her life, which only made Kurama want to chase her more. Needless to say, it was quite entertaining. Just who the hell are? Wait a second, you're Straw Hat Luffy and Naruto the Necromancer. Gecko Mariah shouted in fear as he began to back up. Naruto put his hands on the ground and did his blackout as it covered the area. Hands grabbed Mariah in his place. What the hell do you two want with me? Mariah said, getting angry. Well, I want you to release all of the shadows you've stolen, Luffy said, and then looked to Naruto, who was grinning evilly. And I want you to die, he said as he began walking towards Mariah. If you think I'll just die, you're very mistaken. Dappleman, a literal clone made of Mariah's shadow, appeared, then switched places with him. Mariah began running to the window laughing. Haha, you'll neveaghh. Naruto simply shook his head and did a dark pull and jumped up to tackle Mariah to the ground. As Mariah fell, Naruto's boot was on his throat, his extremely long throat. Mariah's clone seemingly disappeared. What the hell is going on? Naruto just smirked and laughed as if saying this was too easy. Honestly, you're another one. Ha ha ha, you guys make this too easy for me. You think you're all high and mighty with your devil fruit, but the minute someone takes your powers away, you're totally helpless. Naruto said all this as he brought his left hand up, creating a extra long dark sword encased in wind chakra, and brought it down, slicing his giant neck in half. As this happened, all of the zombies in Thriller Bark dropped dead or, dead. Would they be considered dead? Well, they dropped down dead again, and the shadows began returning to their rightful owners. The skies began to clear of the fog that had covered it. Naruto simply leaned down and began extracting the devil fruit powers from Gecko Mariah. After a while, the whole crew and come on to the island and was greeted by the people throwing them a feast for killing Mariah and getting their shadows back. As everyone was partying, Vivi noticed someone was missing. "Hey everyone, where is Kurama at?" Naruto looked around, then heard footsteps come from behind him. He turned to see Kurama walking without a scratch and Corona, who was flying behind him, leaning on the top of his head. "You're so cute, I can't believe you're a demon king yet so adorable." Kurama only kept his eyes closed, thinking it was a bad dream. What the hell is wrong with this girl? I show her my demon form, intent on making her crap her pants, and she screams and blops me. "I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune, damn it." Kurama shouted in his head, annoyed. It didn't help that everyone around him that knew him was laughing, even Robin was giggling in the back. Everyone was having a good time, and Luffy began talking to Brook about his past and how they both met Laboon. Everyone was partying inside and outside, celebrating their newfound freedom. Naruto was just sitting on a rock eating a huge bowl of ramen, totally unaware he was about to be in one of the largest fights of his life. Kurama looks over to Naruto while he was drinking, only for his eyes to widen. Everything began to go into slow motion. "Naruto!" Kurama yelled as Naruto looked up, until from his peripheral he saw a pod hand inches from his face. Before he could even turn his head, he was gone. A pop echoed throughout the area that was quickly followed by lighting, swords, fire, water, bullets, and more of whatever you can think of hit Kuma the tyrant, obliterating his entire person, leaving only some of his left shoulder and his neck and head, although their bits and pieces missing everywhere. The crew quickly ran up to the head and Luffy leaned down. "What did you do to Naruto?" Luffy yelled. "I sent him I." Luffy got annoyed and the almost dead robot. "Where did you send him?" "I sent him to, but the robot died there." "Damn it!" Luffy shouted and smashed the robot head into nothing. He got up and turned around to see Kurama with his eyes wide. "What is it, Kurama?" Kurama looked up to Luffy. I know where he's at. He's at with Naruto." Naruto fell to the ground, landing on his ass, ramen spilling all over him. "Damn it, good ramen wasted," Naruto said as he tossed the bowl off him and began trying to get the spilled ramen off of him, not noticing his surroundings, or more specifically the people behind him. "Oh, ramen is pretty good." Naruto's eyes snapped wide open, hearing a voice he hadn't thought he'd be hearing again for some time. "We don't have time to play your games, Kizaru. It's time we brought this man to justice for his crimes." Naruto slowly turned around to take in a sight he never thought he'd see in his entire life, nor did he want to see it. As he turned around slowly, he looked to see all three admirals and the buildings behind them. Once he finally took in his surroundings, he realized he was at Marine HQ. Fuck meee. Naruto looked around. "I suppose no one's around, so they won't get caught in the crossfire." Aokiji simply nodded his head. Akainu looked at him annoyed. "You don't really think you can beat all three of us, do you?" Naruto smirked as both of his hands and legs turned black. "You know, Aokiji said the same thing the first time we fought, and got sent running with his tail between his legs. Looks like this puppy needs to learn his lesson as well." "Well then, come on," Naruto shouted, charging at all three admirals. "With the straw hats, everyone get everything together as fast as you can and get back to the ship." "Gear second," Luffy said as he quickly as possible got to the ship. He then ran to the Den Mushi, quickly dialing the snail, hearing it ring. "Come on, come on, come on." The snail finally picked up to hear Shanks on the snail. "Yo, Shanks, we have a huge problem. Stay on the phone, I'm going to call someone else on the other line really quick." Luffy switched channels and used dialed up another. Hello." Luffy smiled hearing the answer. "This must be Marco." "Marco, this is Luffy, Naruto and Ace's captain. I need to talk to Whitebeard right now." Marco almost dropped the snail when Luffy yelled. He quickly took it to Whitebeard. Hello." Whitebeard's gruff voice came on. "Great, hold on a sec, old man," Luffy said, not hearing Whitebeard muttering something about cheeky brats. "Hello, can you two hear me?" Luffy said. "Yay, I got yay, Luffy," Shanks said. "Huh, Red-haired brat, is that you? Whitebeard questioned. Yay, Whitebeard, Shanks asked back. Garararara, you got it. Now what's going on, brat? Whitebeard said to Luffy. Just a couple hours ago Naruto and I killed Gecko Mariah. After we did that we celebrated on Thriller Bark. What we didn't know is that Kuma was here. None of us suspected anything until he appeared by Naruto and sent away. He sent him into Marineford. Both Whitebeard and Shanks' eyes went wide to dead serious. Oi Whitebeard, we should meet at Metal Tail Island, it's one of your territories, isn't it? Shanks said dead serious. Yay, we're going to be heading there now. We'll all meet there in 3 days' time, it doesn't matter how you get there, just get there in that time frame. Luffy nodded. Alright, I should also tell you Naruto has the power of the cage no mi, so they are probably going to hire his bounty and execute him ASAP. I'll see you both at Metal Tail Island. Luffy then hung up the snail. As he walked out onto the deck of the ship, everyone was there waiting for his orders. We set sail to Metal Tail Island. This got a shock out of most of the crew. Sanji was the one to speak up. What? We can't just leave Naruto to the Marines. Ace then cut in. We're gonna meet up with the Whitebeard pirates there. It's one of their most heavily fortified territories, and on top of it it's only about a 3 days sail from Marineford. Luffy only nodded to what Ace just said. We will save Naruto. But not even with our stacked crew could we get into Marineford and get out with Naruto. So I called in some help. Luffy smirked. The help of 2 Yonko. Everyone's eyes widened at this. Full sail to Metal Tail Island. Vivi, I want us there in a couple hours, got me. Luffy smiled as Vivi nodded back. Kurama's eyes were focused as he thought of Naruto. The first person to ever respect him and treat him just like everyone else. Don't worry brother, we're coming for you. Robin held his hat close to her heart as she was next to Nami. Please don't die Naruto-kun. Marineford HQ hours later. Ag. Naruto groaned in pain, hold his useless dangling left arm that had 3rd-degree burns on it. His clothes burnt and torn to bits, he only had on his black boots and black and gray camouflage pants, except on his left leg the pant leg up to his mid-calf was burnt off. His sea stone sword on the ground in pieces. He was hunched over, beaten and tired. He looked up to see Aokiji on top of some rubble, beaten and unconscious. Kizaru was in a similar position, only he was face down with his arm dangling down from the 2-story building he was probably put through. Then finally he saw Akainu standing in front him, obviously on his last leg. His suit was torn to pieces, he was bleeding from his head, nose and mouth. He. Cough cough. Naruto laughed only to cough up some blood. It told you little puppy I would win. Akainu only grimaced looking at him. And what makes you say that? You're done, I bet it's taking all of your strength just to stand up. Naruto only smiled. Yup, but I always got an ace up my sleeve. Naruto said as he raised his right arm only for a pistol to come out. C-tone bullets. Game. Set. Naruto pulled back the hammer. Match. Naruto shot straight at Akainu's forehead only for a hand inkazed in hockey to stop it, much to Naruto's surprise. His eyes widened when he saw it was the Fleet Admiral. You lose, Necromancer Naruto. Naruto heard form beside him only to get punched by the famous hero Monkey D. Garp. Naruto was KO'd before he hit the ground. Many Marines came looking in awe at the destruction around and the 3 admirals' condition. Get them to medic station along with this man. He needs to live to see his execution day. Garp walked next to him. When exactly is his execution day? We'll need all 3 of them around when happens, since no doubt red-haired Shanks will try to stop it. Sengoku only nodded. It'll be in 3 weeks. All 3 admirals will be in Vegapunk's special healing PODs for at least 2 weeks. That should get them healed most of the way. Garp only shook his head. I think this is a mistake, Sengoku. We need them at their best. Sengoku waved him off. Don't worry Garp, unlike Whitebeard, Shanks doesn't have such a large number of followers. 4 days after the fight at Marineford, Naruto was now laying down in his little crappy cot in his jail cell coated in sea stone. Naruto did have a nice fluffy pillow and a really nice blanket too, not to mention some delicious cookies. All of this was provided by the man who knocked him out. Garp was honestly sad to see Naruto in the prison. While he was a pirate, he seemed like an extremely nice kid, one he wouldn't mind serving with if Naruto was a marine. Naruto on the other hand had woken up one day ago and knew he could very well break out, but with him in his current condition he probably wouldn't be able to get past a vice admiral of which were everywhere right now. Naruto figured they were calling them back for his execution day, of which Garp told him was in 2 weeks and 3 days. Naruto in the meantime was opening up his mental link with Kurama. He figured the only reason Kurama hadn't talked to him was because he sensed he was in a fight, or just assumed he was in one because he was in Marineford. "Kurama buddy, why you there?" Naruto said, still clearly in pain. With the Straw Hat on Metal Tail Island, Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates were the first to arrive on the island, followed by Whitebeard and finally Shanks, who must have been farther than anyone. Right now they were meeting and talking about the supplies they would need on a full siege on the Marine HQ. Kurama was just leaning against a wall with his eyes closed while Perona was beside him, forcefully cuddling with him at the moment. He had to admit the girl was quickly growing on him, much to his annoyance and slight enjoyment. "Kurama buddy, why you there?" he heard in his head. "Naruto." Kurama mentally yelled back. "Oi, keep it down, damn it. I've got splitting headache, half my whole left arm feels like it's on fire and I'm pretty much beat to hell, so no yelling please." Naruto mentally pleaded. "Why yay, hold on. Oi everyone." Naruto woke up. "He's talking to me right now," Kurama said. Everyone turned to him with wide eyes. "He's telling me he's pretty bad shape, and he got ambushed by all 3 admirals when he was transported to Marineford. He said that he's gonna be able to move by the end of the week. By the time of his execution he should be able to fight mildly. Although he said that they're already bringing in more troops for his execution day. He said that they only know Shanks is coming, they don't have clue that Whitebeard is coming as well." Shanks decided to speak up. "Tell him if thinks he's getting away from us just by dying, he's sorely mistaken." Nami then walked up to Kurama. "Tell him he's going to pay dearly for making us worry like that and for getting himself in that condition," Nami said with an evil glint in her eye, while Robin just smiled and nodded. Whitebeard decided it was his turn now. "Oi, tell that brat to be ready to use that wind magic when we get there and at the right time, so we can crush the Navy. It's about time someone showed them who's boss anyway. Tell him we'll see him on his execution day and not a day later." Kurama nodded, giving the info over to Naruto, whose sweat dropped at his girlfriend. Kurama then smiled. He said, "You better not be late, Whitemustache." And with that the link was cut. "Okay, now we've got 2 extra Mobi's here and the smaller version to use to storm the base Marine HQ. We'll use our main ship as the spearhead," Whitebeard said until Frankie cut in. "Oi, are you sure you want to do that? If you want I could create another Mobi in the 2 weeks I have, I'll just need a lot of help to do it." Whitebeard looked at Frankie and nodded. After going over the plan for a couple more hours they were about call it a day until someone showed up, but only expected by Whitebeard. In walked Boa Han. "Hello Whitebeard." Whitebeard only smiled at the little girl. "Thank you for showing up, Han." Almost all the men were in awe of her beauty except for a few. Those men being Whitebeard, Shanks, Luffy, Ace and Kurama. "Thank you, I'll do anything I can to help Naruto. He did earn my trust quite some time ago and I don't forget favors." Whitebeard nodded. Boa was slightly grinning at all the men as she saw some of them with small nosebleeds. But what caught her eyes were the ones she noticed weren't paying attention to her. Kurama had walked out as soon as she walked in, which surprised her. Portgas D. Ace was a very strong-willed man, so it didn't totally surprise her. As for the man in the hat, who she could only assume was Monkey D. Luffy looked right at her and then walked away as if she hadn't even been standing there in all of her beauty. Luffy simply walked away onto the balcony of the building they were in to get some fresh air. He had way too much on his plate right now. He was constantly worried about his crew, and now he would have to save Naruto from the Marines, which meant he would inevitably have to fight his grandfather, something he would do if it came to that. Luffy was brought out of his thoughts when Boa Han, the Snake Empress, walked up next to him and stared down directly at him. "Can I help you with something, Empress?" Luffy asked, not sparing her a glance. "Yes you can. Do you not find me beautiful?" Boa asked. Luffy's eye twitched in slight annoyance. "I guess so. Why?" Luffy said, still not looking at her. "Then why do you not stare in awe of my beauty?" she said. "Because I've got more and important things on my mind than how you look." Han only got annoyed. "I know you're worried about Naruto, but you should still look at my beauty in awe." Now Luffy got slightly pissed. I don't care how beautiful you. Luffy said, looking at her. Right, one of my crew members are in Marineford and I need to keep a straight head. I've been all around the world and been put in situations that no other person could think of, but none of them like this. So if you could stop trying to get me to boost your ego and stop being so self-centered, that would be great. Luffy shouted as he turned and walked away, leaving a stunned Boahan in the wake. About a week later at Marineford, Naruto was feeling much better due to his fast healing, although he was still in pain. Kurama had told him of the others' plan to get him out and he didn't really have a choice in the matter. After all, when the Navy calls in almost all of it muscle back to HQ, there's not a lot just one man could do. Garp had told him about what was going on in the outside world. He sometimes came into Naruto's cell and just had friendly game of chess with him. The only other person Naruto was Smoker's second-in-command Tashigi. She had been the one to bring Naruto his food by the request of Garp. Tashigi herself didn't want much to do with the man. She figured he was just like all of the other pirate scum on the Grand Line. She had just walked into the hallway that held his cell and finally got there to see Naruto leaned against the wall, his face obscured by the shadows. She silently moved and put the tray underneath the slot. She was about to get up and leave when Naruto said something to her for the first time besides thank you. Why to hate Zoro? He asked, leaning forward with his face now out of the shadows. She stopped for a moment. I don't hate him. I hate that one of the legendary swords are in the hands of no good dirty pirate. Naruto only chuckled a bit. And what exactly makes us no good dirty pirates, him? Tashigi then got annoyed, thinking he was taunting her. Pirates are filth, they're the scum of the earth. All you do is take what you want when you want. It doesn't matter if it destroys someone's life as long as you get what you want. She almost yelled. Naruto gave her a fox-like smile. That is an unfair stereotype. Then got up and slowly walked over to the bars and grabbed the food. You claim the pirates are no good, yet my crew and I saved Arabasta from Crocodile. Someone employed by your superiors. We saved Skypia as well, if you believe it or not. We stopped a madman, who once again was employed by your government. Actually saved thousands of marine lives that were on at Eni's lobby by destroying the Buster Call. And saved even more lives by recently killing Gecko Mariah, who was using his cage no mi to steal people's shadows and create an undead army. Naruto said while eating his food. Now, while I'll admit the Navy does a good job of getting the nobodies off of the street and such, let's take a look at the less than savory actions. Naruto said while still eating. The destroyed Ohara, which was the hometown of one of my girlfriends. And before you say something, yes, they both know about each other and it wasn't even my idea, but I digress. They destroyed Ohara and claimed it was because they declared war on the world government. I want you to go and look in whatever history books not made by the world government and see if you can find anything about Ohara having any sort of military. Don't bother, cause they didn't. They were pretty much a bunch of nerds, really. Naruto then looked up to her to see she was still intently listening. Basically, the world government is a bunch of pirates with more authority. They take what they want and don't care whose lives they destroy as long as what they want to happen, happens. You've seen it for yourself when you and Smoker got credit for taking down Crocodile. Tashigi could only nod at this. She remembered Smoker being extra pissed off that he got credit he didn't earn. Oh, which brings me to my next question. Naruto said as he gulped down some water. How far are you willing to go if given orders? Tashigi was slightly caught off guard by this question. I would die for my commander. Tashigi said, thinking of Smoker. Naruto only chuckled, albeit a bit darkly. No, you're thinking way too light. He said, surprising Tashigi again. There are many things worse than death, some I've lived through. Let me put you into a scenario. You and your commander get sent to Sabayati Archipelago. While you're there, one of the celestial dragons see you. They like your sword and they want it. You and I both know they have enough pull in the government to get you to give them that blade. Naruto said, pointing to the blade in her hand. Tashigi couldn't think of losing her sword, it was her pride and joy as a swordswoman. She was cut off from her thoughts by Naruto. Or worse than that, they think you're the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. Now we both know that the world nobles are evil, disgusting bastards. In fact, I'm sure even your fleet admiral knows. But while he does know, there's nothing he could do if they say ordered you to become their personal guard or even servant. Now it doesn't take a genius to figure out where this story will end. Naruto said in a serious tone. While there are horrible monstrous pirates out there, the world nobles are 1,000 times worse than your average pirate. So be careful of who you call dirty, no good and scum of the earth, because one day it might just be one of us who has the choice of saving you or leaving you to whatever fate you're bound to endure. Naruto said as he slid the tray under the slot. Tashigi stayed there for a moment before picking up the plate and then silently walked out. Back with the Straw Hats 5 days later. The extra ship had been made already and everyone had been honing their skills for the final battle. Luffy had talked to Boa Han a couple times since he exploded on her. He actually apologized for it only for her to blush and tell him everything is okay, which surprised him greatly. It was around 11 p.m. and Luffy was in his captain's quarters just in some shorts reading up on some known people from the Navy, when he heard a knock at his door. "Come in," Luffy said, unsure of who it was right now. It surprised him that none other than the Snake Empress herself walked in with her snake in tow. Hello Luffy," Han said with blush on her face, looking at Luffy's exposed chest. "Hey Han, what can I help you with?" Luffy said, putting the book he was reading and giving Han his full attention. "You said you've been all around the world before, right?" she asked, only to get a nod from him. "Do you know the marks of the world nobles by any chance?" Luffy nodded. "My grandpa made me memorize them in case I ever came across something of theirs. He said no matter what I need to stay away from them at all costs." "Why?" he asked, curious to know why she would ask such a random thing. "See, could you close your eyes for a moment please?" she asked. Luffy only nodded and closed them. Han then moved towards the bed and started to get undressed. Luffy began to get nervous as he heard clothes shuffling. "Okay, you can open them," she said. Luffy was then greeted with the sight of Han's S, which nearly sent him rocketing away with a nosebleed until he got control of himself, quickly thinking she wouldn't have done this unless it was serious. She then turned around and moved her hair out of the way, showing him the mark on her back. "Do you know this symbol?" she asked. Luffy only nodded and unconsciously ran his fingers over the mark, which sent chills down Han's spine. "Why yes I do, this is the symbol of Saint Jalmik," Luffy said through gritted teeth as he clenched up his fist. "Do you hate for this, now that you know?" Han said at seeing his reaction. Luffy stopped and noticed his own facial expression. What no, I could never hate you for something like that. I'm sorry, I just hate that man with a passion." Han then smiled at hearing his words. She was shocked when she found herself wrapped in his arms in a tight embrace. "I'm so sorry for what you must have endured and still endure from those horrible memories," Luffy whispered softly into her ear. Hearing this, Han did the only thing she could do at that moment. She broke down and began crying like she never cried before. She cried for what had happened, for not being able to let it for so long because she had to be strong for her sisters. After an hour or so of just crying, she had fallen asleep in Luffy's embrace. Luffy soon followed suit in falling asleep. That night Han slept better than she had in years. Waking up the next morning, Han woke up in Luffy's strong embrace. She would have been lying if she said she didn't enjoy waking up like this. "Luffy-kun, we need to get up," Han said softly as she gently shook him. Luffy woke up and saw Han. Oh, we must have fell asleep," Luffy said. Han nodded. We should get dressed too," Han said. Luffy only just noticed and blushed. He then got out of bed and began getting dressed in his normal clothes, as did Han. Luffy-kun," Han said. Luffy turned around and looked at a blushing Han. "Yay, and now that we've gotten to know each other a little better, do you still think I'm really beautiful?" she asked as she looked down a bit. Luffy then walked up to with a smile and grabbed her hand and brought it to his face and gave it a gentle kiss. "Of course I do," he said with a smile. Han smiled and nodded. "Luffy, I'm going to be leaving today to get to Marineford because the 7 warlords are being summoned there." Luffy nodded. He was surprised when Han leaned down a bit and kissed him on the lips. Luffy only smiled before making himself taller and wrapping his arms around Han's waist and deepening the kiss. After a couple of moments they separated with a string of saliva connecting them for a moment. "I'll see you there, Luffy-kun, and if comes down to it I'll turn on the Navy for you. Just so you know." Luffy nodded and smiled as he walked Han onto the ship deck, much to the surprise of most of the crew. The most being Sanji, Frankie and Brook. After that he led her back to her ship where he watched her sail away. Damn, you're one lucky rubber man, huh Luffy? Luffy heard from behind him as he turned to see Shanks. I definitely am, that's for sure. Shanks then got a bit more serious. Have Usopp and Usopp met up yet? Luffy shook his head no. No, Usopp said he has bigger things to worry about than his deadbeat dad. Luffy said in slightly sad voice. How's Usopp coming? Luffy asked. He's alright, I guess he's not as happy as he usually is, but that's to be expected. Once this all gets settled, I'm sure he'll go back to his normal self again. Luffy only nodded. I hope so, Shanks. So do you want it back? Shanks looked confused until it said. He laughed a little bit. Nah, you keep it, I think you earned it since you've taken such good care of it despite fighting some major pirates and marines. On top of that, how would it look to see Straw Hat Luffy without his straw hat on, ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed. Luffy only laughed along with him as they began walking back to the others. With Naruto day before the execution. Garp was now talking with Naruto and playing a game of chess. So Naruto, how bad do you think the losses will be when the war starts? Naruto only stopped for a second before moving his piece. Unimaginable. For the Navy. Garp also stopped for a moment. And how do you know that? Naruto only smiled. Because I know that you have no idea what you're dealing with or who you're dealing with. Checkmate. Garp only looked at the board to see he was right. Garp outright began to laugh. Damn it, how do you do it, him? Naruto only laughed with him. Well, when you've got one of the smartest minds in the whole world as your girlfriend, you tend to pick up a few things. Garp only nodded and got up, and as his face turned serious. He walked out of the cell and stopped in front of it and turned around. For what it's worth, Naruto, I hope you survive. Naruto nodded as Garp began to walk away. Oi, Garp. Garp turned back to look at Naruto. Garp asked. I'm gonna get you back for punching me. Garp only stopped then began to laugh hard. I look forward to it, ha 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 ha. Garp laughed as he walked away. Execution day. Everyone was there, all the strongest marines, what was left of the 7 warlords of the sea, which was Hawkeyes, Kuma, Han and Doflamingo. The 3 admirals were in better condition, although you could still tell they were injured. Naruto had just walked up to scaffold and kneeled down. So when will Shanks be arriving? A voice came from beside Naruto as he looked to see Garp sit next to him. Sengoku was also surprised at his friend's arrival there. Soon. Very soon. Naruto said with a grin as his hair shadowed over the upper part of his face. Ships began to appear on the horizon. Not just a couple but an entire armada. Sengoku's eyes began to widen as he began to recognize them all. As he put things together, he realized only a couple were known allies of the red-haired pirates, but the rest were from. You know, I told you who my adopted father was, right? Naruto said, cutting off Sengoku's train of thought. Without waiting for a reply, Naruto continued. But I never did tell you who my adopted grandfather is now, did I? Naruto looked up as Sengoku and Garp saw the look in his eyes and immediately got worried. Just as they were about to say something, a loud rumbling came from the center of the bay. Supersizing everyone, 3 copies of the Moby came out of the water. Everyone who knew Whitebeard knew his ship by heart. Slowly but surely a bunch of steps could be heard as 2 lines of people began walking up the steps onto the front of the ship. On the left side came Ace, Vivi, Nami, Robin, who was wearing Naruto's black hat, Usopp, Zoro, Sanji, Kurama, and finally Luffy. Luffy picked them because he thought of them as the top fighters on the Straw Hat crew. Everyone else was back with the Whitebeard pirates. From the right side came Lucky Roo, Usopp, Ben Beckman, and finally Shanks. Everyone began to whisper back and forth at the sight of the current Yonko. Soon after Shanks stood in his place, heavy footsteps began to echo throughout Marineford. Slowly but surely the image of the great Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, stood before everyone in attendance. Oi, Naruto, just give me a minute. Naruto only smiled and nodded. He then looked at Sengoku, then to Garp, as they were both wide-eyed. He simply looked forward with his fox-like grin. I told you, you had no idea who you were dealing with. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.